Congrats, John. Good luck with the NRLW season.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmonpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are set to light up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
When ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Every game live and uninterrupted. Direct from England and Wales.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
It all starts Saturday, June 13 on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big play. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it. Kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Light camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The King's birthday weekend has become a staple of the football calendar as the AFL community comes together to aid the fight against motor neuron disease. For the third straight year, the Crows are hosting their own primetime SA Freeze in the build-up to Monday's Big Freeze, and it lines up with a mammoth clash between Adelaide and Geelong. The bye could not have come at a better time for the Crows. They've hung with the best through this season despite their injuries, but they do need to get a move on in their pursuit of a top four finish. And the Cats, meanwhile, they've slain plenty of demons, but along the way they've suffered some pretty disappointing losses. They're 8-4 and they keep unravelling their good work. Can they get the job done tonight at the Adelaide Oval, a venue at the last time they played at? They suffered a shock loss to Port Adelaide. So both have statements to make under the Thursday night lights. It should be a blockbuster to kickstart round 13. Great to have you with us for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans to call the action, and alongside me tonight is Tom Wilson. Good to see you, Tom.
Good to see you, Aaron. It is the Fight M&D round, the Big Freeze, and we're all in our beanies, and we have to be. It's pretty cold here, and I know people driving in. Stay safe because it's been pretty wet, but the action is going to be hot tonight. There's no doubt about that. You talked about the Crows staying in it with the best teams. They still haven't beaten one of those teams. No one above them on the ladder, which is quite stunning, but they still are 6-5 in that top 10. And for the Cats, they just lose to the teams well below them. It's quite an interesting thing. You know, Carlton last week, who we know are back in form. We saw that a couple of weeks ago here at Adelaide Oval against Port Adelaide, but the Cats, as you mentioned, lost to Port too. I feel like they're going to be steaming after last week's result, and they do love playing here and have a great record against the Crows.
Short turnaround as well, so there's not a lot of time to really sit on it. You've just got to go back and respond. A 5-day break for the Cats, whilst the Crows have a full 14 to rest up and try and get going, but they're still missing some stars. So Isaac Rankin now out, and Riley Thilthorpe gets himself suspended sillily, and he misses tonight as well. So a big task without some of their star players. Speaking of star players, we've got a pretty handy dynamic duo in the ABC Sport Box tonight. Both of them are premiership players. First, it's great to welcome in Rod Jamison. Good to see you, Jamo.
Azza, thank you. Tom, welcome. Yes, good to be back. Actually, Thursday night. Love the footy.
How weird is it that we all have our beanies and, 3 of us are wearing them. The man who has no hair is the one who doesn't have his on right now. How are you going, Jamo?
Well, I wore it for most of the day, actually. I went for a walk this morning and wore it on the walk. And you see a lot of them out there, don't you, too? Like in the week leading up, I bought mine when I was over in Perth, in Margaret River, about 4 weeks ago, and they were all out over there at that particular time. So, wonderful cause, incredible amount of money. Just everyone has spoken in glowing terms of Neil Danaher, not only in recent time, but how he was as a player and a coach and a person for many, many years, and the brain that he had from a football perspective.
It's a great night, and we'll chat to Crows chairman John Olsen in about half an hour's time about how it came together. 3rd year now for the SA Freeze to just help contribute, and even though the big event is on Monday, the fact that every little bit counts when it comes to fighting what is a pretty deadly disease.
Well, they talk about that game, and they say they'll get 90,000 there, which is not unusual for that. But to get 90,000 2 hours before the game actually starts, because they're there to support the big freeze, is incredible.
Most of the sliders tonight will be at half time, but there's a few that'll be braving the conditions early. Hopefully it's got a little warmer later, but I don't think it's going to be. Alongside Rod Jamison, we've got the former Port Adelaide coach in the AFLW, Lauren Arnell, is here. Loz, you got stuck in the traffic on the way in.
I did. I think I've heavily underestimated a Thursday evening in Adelaide, but here we are, and I enjoyed the sneaky reference to no hair for Rod. I'm sure he doesn't need a reminder. You don't need reminding of that too, mate.
It's only eyebrows that I've got.
We love to pip him where we can because he certainly delivers it back in spades. Just having a quick look as well, because teams have just dropped as we get going on air, and it looks like there are no late changes tonight. So there was a little bit of concern with the weather, maybe or not Riley O'Brien could come in as a stoppage ruck, or Luke Pedler potentially as a stoppage bull, and Geelong, we know, are notorious for late changes.
Oh, yeah.
But teams as named tonight, which means for the Crows, there's a debutant, Hugo Hall-Kahan, who is the 274th Crow to don the colours, playing for Williamstown. He was a graphic design student working in retail, and in the space of a couple of weeks, he's got on a list and he's playing senior footy.
It's a great story, isn't it, too? And I guess the talent and maybe the trust that Adelaide have in him, particularly with Isaac Rankin out, he won't play that similar role, but he's got great leg speed, and he was a midfielder forward and he's now gone back. So the ability to get that run and rebound and speed off the half-back line. Mitch Hinge, I saw that in the SNFL a couple of weeks ago. He rolled his ankle up against Glenelg, so he was just on the march back. But, can't wait to have a look at him.
It's going to be exciting to see what he can deliver, given he found the footy pretty well at VFL level, and you put him at half-back, he's probably going to get a lot of chances.
An exciting time for him too, to be playing on Adelaide Oval in your debut is awesome. But I've noticed the Crows have been quite bullish in what they've talked about during the week. They've been really open about their desire to create more run and offence off half-back, and notice I think they're 17th ranked team in the competition for defensive half chains to score. And so that's a pretty shrewd appointment, and certainly rush him in and help out Miller in the back line there.
Just quickly, Aaron, it's an interesting one with mid-season draft. Teams are clearly picking players that they can use immediately. It's not one of these, we'll grab them for 18 months and we'll have a bit of a look and see what happens. So they grab him and put him in. What about a few of the guys like Chase Jones and Billy Dowling and Oscar Ryan, who's yet to make his debut as a former first-round pick? As a coach, Lauren, do you have to talk to them about that?
Yeah, I think you'd certainly be expecting those types of guys to be turning their head around the locker room, that's for sure. And you'd expect them to be, as a coach, you'd certainly expect all the players to welcome these guys in and make them feel a part of the group as soon as you possibly can. But you also expect the level of humanity of going, oh boy, there's another one on the list that's a similar type to me. And so, yeah, you'd be, if you're Matthew Dix and certainly the line coaches in those, particularly that back line, you're going to be having to have a few conversations and trying to set those types of guys up for success in their SANFL.
It's been great to see, though, as you said, the rebranding of the mid-season draft. Well, when it started, we were getting a couple of superstars out of maybe 30, and a lot of them were going there for 6 months and then immediately being axed, and it hurt the state league clubs. It didn't help their career trajectories. And now we've gotten to a point now where most of the players that are getting picked up are at least getting the opportunity to do so. Most of them are signing 18-month contracts, so they're not immediately facing the bin. And there's a few this weekend. So we get Hugo Hall-Kahan tonight, and the other news for the King's birthday clash is that Collingwood's going to give Mitch Pajazzi a go. So,
debut to do that.
Yeah, on the big stage.
I'm a little bit. I've got sort of one foot on either side of the line on this, mate, because I think it's such a skill and a craft to build a list, and at SANFLW or SANFL or in the waffle or wherever it might be, to take out 1, 2 or 3 players out of your team mid-season, it hurts tremendously. And if you're going to use them straight away, all power to you. However, I feel they should almost just pull the players in the AFL that actually want to exit and go to another clubs and get an opportunity that way. However, then it removes, the opportunity for the player that gets and wants to go to the AFL and go to the next level. So
yeah, and I think that is the carrot of playing state league footy. I know we spoke about it a few weeks ago on Grandstand on Saturday's show, and I do think there's a carrot there, particularly for the men's space, and now the women's is improving because there's going to be a pre-season draft closer to the season. But I think guys who could be earning hundreds and hundreds of dollars playing for country teams in any state are now choosing to play state league footy because that's a legitimate opportunity to get a mid-season pick or a pre-season pick. And I think that's important. While it does hurt SANFL clubs and all state league clubs, probably the evolving conversation is what's the reward for those clubs. Perhaps financially there's a little bit of a carrot there for those clubs. But there has to be incentive for the North Adelaides and particularly Woodville, West Torrens of the world this year where guys are certainly going to want to play for them next year off the back of this year's mid-season draft.
Well, Glenelg lost 2, Harry Ram to Port Adelaide 2 and Oscar Adams to the Gold Coast. And Oscar was almost ready to play that following week, but played 2 weeks later. And then Harry got his opportunity late in the season. Then you follow Glenelg. They went into the finals and lost their Max Proud in the first week. So that 3 of their key defenders had gone in the middle of the year. So it made it a little bit hard, but that's sort of in your own backyard, but you do feel, as you just touched on, like the Eagles, they were flying at this time of the year and now they've lost 3 players.
Yeah, it'll definitely square up the state league competitions for the back end of the season. There's no doubt about that. But, the reverse of that, like I said, is there's an absolute carrot there for clubs who are finding that their players are getting opportunities. Surely that's that's going to be an absolute recruiting boom for them in the following year.
It's finding the balance in compensation because they're getting $10,000 for a player that gets picked up at the moment, and maybe you double that, and that might be enough for clubs to say, look, because what you lose out of
it's a never-ending amount, isn't it?
If you don't play finals, you lose a lot of money out of that.
But I don't think it's that. I don't think that it's the same rule anymore. So because clubs like the Eagles were, I think they're number 1 SANFL team, they do get players drafted. I think Glenelg's number 2, and all those clubs were getting that type of remuneration. But now I think they've actually split it, so everyone gets it from the SANFL and they get split evenly across the rest of the league.
Yeah, which Woodville wouldn't be happy about at all.
Not at all. You wouldn't blame them based on that.
We had the awkward moment last week, which was Josh Franco's son, Ollie, getting picked up at the Eagles. And he's elated that his son is finally playing senior footy, and it's by all reports West Coast have treated him very well in the first few weeks. But the downside is he lost his star midfielder as the North Adelaide coach. So,
and a ruck too.
And he has to play against his former ruckman in a few weeks' time. So it's a brutal industry. But you're right, it's all about opportunity at the end of the day, isn't it, Loz? So that's where we find ourselves, and we get two mid-season debutantes this weekend. We actually have 4 debutantes overall. So Jai Murray for the Gold Coast Suns is going to get a crack. He was a first-round pick for them. And also Luca Kentfield is getting a go on King's birthday for Melbourne. So he's a key forward. So getting a few fresh faces on a very big stage in a few days' time.
Did you see the social media grab of Damien Hardwick going to the Suns player's house?
I didn't actually.
If you're listening and you're obviously not driving, jump on your phone when you're not driving. There's a really cool grab. So Hardwick looks like he's a Gold Coast kid, rolled into the family home, and the kid's sitting in his bedroom on the end of his bed gaming. And he's got his senior coach rolling in with a Suns jumper. It's good content. I didn't mind it.
I'm glad, yeah, it could have been worse. I hope he knocked. So the team news for round 13, it's all dropped now in the build-up. So no late changes for Adelaide and Geelong. You can get in touch with us tonight on 0437 774 774. Hawks and the Bulldogs tomorrow night's going to be a big one. We've got two finals contenders head-to-head at the G. Jack Gunston will not be playing for Hawthorn, so that foot injury keeping him out for at least this week. So Bodie Ryan back in. Cody Waitman's going to play his first game in close to 2 years. He's in for Lockie Jakes, who's been omitted for the Western Bulldogs. For North Melbourne and Fremantle starting Saturday's matchup in Bunbury, which is the game that the Roos have sold for a couple of years. Finn O'Sullivan out with concussion, so Zach Fisher back in. That's a name we haven't seen in a while. The Dockers will welcome back Hayden Young from his concussion, but lose Matty Johnson to a hamstring issue and Brendan Cox to a knee as well. So Dockers on that massive win streak start to lose a couple of pillars. Q-Clash is going to be very interesting to see if Brisbane fully have fallen off. They've got Gold Coast Saturday afternoon. Hugh McCluggage out with a calf. Kadeen Coleman out with a hamstring. So that doesn't help their chances. Gold Coast have had 3 omissions, so Cloesy, Holman and Newland all out. That's Zeke, not Bodie. And then, as I said, Jai Murray's their debutant coming in. Port Adelaide travelling out west Saturday night. So Brandon Starcevich gets to play his first game for the Eagles, the recruit out of the Lions who had knee and concussion injuries and issues to deal with, finally gets to don the colours. He'll be in at the expense of Josh Lindsay. Port Adelaide get to see Tommy Cochran come back, so he hasn't played in about 14 months with that navicular fracture. And then he comes at the expense of Anastasopoulos, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure the commentators over West are probably stoked about that.
No doubt about that. And you know, probably people across the nation will know him as Dougie's brother, considering there's so much talk about, you know, Dougie next draft. But Tom, as you know, we mentioned pre-game, Lauren, he's been in some great form in the sample, and I know Josh Carr really likes the way he goes about it.
Yeah, I think Tommy's, while Port Adelaide, in my belief, I think there's far too many of the same player on the list. There's so many small forward types who can get up on a wing. But Tommy Cochran is definitely taking his opportunity as an AFL footballer, and from my perspective, I'd be working often days where the men's days off were, and if there's a handful of blokes that would always turn up on their day off, and injured, not injured, whatever was going on for Tommy, he's always there. So I think just reward for someone who works really, really hard.
Yeah, I think Hamish Hartlett said that both of them would sleep there if they could.
Absolutely. And I know sometimes that gets thrown around a little bit, but for Tommy Cochran, ripping kid, worked really hard to get his opportunity, and I love that he's back in the team.
Kane Farrell out as well with an adductor, so Port a little bit undermanned heading out west. Sunday, just the 2 games as a result of the bye weeks. So we've got Sydney and St Kilda at the SCG to start. Extended squads at the moment, but some of the big names are back. So Brodie Grundy, Callum Mills, Matty Roberts all return for Sydney, and for the Saints, they get Nasiah Wanganeen Miller back. He's been out for a while. So
they need him.
Yeah, no Sam Flanders, though, for the rest of the year. Liam Henry omitted as well as a big one, and Jack Carroll. The Bombers in their extended squad have Mason Redmond coming in. Darcy Parish with some knee soreness is out. And Carlton look like they might be unchanged. Zach Williams is in the extended squad, but considering they've won 3 in a row, why would you shake up a good thing? So they're looking pretty good as they head to face the Bombers to wrap up round 13. But that's all of your team news for the round coming up. And tonight, no late changes for Adelaide and Geelong, with Hugo Hall-Kahan set to make his debut. Taylor Walker back, Rankin and Thilthorpe out. And Geelong get 3 ins, Jack Martin, Jack Bowes and Ollie Wiltshire. And Lawson Humphreys out with that ankle injury. Brad Close omitted. Mitch Edwards managed. So it's a trend for the Cats this year in terms of their management system. It's worked well for them the last few years. They've been able to keep everybody fresh and healthy, so they've had a total of 12 now managed over the last 9 rounds, and 8 of the last 9 in their terms of their team changes have featured players that have been managed. So they're keeping them fresh and healthy for what will be a pretty big season, the way that they're positioned right now in 4th. And we might head downstairs and start to lock into the build-up to this contest on ABC Sport. Josh Money's down on the boundary, and he's made his way over to the Geelong race to chat to James Riley.
Thanks very much, Aaron. James, it's been 3 years since you were an assistant at the Crows. Any sort of lasting IP left up there for you, or has it changed a fair bit in that time?
No, I think it's changed. Obviously, they've still got a few familiar faces and players running around that I know reasonably well, but I'm sure they've changed a few things. And, it's going to be a really tight game, obviously, in these conditions. It's going to be pretty important to be good around the ball, which we were pretty poor at last week against Carlton.
How big is that challenge for you tonight? I dare say your team, as you mentioned there, will be really eager to respond.
No, definitely, especially around the stoppages, which we thought we let ourselves down. We knew we had to play well against Carlton, and we didn't get it done. And similarly against the Crows, very strong. You know, they've got a very new ruckman, but a tall ruckman that's going to give them first use at times. So, we've got to be better around the footy.
Round 3, I noticed that you use blitz halves a lot around the ground to try and sort of tire him out. Is that perhaps an area of the ground where he can get him tonight?
Yeah, look, we try and mix it up. Obviously, we've got Sam De Koning and Shannon Neal, and we just want to keep mixing that up. This is not new for us. We've used this at times. And Mitch Edwards has been great for us. We'll give him a spell this week, and then try this in these conditions.
How's Jezza going? A bit of talk that he might have been a bit sore coming into this one.
No, he's all right this week. He's probably a bit sore last week, which is going to happen on and off. But Jeremy's ready to go, and look, even if he was a bit sore last week, he still hit the scoreboard and can be very dangerous.
How do you rate your opponents tonight? They're probably not going at the click that they were last year. Does that mean they're a little bit dangerous? Is there an unlocked potential that we haven't seen from the Crows yet?
Oh, no doubt. You see their best. You saw it a quarter against North Melbourne. Their best is unbelievable. So they're a very strong side, and they've lost a lot of close games. So we've been still impressed with their year. They've had probably similar to us, had a pretty hard start with their draw. But we know coming here is a pretty hard game for us.
You mentioned the clearances. You've got some unbelievable players in that area. The guys like Bailey and Max tonight, how eager will they be to respond as well personally?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, obviously we still move those players around in Bailey and Holmesy, but they give us so much drive and get the ball going forward for us. But there's also Paddy Dangerfield that we might see there around the footy in these conditions a little bit more. Obviously Tom Atkins loves these conditions, and Brian Myers can be pretty dangerous at times as well.
We haven't seen a lot of danger in the middle this year. Is that the sort of romanticism of Adelaide Oval as well? Unleash him?
Well, we could say that, but he's probably just been building. Yeah, he had an interrupted pre-season and then start of the season, so he's been building towards this. Mainly been playing forward, but I think, these conditions, he'll be licking his lips.
What do you do with O'Sheen? I dare say if you had Rankin to choose from and Dawson, it might have been a tougher decision, but does that sort of make your life a bit easier if you run that tag again tonight?
Yeah, well, usually it is Rankin. He's a good matchup for O'Sheen, but we've obviously got Mark O'Connor there. Tom Atkins still does jobs around stoppages, so we've got a few to run through there.
If you're coming up against a player who was playing VFL footy only 8 days ago, can you ruffle his feathers a little bit with the Crows debut on tonight?
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, he's had a crack at it before, but it's great to see him get his opportunity. If he plays wing, or he's been playing half back, so he's playing on a few of our forwards, it can be pretty dangerous. I'm sure he'll want to attack, but he'll have to watch our forwards, that's for sure as well.
And what about their forwards as well? I mean, you know Tex very well. He looked pretty fired up in the Sandfield, didn't he?
Yeah, I actually spoke to him after that game, so I know he'll be keen to play. Obviously, he's still a great player, and he's been in good form, so we'll be keeping an eye on him and Fogg and Toby Murray and the like, and they've got obviously some dangerous smalls as well, so we know what we're up against.
Where's Brad Close at the moment?
Oh, look, Brad, for detail, he had a very interrupted pre-season and off-season, so he's been building as well. He's getting there, and his last few games haven't been too bad, but we're just giving an opportunity for Ollie Wilshire, who's been an amazing touch in the VFL. He's getting a lot of the ball, kicked 3 goals on the weekend, so he deserves his opportunity, and he's fresh and ready to go.
Thanks, James. Welcome back to Adelaide. Enjoy the night.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great to have James Riley downstairs, the Geelong assistant coach, in the build-up to the Crows and the Cats Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There are no late changes. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you alongside Lauren Arnell and Rod Jamison. The text line at 0437 774 774. It is the SA Freeze tonight in the build-up to the big freeze on Monday. So we've got a few sliders pre-game and at half-time. Marcus in South Melbourne's got in touch on the text line and says, just to show Neil Danaher's enormous influence on football, not many remember he was Fremantle's assistant coach in their very first seasons as well. So he did have a few tenures around the mark, Neil, before he became a senior coach. And, Marcus is right in terms of his impact on the Fremantle Footy Club. We're absolutely flying right now. It should be a big night, despite the fact that the weather has been a little bit underwhelming. It's just this persistent light rain. It's not heavy, but it looks like it's going to continue through the night. Weirdly, if you look at the bomb, they actually say, rain expected throughout the evening, but the actual amount of rain is 0 mils. So I don't know if that doesn't really add up, but I think it's essentially telling you we're going to get this little drizzle throughout the night.
It does look like it's picked up a little bit more than a drizzle right now, which is not what you want when you're a player and you're warming up. You want to be feeling good. Everything's going to be getting wet, but I think it has picked up just a touch in the last few minutes.
And Phil in Victoria on the text lines also said, I don't want to take away from the game, but would love to hear your opinions on the coaching situation at both clubs at some point. Tell you what, Phil, we'll park that and we'll definitely get into it because John Olsen, the Crows chairman, is going to join us. And as many would know if you've looked online on social media at any point, the Crows fans are a fickle bunch at times. They can be pretty aggressive towards Matty Nicks, despite the fact they were minor premiers last year. And some do feel like maybe not tonight, but certainly the next month is a fork in the road moment for where the Crows currently sit, and the fact that they need to make some hard calls now about their future because they're right in the window, and if you were going to make any change, it would be now. But they've signed Matty Nicks till the end of next year, and from all reports, the club's pretty happy with how it's progressing. But the follow-up question, Lauren, I guess, and we were chatting about this before we threw to James O'Reilly, was the game plan. And Matthew Nicks was asked about it across the bye period, particularly this week, that statistically everybody who is successful right now is a strong handball team and they are a better kicking team. And Nixie kind of copped that on the chin and said, look, we're not going to make any changes. So we know we have to be better, but we're not changing the game plan.
Oh, it's interesting that, because I've done a little bit of, obviously, do a bit of research coming into the game tonight. So watching press conferences, reading as many articles as I can coming out of the footy club. And my take on it from the last few days was that they're talking a lot about forward handball off halfback, and part of the reason of playing Hugo Hall-Kahan is to try and generate more of that offensive, like fast play-off turnover. And I think that is something that's well known in the competition, is the Crows like to play that short chip mark game out of their back half and change angles a little bit and then go faster once they hit the front half. So to your point, the best teams are playing really fast off the back half. And I was expecting that coming into tonight. And then as a coach, from what I've read, if I have to make a whole bunch of assumptions, I'm expecting the Crows to play a faster game off their back half than what we've seen in the first half of the season and last year. But you turn up and you go, oh man, it's raining. And it's just got a little bit heavier in the warm-up. And we've probably coached this over the bye period. You do also have to play to the conditions. And so what I would expect from both teams tonight is what worked for Geelong earlier in the season when they beat the Crows in Geelong, was that more chaotic, just get the ball forward, try and play as much front half footy as you can, and you give up efficiency in your forward 50, but if you can play time in front half in conditions like this, you should be going okay. So I'm very interested to see the tweaks, and I'd expect that there will be some.
That game at Cardinia was a weird one. So Geelong really dominated Adelaide. Yeah. They're up by 20 in the second quarter. Final stats had them plus 22 inside 50 and plus 32 contested. But the Crows clawed it back and actually hit the lead early in the last quarter. So even though Geelong probably were the better side on paper, it ended up being a really good contest, and it might be the same tonight.
Yeah, and from memory, it was that faster. Just get the ball in your front half and see what we can create. And I think without Rankin and Thilthorpe down there, that's going to impact their ability, the Crows, to score in their front half. But they do have enough players who can make the most of opportunities down there.
Just a little one on the Cats coaching as well. So we've got a few minutes before we've got to join. But Geelong have had 19 finals appearances in the last 22 years. They're a pretty successful club. And where Chris Scott has them right now is that in terms of key metrics that premiership sides have, which is you've got to be top 6 in points against from turnover, ball movement from D50 to inside 50 and inside 50 differential. Geelong are top 6 for 3 of those, and they're just outside the one that they're currently struggling to get to, which is their ball movement. So really they've got the premiership profile right now again.
Yeah, and they've certainly got the list for it. I enjoyed James Riley's comments just around how they got beat up by the Blues around stoppage, and so I'm looking forward to that little match-up tonight around the midfield, especially in the wet. But this Geelong midfield kick up the backside against Carlton last week, and in the wet conditions here tonight, I expect it should suit them.
It does feel like there's a bit of a trend there in Geelong's losses. They've had a couple of close ones, but the one to Port Adelaide a couple of months ago by 30 and then the one to the Blues last week, I think it's just between the ears. Yeah. Really, structurally, they're doing so much right, the Cats, and then when they get out-muscled and outmatched in terms of pressure and effort, that's what's unravelled.
It's hard to get a line on them. I think you mentioned this, Tom, in the pre-game as well. It's just like the teams they've lost to are really unusual.
Yeah.
And so, you look at the Crows and they've not beaten a team who's currently on the ladder. None of the teams they've beaten are above 11th. And then you go, you look at the Cats and they've they've lost to the Suns by quite a lot in the opening round. Hawks, Port and Blues. There's no clear line on that.
Makes it tricky to assess, but it's certainly set to be a big game because both clubs want to make a statement. The voices of Lauren Arnell alongside Rod Jamieson, Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you for tonight. No late changes, the Crows and the Cats coming your way for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. That text line 0437 774 774. So Hugo Hall-Kahan, the product out of Williamstown, who averaged 27 touches in the VFL, picked 10 in the mid-season draft, getting a crack. And Taylor Walker returning after his showdown hamstring. He had 5 goals in the SANFL, his first game in the twos in 12 years, and had 3 against the Cats back in round 3, so he's sure to make an impact. Geelong get Jack Martin back, but lose Lawson Humphreys as well, so it should be a big game. 4th up against 8th. Blockbuster coming your way next for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
For over 2 decades, Geelong has been the benchmark of finals footy. 19 appearances in 22 years. They are one of the biggest tests in the game, and they arrive in South Australia at a pivotal point in the Adelaide Crows campaign. Last year's minor premiers have currently fallen short of expectations, but are still right in the hunt for finals. There is no better place to silence that noise and really make a statement than on the Thursday night stage. Geelong are trying to do something similar, though. They've had a pretty good run at 8-4, but they had that shock loss to Port Adelaide here 2 months ago, the surprising loss to Carlton last week. They'll have plenty of confidence about this matchup, given they've won their last 6 against the Crows, but would want to get the job done off a 5-day break against a team who's had the bye and is refreshed. There are no late changes for those who've just joined us. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Hugo Hall-Kahan, the debutant for the Crows. Taylor Walker back. No Rankin or Thilthorpe for them. Geelong with 3 changes. Jack Martin returns. Jack Bowes and Ollie Wiltshire in. Lawson Humphreys, Brad Close and Mitch Edwards out for the Cats. 0437 774 774 the text line. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you alongside premiership players Rod Jamieson and Lauren Arnell. In terms of the Crows season, Jamo, you know I'm always like to be a little bit sensationalistic about things, but tell us where you feel they're at. Is it as doom and gloom as they need to get going now?
Well, I don't think it is as doom and gloom. I think as the season's going on, they will get better. And yes, I think for me, they've lost 5 and 4 of them under 9 points. So they've been in the games and they've had their moments and opportunities to win the game. Injuries, yes, have played a factor. Particularly Thilthorpe and Rankin being out is significant again too. So being able to get them all in at the same time, performing at the right time. Taylor Walker comes back in after 5 goals against Glenelg in the SNFL on a bye. So, look, I haven't given up on them, and we were pretty bullish around this in the local grandstand show a couple of weeks ago too, that it's easy to probably be cynical and pull them apart off the season they had last year as to where they're currently at. I sort of have them around about that 6 to 8 at the end of the year, and in terms of just me as to how they're tracking, they're sort of tracking as to how I thought they would track. So
the discussions that we were having in that show about a fortnight ago was just, is it excuses for the Crows, or is it the reality that yes, the draw is harder because of where they finished, the injuries have piled up, and just haven't been in terms of the right timing? Is that the reason, Lauren, or is it purely, maybe they have underperformed this year?
I think you also have to weigh up how good was the draw last year. I think that was, and they were playing exceptional footy, and now what we spoke about just earlier around the evolving way that the best teams are playing and how fast they play. And then I'm not sure you can give too much away, Jamo, but you read between the lines on Thilthorpe, and I think I saw something during the week as well where there might be some days where he struggles to walk well enough, and then he's got to roll out and play games as the key forward and probably the second best player for the Crows behind Jordan Dawson. So, there's challenges around that, but the reality is they haven't beaten a team that is currently above 11th on the ladder And the only team they've really lost to heavily is the Lions in round 9, and all the others has been pretty narrow. So I think tonight, and it's easy to say this sitting in a commentary box on level 5 of Adelaide Oval, but tonight is the true test for the Crows, and this is the game that will swing the season. And I know we called games earlier in the year together, and I'm very much sort of get to sort of round 10 and then things start to wash out. Tonight, we get a real understanding of where the Crows really are at.
The hard part is that the draw is only going to get more difficult. So they had the 9th hardest to start the year. It becomes the 6th hardest across the next month, and then they wrap up the year with the 4th hardest. So you're right, even though it is Geelong, and it's about building momentum because they've got the Dogs up next who are starting to get all their troops back. The D's, showdown, West Coast at Perth aren't exactly easy beats either. So it's going to be a tricky run home for Adelaide. So even though, we were bullish, Jamo, about the fact that they get the troops back and then it starts to click, if you're sitting down in 8th at that point, time's running out.
Yeah, no, look, I'm not going to defend them because of my background at all. Like, I think, again, like last year, they kicked 207 goals amongst their top 5, and that's the most they've kicked in nearly 5 or 6 years. Like, the scoring power they had last year, the way they navigated through a game, again, when things came at them or it got hard, they were able to slow it down, go fast, or just work it out. And the last 2 games at home and locally, we sat back and said, they could not have set it up any better last year. Absolutely. They finished top 2 home finals and then an opportunity to play in a granny, and they lose both those games. And the way they played in those 2 games, Loz, was the worst 2 games for their entire season.
And that's why tonight is the test, because you're playing what should be a top 4 team. You're at home. It's round 13. Yes, you're missing a few troops. Everybody is. I think tonight, if you can navigate the same scenarios that you've mentioned, that we know this team can navigate like they did last year, let's see it again tonight in the middle of the season when it really, really matters to set the rest of the season up.
Yeah. So, look, I'm keen. And conversely, too, when you have a look at Geelong, I mean, yes, they've only lost the 4, but 2 of them against Carlton and Port Adelaide, which you'd probably say that they're well out of the 8, So, again, it's sometimes the opposition can get a hold of you and you have bad nights and, again, form, injury, whatever the case may be. But I think Geelong are a seriously good side.
Voices of Rod Jamieson and Lauren Arnell with you as part of Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, the build-up to Adelaide and Geelong. If we're talking about mid-season reviews when it comes to the Crows, there's probably no one better to ask than their chairman, who's been good enough to jump into the box tonight in the build-up to game time, set to be a big one here in South Australia. John Olsen, welcome to ABC Sport.
Good to be with you guys.
We'll get into the nitty-gritty in a moment. I want to talk about the SA Freeze. So 3rd year in a row. You can see the beanies everywhere. We're getting some big-name sliders heading down pre-game, half-time. Just talk to us about how it came together a few years ago and why it's so important that even though we've got the King's Birthday Clash, that South Australia jumps in and does this as well.
Well, as Neil Danaher did, he took the challenge across Australia. Became Australian of the Year because of the endeavours that he put in place. And so we wanted to be part of that, and Tim Silvers drove that, to be part of MND and participate in some way. And so over the journey we have, obviously, and my understanding is outside Victoria, we are the biggest contributor to the endeavour. And there's, sometimes things are better and bigger than football. And when you talk about MND and how it impacts people, and I had a personal friend who contracted MND, and I saw what it did to him. And I've been absolutely amazed how Neil Danaher, with that disease, over years pursued the agenda on it, raised its profile across this country, that moving towards finding a cure, how great a legacy has he left as a result of that?
Did you get a chance to chat to Neil before his recent passing, just obviously with what you've been able to accomplish?
No, I didn't. I previously had talked to his daughter when she was over here last year, and Matt, the CEO, also. I've had discussions with them, but not, unfortunately, with Neil.
I imagine they're over the moon with what you've been able to accomplish, though.
Well, it's asthma. Well, it sort of beat the chill on the hill. Well, tonight you're not going to beat the chill on the hill. Doesn't matter what you're doing. However, it's our small contribution to what is an outstanding program by an outstanding man.
It's a big night for your footy club, Geelong in
You bet
town.
it is.
They're
You bet.
bit of a perennial bully sometimes in terms of their record. So a big test for you guys. But you've had 14 days to stew on the year. How are you feeling like you're progressing?
The break came at a good time for us. It enabled us to stop, assess the season so far. But I put this to you: we are 6-5. We were 7-4 at the same time last year, and ended up being minor premiers. We've had key players of our injured squad, key players part of that, whereas a lot of clubs has been spread across the squad. So my argument would be that it's impacted us, some of those injuries in a more substantial way. And when you lose games by 8 points, 6 points and a miserable 2 points, then you sort of focus, our best is good enough. We've got to have consistency, quarter by quarter, game by game, and that's what we're focusing on now. And I think the break will have assisted us in that process.
And that's what I was keen to clarify with you is, when you have 2 weeks on your hands, a lot of people start to unpack all the numbers and how it's all sitting. And Nixie came out this week and was pretty strong that we are not going to change the game plan. We think this is a winning formula. So do you feel the same as a board, that where you're going to right now is going to win you a flag?
Well, coming out of this taking stock over the bye, we come out united in the view that we're nearly there. We've got to take it up another gear. We accept we've got to take it up another gear, particularly with consistency and beyond one single quarter or 4 quarters in the match. But we're not far off the pace. And if we get our injuries sorted and get our key players back, you've got Mark King playing Samful this weekend. He'll be back hopefully in the not too distant future. Isaac, Rankin and Cummins. When we get those guys back as well, we've got depth in our squad, and depth means good outcomes, one would hope. And you've got what it is an extraordinary story. Hugo, been with us a week and he's playing. And the last time I understand was that 20 years ago when Patrick Dangerfield, as a schoolboy playing under 18s in Victoria, came to South Australia to participate. So a bold call by the coaching group this week. That was the last bold call. Just have a look at Dangerfield. He's going to be captain out here tonight, opposing us. So the development of the Adelaide squad over his journey, we contributed to Patrick Dangerfield's development of his craft and an outstanding captain.
I think the one before that was Ben Hart as well, when he turned up in his school uniform too, and then came in and to this very day sort of sits as the number 4th player most games played. Taylor Walker 309 tonight. Yes. He only has to play another 4 or 5 and he'll be the 3rd most gamed player for the footy club.
Well, Taylor's, as you would know, Taylor has just been an outstanding contributor to the club. And for the guy to go back and sample, and he understood this was the criteria for the extended year, and it wouldn't surprise me if Taylor's got in mind season 27, the way he's going.
Well, I was going to ask you that, a more broader football question. I don't know if you've heard sort of discussions today. Zach Butters' 8-year deal, potentially to Richmond, talking $18 million. How long's too long, John?
That is high risk, and particularly when the AFL now requires you, as the chair and the CEO, to sign off that you take full responsibility, meaning the AFL will not bail your club out down the other end and compensate you if you want to take on those long-term contracts. I have a view that the contracts are getting too long-term, and that is providing real pressure on clubs to be competitive. You want to be competitive, which means you want to position your squad and bring in the people that you want and have a highly competitive elite squad on the deck all the time. But you can't put it at risk of the financial base of your club, because if you put that at risk, then, it's like a pack of cards. Things fall down on you. So,
John, not to stitch you up there, but $10 million over 7 years, is that an okay contract offer?
Well, I reckon 5 years is a good horizon in anybody's language. But, look, there's things like restraint of trade. There's federal legislation on restraint of trade, and there's a whole lot of issues that build into this. But from a club president's point of view, long-term contracts have high risk to them, and you've got to go into it very, very carefully. Otherwise, you put your club at risk.
So the reason I ask you that, and I know the club doesn't like talking about other players publicly, but Zach Bailey's been heavily linked, Tom Sparrow's another one. Are you pretty confident that you're going to get a big fish in the off-season?
We very carefully and deliberately focus on what our needs are, and we target that need, and if that doesn't come off, we don't take second best. We simply focus on what our needs are.
You talked about long-term deals. A very short-term deal as your coach, Matthew Nicks, only till the end of next year.
Yep.
Is this a defining sort of part of his coaching tenure, this second half of the season, especially coming off a minor premiership year?
Everybody wants to play finals footy. Everyone has a focus on it. Nixie is in the same category as I. That is, and it's the whole board and the club and our supporter base. We want to play finals. That's our focus. And we learnt the year before last not to get ahead of yourself. So we look at each game, week at a time, build it up, position ourselves, get into the finals and address it then.
You think the fans might start to get a bit impatient, though?
Well, over my 6 years at the club, I've seen impatient fans. When you go through a rebuild, rebuilds are really difficult. They are time-consuming, and you can't accelerate them and fast-pace them. You've got to do it deliberately, so you're in it for the long haul. So you don't just have a blip today and get a bit of success today and then you drop off. Sustained success is what every club wants to achieve. That means you've got to be quite deliberate and focused and disciplined in how you go about attracting talent to the club. And I'd argue in the last few years, the club has done a really good job in bringing in key talent to supplement our squad.
John, a couple before we let you go. Firstly, great interview with the advertiser during the break, just kind of letting everybody know where the club is at. But you dropped a line about the mid-season review of the football department, which on paper sounds very dramatic. I'm sure every club does it during the break. But what did you learn from your review?
What we learned from that, we wanted to test, in particular the board wanted to test what are our injuries compared to other clubs. And that was the key focus of that. And it came back and said that we didn't have more injuries or about the same number of injuries at other clubs, but the difference was our key players were in the injuries list, and more of our key players were in the injury list compared to other clubs. And so that's where we had a disadvantage, I think, in the injury. This game has accelerated in pace. And that's why you're getting hamstrings and soft tissues during the course of the game. It's more entertaining for spectators. I think Greg Swan, when he said, I think this week that the rule changes have improved the game from a spectator's point of view. I agree with him. But that's come at a cost of the injuries because of the pace of the game.
So there wasn't anyone at fault inside the club. You just think the state of the game is what's caused the problems?
Well, I think the state of the game, the fast pace of the game contributed to everybody. But for us, we had some of our key players had niggling injuries during the course of the last 7 or 8 games, and that's impacted disproportionately for us.
Before we let you go, John, any chance you could go down the slide at any given point over the next few years?
No way in the world. I'm more than happy to cheer everybody else on. But my defence is having a bald head is not good and conducive to going into ice baths.
What about these three who've got the beanie on, John? I'm the only one that doesn't have one on.
The scrum jammer off the list of invites as well. John, congratulations on everything you've been able to do the last few years, and hopefully tonight you get the result you're after.
Good on you. We're hunting hard.
Great to have the Crows chairman, John Olsen, in the box in the build-up to Adelaide and Geelong here on ABC Sport. There are no late changes. Big game for both clubs. The Crows coming in at 8th. They're 6-5 on their year. Geelong currently 8-4 and in 4th, and they're heading out onto the Adelaide Oval right now. It's a stomping ground that's been pretty fruitful for them, even though they had that shock loss to Port Adelaide here a couple of months ago by 30 points. Around that, they've won 5 of their last 6 here. And when it comes to playing the Crows, they love this matchup. So they've won the last 6 against them, 9 of the last 10. I think it's like 22 of the last 29 or something. It gets out of hand in terms of how they perform against this football club. There's a few factors around that, including Tom Stewart, who seems to really enjoy this matchup. But you never say never when it comes to a 5-day break against a team who's fresh off the bye.
And we talked about fans being impatient, and we talked about the feedback that they've been getting in the break. I think that will be a big test for Matthew Nicks. We've talked about his coaching, and that's not taking anything away from Chris Scott, who's a master tactician, but he really has had the wood over Matthew Nicks in these matchups. And I know early in that coaching tenure, the Crows were in a rebuild, as John Olsen just mentioned then, the chairman. But I'm interested to see some of the tactical moves tonight, whether... could the Cats send someone back to Wayne Miller? Is that the role that, Oisin Mullen gets tonight to stop his run-off halfback, which is something that Crows have talked about that they're really trying to generate. And that will be the challenge, I think, for Matthew Nicks in this second half of the season. I have to concur with John Olsen in terms of the Crows have lacked continuity this year with injuries. But what you said before, Lauren, is like, how long do we have to wait? We get to round 10. We're now at round 13. We're sort of waiting for it to click. It's going to have to do it soon for them to be actually serious in 2026.
There was a great yarn in News Corp today about Geelong's success over the last few years. So that they've been in the top 8 for least injuries over the last 3 campaigns. And as a result, they tend to find themselves at the back end when it comes to finals football. So healthy lists certainly help.
In one of the coldest places of all time too, being Geelong. I do think about how they go about training down there in this environment where you go up north, lies in Queensland, and a lot of players, just that climate, it tends to extend their life in the game, but Geelong seem to find a way.
Case in point, right in front of you, Jamo. I think I went up as a 32-year-old and didn't miss a game for 3 years of the back end of my career, and I never felt better in that warmth. But I think I have heard bits and pieces out of Geelong. They structure their schedule a lot differently. They give enormous autonomy to these senior players. I know the younger guys that get drafted their first couple of years, they do a lot more than your Jeremy Cameron types, and there's a lot of trust placed in those types of guys, and it's paying off for them.
You even look at Tyson Stengel, who hasn't been at the footy club for half the year, and it sounds like he's going to play VFL next week. He's straight back into the system and almost ready to go. So they tend to do something different down at the Cattery in terms of keeping players hooked in and healthy and ready to go. This is the 8th week out of the last 9 where they've managed to play us, so they keep everybody fresh and rotated. The Adelaide Crows heading out onto the Adelaide Oval. Crowd slowly building, and the rain seems to have subsided for now. It was a little wet this afternoon, especially in the drive-in, but the hill's starting to fill out for what is the SA freeze as part of the King's birthday weekend. So the Crows, with their 14-day break, had the loss to the Hawks at Launceston by 9 before it, and come in tonight 6-5, trying to claim their first big scalp of the season, but have to do so without Isaac Rankin and Riley Thilthorpe and Jamo and Loz. I guess the exciting part about that is it's very likely Joshua Shelley heads back on ball, and the last time he did so against Geelong earlier this year, he had a career-high 31 touches.
Well, he didn't attend a centre bounce in last week's game, or against Hawthorn, which was surprising too. So I guess his game is evolving, but, listening to James Riley as well, when you have a look at Geelong, against Carlton, their clearance, they got smashed in that area. The centre stuff was okay, but around the ground, and when you have a look at Bailey Smith, Max Holmes and Tom Atkins, they are the 3 best at it. And they're in the top 10 in the AFL as well too. So it's going to be a big test for Barry Peatling, Saligo and Dawson in the middle of the ground. Blitzad's been the only ruckman.
Do you get a read, Jamo, at all out of the Crows on why Rochelle hasn't been to more CBs?
No, I haven't actually too. Other than maybe they feel he's more dangerous up forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's the hard bit, is choosing, where do you put him, because he's so damaging, particularly in that forward 50.
And I heard, Chris Scott talk about Jordan Dawson, didn't he? And he spoke about, he's great back, he's a great midfield, he's a great forward. The challenge for coaches is, where do we actually play him?
The interesting one with Rochelle is that, defensive side of game, it's an easy thing to pull out. But it is a brutal role in the midfield. He's played forward most of his career. We know he's got the dash. We know he's got the skills, but those hard, mature bodies, clashing in contests around the ground certainly wears you down.
And particularly the pace of someone like a Bailey Smith, one of the best players in the competition this year. He's got to be right up there in the Brownlow. His work rate around the ground, asking a guy like Joshua Shelley, who hasn't spent anywhere near that amount of time on ball, if he's got to run the other way and play defensively against a Bailey Smith tonight, he's probably going to find himself in a bit of strife.
Averages 32 touches. He's the league leader for disposals and had 40 against the Crows back in round 3 at Cardinia. So it is a big matchup tonight, whoever goes to Bailey Smith. The Joshua Shelley one, so if the numbers compared to when he was on ball to when he wasn't are kind of pretty stark in terms of the difference in terms of his impact. So when he started the season, first 6 games in the midfield without Isaac Rankin, averaging 23 touches, 5 clearances and nearly 2 goals per game. It's 1.8. Then in the last couple of weeks, so the last 5 where they flipped the role, he dropped down to 15 touches, 1 clearance and 1.6 goals. So, look, Rankin is very damaging, and that's probably the argument, is maybe he's more damaging than what Rochelle does. But his numbers have essentially halved by moving back into that half forward role.
Well, I'm getting older and my eyesight's slowly getting worse, but from what I can see right now, Rochelle's warming up with the forwards.
Well, the fact that he's kicked 8 in goal 8 too. So, mate, that's,
yeah.
That's why, I guess, the opportunity and his touch and his skill, I guess, over the time, the expectation of what they wanted from him. And he's learnt the defensive side of the game now, but I guess to put him in and have a go in the centre from time to time, but I guess the speed and the way he reads the football and the quality of player he takes back, just leave him. You almost want to just put him in the square and push everyone out 30 or 40 metres.
I think if we're going to talk about Crows centre bounce, we should be talking about Sam Berry in the season that he's had. He leads the competition in tackles. He was showdown medalist. I think he's been exceptional and taken every opportunity that's been put in front of him. So you balance that out, and if you're Matthew Nicks, you go, well, you've got to give a guy like Sam Berry an opportunity to continue to thrive in that space.
Excellent scouting from Loz as well in terms of who's out there at the moment. So the midfield mix, you've got Berry, Peatling, Saligo's out there, Dawson, Dan Curtin and Braden Cook in there as well, maybe more of wing roles, but Cookie saw a little bit on ball against Hawthorn, as did Curtin, and one probably performed better than the other. But, yeah, that looks like it's going to be the 6 they'll be working with tonight in terms of their midfielders.
Well, it just goes back to them backing themselves, doesn't it? Backing what they know, backing what they're doing, playing their players in their usual positions. We've seen other clubs throw it around a bit this year, but, they're certainly backing themselves in, at the halfway point of the season.
6 minutes till the game gets underway here, Adelaide and Geelong, to kickstart round 13 for Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. I might hand it over to Rod Jamieson and Lauren Arnell. Who's winning and why tonight, team?
Well, I actually don't know. I've come here sort of optimistic, but I think Geelong are gettable. I really do. And I guess off their last visit here to Port Adelaide, they didn't perform well. The pressure applied. And, yes, they got rolled again last week, and I wouldn't expect them to come out after the way they got beaten up against Carlton, albeit the margin was very small, but just the contested stuff which they pride themselves on, the way they move the football. Just to me, too many of the Geelong players have too big a days out. You talk about Bailey Smith, Jeremy Cameron, Max Holmes, these types of players, Tom Atkins. When it comes to Adelaide Oval and up against Adelaide particularly, they actually just smash them. So they tend to have bogey sides, Adelaide, and Geelong is one of them. Head-to-head, 53, 32 wins to Geelong, 21 to Adelaide, and yet here 14 wins, and predominantly Loz, most of them against Adelaide.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a close game. I think there'll be a couple of goals in it, but I do think it'll go Geelong's way. I think Jack Martin coming into the team is a good one for the Cats. He was one of their best players last time they played in Geelong. He kicked 3 goals, and that dynamic forward line that they've got is important, but the midfield, there's not many better in the AFL, and I think tonight I expect Geelong to bounce back. They got tidied up by the Blues around stoppage last week. We've seen the results across the remainder of the season. I expect a strong rebound from the Cats and win by a couple of goals.
Did a deep dive on the numbers to try and figure out of their 4 losses, what is their weakness, Geelong, and it differs from game to game. The only one that really stood out was contested possession. So they've lost that by an average of 10 in all 4 of the games that they've lost. So maybe it just comes down to effort tonight for the Crows. Outwork them like Carlton did last week, and that might be enough.
Well, I think the Geelong defence are miserly too, and they will give you a bit of space. And again, the intercept stuff is of concern, but their firepower, when you got Jeremy Cameron 34, Sean Manor 20, Jack Martin Loz touched on, Oliver Dempsey, but then you have a look at Oliver Henry, he's kicked 20, and Patrick Dangerfield up there for 10, and we're sitting here watching Shannon Neal bomb screw punts like post high in the warm-up. So their ability to be able to score through multiple options, this is what we were sitting here talking about Adelaide last year about.
And the rain's cleared up just in time, I reckon, too. It's going to tidy up. The surface is beautiful out on Adelaide Oval, so we should expect a nice fast game, and I think that's the only way the Crows win is if they play super fast out of their back half. They challenge the Geelong spare that's down the line, particularly Tom Stewart. The best way, I think, to play around that is to play really quick. He can't move fast if you move the ball faster.
And I think they'll want to maintain possession in when they go forward. So I think as quickly as they want to go, they will want to give it up. because Geelong are the fourth fastest scoring team from turnovers back the other way.
Yep, that's one of the top 4 categories you've got to be in if you're a premiership profiler, and Geelong are 3 of the 4 categories required. Sydney's the only team that are top 6 in all 4 right now, so they'll certainly be up there at the end of the year. But it is shaping up how the ladder's kind of looking, where your top 4 teams are right in the mix in terms of what you need to do to win it all here in the AFL. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. No late changes at the Adelaide Oval. Sitting up. Teams getting ready with a couple of minutes before the bounce as well. And should mention, I know we love our numbers, but history kind of says that when teams come off the bye against a team who's been playing through, they tend to lose more often than not, the team that's rested. That isn't so much the case with Adelaide and Geelong. So when Adelaide have had the bye against non-bye teams, they're actually 7-3. Other way in terms of Geelong, when they're non-bye against bye, they're 4-4 since 2020. So look, it means nothing. There's stats that just say it's going to be a level game. Should be fun tonight.
You need to play more golf. That's what you need.
Too much time on my hands, Jamo, very clearly. Rod Jamieson, Lauren Arnell, your experts tonight. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you as well. So no Isaac Rankin, no Riley Thilthorpe here at the Adelaide Oval, but we do get to see Hugo Hall-Kahan out there, the mid-season draftee for the Crows out of Williamstown, who averaged 27 touches a game. And Matty Samet currently unleashing on the saxophone as well here at the Adelaide Oval. A warm welcome to everyone joining us from WA for the Crows and the Cats. No late changes. We're about to get underway for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. All right, Jamie, you kind of talked around it, but give us your tip.
I'm going to go Adelaide.
Loz?
Cats by 2 goals. I think, they'll play a super fast brand of footy. It's going to be a good game.
Tommy?
I'm with the Cats. I think they're going to be steaming after last week's result, and their record against Adelaide, 9 of the last 10, the last 6 is too hard to ignore.
I think I'm Geelong as well. I think they're a team that, outside of their shock losses, they play a pretty good brand.
Lockie McAndrew sitting number 5th, hit-outs to advantage. Sam Berry in the top 4. He'll go head-to-head with Tom Atkins, so they'll get their hand on it first.
Coin toss has just occurred downstairs. Josh Muddy had his eyes on it. Welcome to the program, Josh.
Thanks very much, Aaron. And Jack Bowes in game 150 for Geelong was rewarded with the coin toss duties, and he won as well, so maybe a good omen as well. The Cats will kick towards the southern end of the ground in this first half. But as Lauren has mentioned, the rain has dried up for now, which is good, but still walking along the boundary. Really slippery conditions, as slippery as I've felt in my time walking around Adelaide Oval. So let's hope out in the centre it's not quite as bad. Matty Nix has spoken pre-game. Some interesting matchup news ahead of this one. So Callum Archie, who of course hurt his thumb against the Hawks, was maybe touch and go to play tonight. Well, he's got the job on Tom Stewart, so that is a huge task. He's tormented the Crows in recent times, and Max Michaelanning will get the huge job as well on Jeremy Cameron. So some interesting honesty from the coach early days, and we're really well set for this one. Just having a look at the bench, Jack Bowes, that man, there's won the toss, but he'll start on the bench for the Cats. Tanner Bruin, O'Shane Mullen, the Tagger, Mark Blitzarves and Sean Manor start there for the Cats. Keys, Toby Murray, Saligo and Nane Curvis are on the bench for the Crows, alongside the man who was working in retail just 8 days ago in Hugo Hall-Kahan. Can't wait.
Here we go. It's Adelaide and Geelong for round 13 action. Lauren Arnell, Rod Jamieson, your experts. Aaron Bryans to call the action and get us underway. Here is Tom Wilson for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Huge clash. So much on the line for the Crows. Not quite now or never. And McAndrew wins the knockdown straight down towards Peatling in the wrong direction. He's tackled. He's dispossessed by Bailey Smith. Soccering ball by Max Holmes. That goes took forward, and a gather there from the Crows defender, or the Crows forward rather, in Henry. Flicks it all the way back to Jeremy Cameron. He goes that barrel that we were talking about in the pre-game there. Jamo up towards Jack Martin. Was he held? He was, by Wayne Miller. He's going to get a free kick 20 out from goal.
Well, I think that might be a tactic actually too. So Jeremy Cameron started on the wing. Dan Curtin just ran straight over the top of the football. Again, we spoke about the ability to turn over. The Cats will kill you. Jeremy Cameron's just bombed a 50-metre screw punt to the top of the square.
Jack Martin hurt them last time with a defining goal, and he's pushed it right. That's a shocker. For such an elite player. Big let-off for the Crows. Minor score for the Cats. The first of the night, 1 minute in.
Wayne Miller to bring it back out of the defensive goal square. He was the man the Crows got with the pick. They traded for Patrick Dangerfield, and he's kicked it straight down his throat. Danger left half forward, gets the turnover and wants to play on. He balks past Dawson, drives it from 65 to the goal square. Flying and marking is Martin. Right back where we came from. Geelong get a set shot, top of the goal square.
That was actually really disappointing from Wayne Miller. Looking here at the replay, he actually went to try and mark.
Plays on, hooks it around the body, and Jack Martin does get the first for the Cats on his second bite. It is Geelong 1-1-7. The Crows yet to score 90 seconds into the opening term.
A solid start from Patrick Dangerfield. I cannot believe he's still getting booed here at Adelaide Oval. That blows my mind. But the first hands sent a bounce, and then the rebound back inside 50. What a mark from Jack Martin. We know he kicked 3 goals, as he said, last time they played, but electric start from the Cats and just as fast as we expected.
2 turnovers, hey, in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, big concern. And just the one touch really officially there for the Crows, Jamo.
I haven't done my footy tipping.
You get the away team.
Well, it might work out all right.
Back in the middle of the ground, Crows need a response. Knocked down by De Koning, gathered by Berry for Adelaide. Handballs to the captain in Dawson. He goes with that long left foot up towards left half forward. Ball comes to ground between Zach Taylor and Zach Guthrie. Taylor gathers, gets it on the handball. He's snapping for goal! Straight through the middle. The response Adelaide needed within 30 seconds. Great stuff, Zach Taylor. They're on the board, 1 straight 6, Geelong 1-1-7.
Really like the little handball from Alex Neil-Bullen to release Taylor. Very team-oriented and disciplined play, and it's been an interesting matchup to start the game. Neil-Bullen has Max Holmes. Holmes spat through that first centre bounce, and Neil-Bullen had to go all the way through the other end with him, and to come back the other way, Holmes has made a bit of an error defensively there, and Neil-Bullen's burned him to release Taylor. I love that from a high half forward. Really unselfish and clean play, and the rain has just arrived again.
Sometimes a game just slows down for some players too, and I think it does for Alex Neil-Bullen.
So this thick blanket now across the Adelaide Oval. Had this little bit of drizzle for persisting for a few hours, but this is pretty heavy here. Tap down the middle by McAndrew, but Dangerfield's there for the Cats. Hands it to Smith. Now Jeremy Cameron. Cross on the left off half-back. Hits Jack Martin flush. True centre half forward, too far out to score. Wanted the runner. The Crows had it scouted. Martin will lean back and place it towards Dempsey. He's one out in the cage. Butts comes late with a double fist. Knocks it over the boundary line. 25 out, left forward pocket. It's the Cats by a point. Crowd sticking around for now as well, despite the conditions. It could be a chilly night. Emblematic of the SA freeze. Feel for the sliders who might be warmer in the ice. Tossed in, McAndrew taps it down. Martin, though, sharks it, juggling under a bit of pressure, can't control it. Worrell puts his head over the footy, shoots a handball back to Braden Cook, who thumps it low and hard out of there, slips through the midst of Neil-Bullen. Out the back door was O'Sullivan. He hacked it in. It would have landed in the lap of Myers, but he turned his body away from the footy. Missed the mark, gets another crack. Handball out to Neil. Dangerfield, 45 out. This will really get the crowd frustrated. He curls it through. Patrick Dangerfield against his old mob. The pantomime villain tonight. It is Geelong back up by 7. 2-1-13 to the Crows. 1 straight 6. 4 played on ABC Sport.
Well, there's just over 4 minutes played. Paddy Dangerfield's had 112 metres gained, 3 kicks and a goal now. I love that he started on ball. We've seen him play a lot of time forward, and Holmes has been one of Geelong's best players this year. Started at half back. I just love the ability for Geelong to throw players around and move them and still be able to play a role wherever you are. But what a start from Dangerfield.
Yeah, Wayne Miller was on Jack Martin, had a couple of touches and now gone over to Wiltshire. I just think Geelong always find a way to make you panic as well, and particularly that Sandberry handball inside the defensive 50 wasn't required, put Dawson under pressure, and again, another turnover.
Well called, Jamo. Back in the middle of the ground, Dangerfield, the goal kicker, steps inside, high ball forward, up to the point off the centre square. Very aggressive one-handed attempt there from Wiltshire. Didn't get the free kick, probably deserved one, but the Crows are going to win it now, and Saligo's got the footy in the centre square. Rain is tumbling down pretty heavily here at Adelaide Oval, making conditions very difficult. So Saligo just pumps it down the pipe to centre half forward. Ball in dispute when Taylor Walker brought it to ground. Colin Jasny gathered the footy, turned it over. Walker gathers now, handballs towards Dawson, misses the target. Atkins also couldn't grab the slippery footy. It'd be a cake of soap out there. It's socked out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket, Adelaide's end. They trail by 7 points. We've had 6.5 minutes gone in this first term.
Now, I have to give a cheerio to the ABC Roger Wills. It was his birthday the other week, and he's a mad Geelong man, and I said I'd say hello. I'd be sitting in front of the fire listening to the wireless, as he refers to it, Aaron.
One of the greats of the public broadcaster, tossed in. De Koning tapped it down, but Dan Curtin zigs and zags through traffic. His check side from 30, no good. Wide right and into the scoreboard. It's a blemish for the Crows. 1-1-7. Geelong 2-1-13. Dan Curtin showing a bit of explosiveness there. 6 minutes in.
Very classy in these conditions. Tom Stewart brings it out for Geelong. Up long towards De Koning. McAndrew dropped the mark. Michael Lanny puts his head over the ball. But too strong were the Cats midfielders. Dangerfield to Cameron. That was clever. A banana kick inside. Ollie Henry dropped the mark, got in the back of his Crows opponent. Ball in dispute inside the forward 50. Handball was farmed out towards Wilshire. He snaps on the right. Can't quite get the journey. Miller on the last line of defence. Punches it through. Minor score. 2-2-14 are the Cats. Adelaide 1-1-7, 7.5 gone.
Put themselves under a bit of pressure with the play on out of the defensive goal square. Led to Miller, bangs it long, juggling mark in front by McAndrew in the heavy rain. This young ruckman really coming together.
6 hit outs to 0, Lockie McAndrew.
Up to left half forward. Archie uses the body and the ball trickles out the back door. Rochelle toes it to Walker. Feigns one handball, then pushes off O'Connor. Tries to curl it. It's too low and Holmes has got back. Cuts it off for the Cats. Quickly moves it up to left half back. Finds Atkins. Shoots the handball wide to Zach Guthrie. And out towards the eastern wing. Mark taken by Jack Henry near the Odie stand. Cats are up by 7. Jack Henry on the 45 instep. Uses O'Sullivan, who run through the logo. This is a penetrating kick into the 50. Miller read it best, but put it down in the wet. Bounced off his chest. The Cats swarm. Blitzarves gives it wide to Manor. 35 out. Tries to curl it through, but misses to the left. Geelong by 8. Peppering the Crows early on ABC Sport.
And they just go from one end of the ground to the other. Hugo Hall-Khan on the boundary, ready for his first run.
Dawson from left half back, too much on it for Fogarty. Waiting at the back was Holmes for the Cats. Handballs to Colin Jasny. He's got 2 Crows as company. Back to Broon. Up towards right half forward. The numbers favour the Crows and the skipper. Dawson flies over the top for a strong mark, especially in these conditions. Short ball to Peatling. Just had enough weight on it. He quickly handballs to Saligo, who runs through the logo. Kicks up towards centre half forward. Ball in dispute. Crows have the numbers. Walker was clean. What a brilliant handball to Alex Neil-Bullen. He can run all the way into an open goal. The class in the conditions from Adelaide's superstars results in a goal there. 2-1-13, Geelong 2-3-15. 9 minutes gone first term.
We've seen the experienced players really step to the fore already in this game. We've mentioned Dangerfield with the 5 touches and super clean in wet conditions, as has Jeremy Cameron. And add to the mix Jordan Dawson in that play. A really nice overhead mark and direct footy for the Crows. And Geelong have had Mark O'Connor spare during just play-by-play and turnover play. And because Dawson went quick, it allowed them to force him into a 1v1, and Taylor Walker nice and clean up to Neil-Bullen. It's good footy, and that's the way the Crows have to challenge this Cats back line.
Really smart kick by Saligo too. Walker came to the flank, open 50, went over the head into that space to Josh Rochelle, but I guess the weather conditions getting the footy on quickly, and Walker just outstanding.
Cats by 2 and Hugo Hall-Khan is out there on debut. Tapped down, Bailey Smith tumbles it back and Bruin with the volley up and under. Back to the centre square. Neil at his bootlaces couldn't gather. Mullen could. Gets it to Bruin. Kick smothered, but it keeps rolling forward for the Cats. Tumbles inside 50 and racing out to meet it. Hard charge by Michael Lanny. He'll hand it wide. McAndrew on the logo, heads up to left half forward. He's looking for Murray. Hit the deck, coming through Saligo. Toes it up towards Fogarty. Tried to shoot the handball central to Saligo. Well scouted by Guthrie. Got it out to Kolajasny. Tackle, dropped it. No free kick. Toby Murray goes again and is set upon. And we'll get a ball up. 35 out. Oof. Gee, that was tight.
Pretty unlucky, I reckon, Toby Murray.
Incredibly unlucky. That is absolutely stone cold holding the ball.
Quick ball up. Tapped down by McAndrew, was looking for Dawson, little fumble, and has towed it towards the boundary line. And the little roar you heard from Max Michaelani's run is because he looks very similar to Hugo Hall-Kahan. So we might get a bit of that tonight, but the debutant still doesn't have a touch.
You did very well, Aaron.
I did hesitate for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
So boundary throw in. Crows fans certainly reeling after the non-holding the ball call as well. McAndrew knocks it down. Well done, Peatling was quick there. His snap around the body lands in the lap of Kolodjasny for Geelong. Deep in defence. Asked to play on. He's very short to Bruin, right half back.
If Adelaide are going to go to the contest, they have to be aware that Geelong are going to drop one back every time, and we've seen it on 2 occasions already. 2 kicks inside 50, and it's gone straight to the Geelong defence.
Kick down the line, ball ace in front, gets 2 hands to it, and Curvis was being held by his opponent in Mullen, but goes out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. It's about 80 metres from Adelaide's goal. Members side of the ground, left half forward. They're trailing it by 2 points.
Brett in Canberra very bullish on the text line about the Crows. Said Dawson's incident and inability to play has cost them, and they'll bounce back in the back half of the year. Tossed in, McAndrew down, finds Nankervis as a whistle off the ball. Streamlining by was Peatling into goal. Instead, it's going to be a free kick for a hold to the Cats. Atkins to receive it.
Such a good player.
Right half back, short pass to Manor.
He's got like a Tom Selleck moustache too. That's big.
He's got the voice.
I love that Berry and Atkins are in the same midfield mix tonight because you've got 2 of the best tacklers in the league. Manor sends it high and hard through the broadcast wing. Couple of fists come in, but clean at ground level. Gets the handball back to Laird for the Crows, but he hacked it around the body. And Jeremy Cameron's been paid the mark. He fumbled it. Not sure he really had enough as it hit the deck, but gets some relief. And the Cats now look for the switch. O'Sullivan waits for the run, gives it to Kolodjasny, sidesteps his way through Keys. Pressure did impact the kick, but it bounced straight back towards Mullen, who sends it inside 50, and the Cats had numbers everywhere. They'd streamlined forward, and Manor floats into the hole and takes it 20 out.
What a great kick, and in traffic. I don't know if maybe the Ocean Mullen kick was intended to go there, but it ended up there, and what a great result.
So Sean Manor in game 48 tonight, closing in on his milestone, but he's 28 years old, the mature age out of Wirrabee. The Cats just find them. Internationally, locally, whatever league they've got scouts watching. Sean Manor, what a recruit he's been. Comes in, terrible kick. Short drop, short approach. Wide left. Geelong up by 3. Wet conditions at the Adelaide Oval. 13 played in the opening term on ABC Sport.
So second behind in this quarter too. Jack Martin was also 2 or 3 steps.
So Hall-Kahan gets his first touch from the kick-in. It was a good kick, but it went through the hands of his teammates. Ball in dispute at centre-half forward, or centre-half forward for Geelong, that is. Now Graham Myers gets the footy. Quick chip kick to Bruin. They're about 70 from goal, the Cats. Looking for another inside 50. 5-4 in that stat. 6-4 now, up towards full forward. Ball hits the deck. Quick kick forward from that contest is Manor. And Rory Laird will watch that go out over the boundary line. Left forward pocket for Geelong. They're 2-4-16. Adelaide are 2-1-13. Almost halfway through this first quarter for ABC Sport.
Peatling going with Bailey Smith. He's had just the 2 touches.
Geelong by 3. Good crowd despite the conditions. Tossed in. Toby Murray dispatches Neil easily. Double fist. Knocked out. Miller gets it to Saligo. Clearing kick out of defensive 50. Walker caught behind Kolodjasny. Fist came in. The Texan keeps tracking it and does his best to keep it in play as he thumps it with the fist across the body. It rolls over the line and it will be tossed in.
We've heard the Cats talk about contested possession, how important that is tonight. They're currently leading 21-13 over the Crows.
Just in front of the Bashir stand at the moment. Hugo Hall-Kahan alongside Sean Manor. Tossed in, Murray against de Koning. 2 non-traditional rucks, and the Cat wins out. Outside of the boot, up to left half forward. Fist comes in from ball ace. Neil, it bounces, Laird rather, it bounces too. He's tackled quickly. Ball pops out. Crows have numbers. Saligo with a pump fake around Dempsey, then loops the handball over the top as he drew the man. Hall-Kahan into the 50 to a 2-on-2, and juggling the mark amongst traffic is O'Connor. Excellent courage. Takes the intercept mark for the Cats. They still lead by 3. We've played 15 minutes.
Short kick to left half back. Finds O'Sullivan. Just looks like Crows midfielder Jake Saligo's really feeling himself tonight. Good to see him fresh and playing with confidence. Kick goes down the line, gathered by De Koning to Dempsey. The two long-haired blonde fellas get it to Bowes. Kicks inside the forward 50. Flying at that one was Henry, bringing it to ground. Dangerfield gathers, was swung in the 360, got a kick away just in time. Berry fumbled at an important time, tried to get the handball to Miller. And Jordan Butts is wrapped up by Neil, came out at the last moment. Handball for the Crows, goes back to Rory Laird, gets a quick kick out of defence. Toby Murray amongst three Cats takes an important mark at right half back.
Great contested mark.
Just the 2 touches in their last game. He needed some confidence boost, but he's just thrown it away immediately. His kick not weighted well, too heavy and over the boundary line.
You feel for him. His eyes lit up. Fogarty had a heap of space just down the line and missed kick in the wet.
Geelong by 3. Pounding it hard is O'Sullivan towards left half forward. Borlace comes out to meet it with Jack Henry. Knocks it over the boundary line. Robin Greensborough is not happy with the umpiring early. Says there's been a crow throw and a marathon run. Pretty experienced quartet. So 3 of our 4 are veterans. Brent Roseberry, Brendan Hosking, Andre G and Fagner. Peter Bales in his 60th tonight.
I don't think Alex Neil-Bullen needed to go another metre or two. He might have been in some strife.
Tossed in whistle before the ball drop, going Geelong's way. Toby Murray had too much of Sam De Koning. Quickly he'll move the footy. Short pass to Dempsey. Just behind the Rashudo stand, left half forward. Dempsey arcs inboard. Sets it up 20 from home. Couple of flyers. No one can take it. Set upon. Curtin gets a handball out. Borlace gives it to Saligo, who's happy to walk it over. 25 out. It's Geelong by 3. We're approaching time on in the opening term on ABC Sport.
As the conditions are heavy and wet, just both teams, 5 tackles apiece.
So boundary throw in. Geelong with another opportunity. Neil in front of Murray. Gets the hit out down. Peatling gathers. Quick kick on his left foot. Blocked by Bowes just outside the 50. Bailey Smith goes long to the goal square. Flying was Blitzarves. Rove was Jack Henry. Handballs to his brother Ollie, who puts it on his left boot and puts it away to the left. Minus score, so that's 4 straight behinds for Geelong, who have been dominating play at the moment. They're 2-5-17, Adelaide 2-1-13.
Cats' tall forwards have been doing a really good job of creating aerial contest and bringing it to ground. Just the Smalls not making the most of their opportunities just yet.
Voice of Lauren Arnell alongside Rod Jamieson, your experts tonight on ABC Sport. Long exit from Worrell. De Koning at the back. It's like an arm out just to try and keep it in. He did enough to knock it to Bruin. A high wobbler towards the 50. Jack Henry had 2 to beat. Fist came in, but it stayed in. Has it? No. Just rolled over.
Brave by Wayne Miller.
Ollie Henry could have had a crack, but in the end it's a boundary throw-in.
Different story 20 years ago there for Miller, isn't it?
Yeah. Jordan Butts in his 94th game. He's really sort of settled this year and late last year with his defensive work.
Tossed in. Neil commits too early. Slips down the back. Dangerfield's there, though. Hands it to Manor. Geelong back inside 50 through Blitzarves, but he was pushed off his kick. And it rolls right for a minor score. That is a 5th in the row. And that is the margin for Geelong. 2-6-18 to 2-1-13 approaching time on.
12 inside 50s to 6 in favour of the Cats.
So Worrell brings it back in for the Crows. Goes long down the middle, trying to get the corridor going. Fogarty gathers a good handball to Alex Neil-Bullen, who sweeps it out wide to Curtin. Can it sit for him before it goes out of bounds? He's taking on Blitzarves. His Curtin did well. Handball to Archie. Goes the 1-2. 80 from goal. Kicks a high ball up towards Walker. One out in the cage. Punched over the top there. Well done by Bowes. Neil-Bullen grabs it. He'll be happy to be wrapped up by Stewart, and we'll have a ball up just inside the paint of 50 for Adelaide. Left half forward. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom Stewart came straight off the bench and followed exactly by Calamachi as well. So wearing like a glove, just the one kick in for him so far. So working that matchup for the Crows.
De Koning down to Holmes, got it to Blitzarves. He spun around but got a disposal away. Geelong just trying to escape the danger. Holmes back towards Atkins, jammed it forward and it works. Jack Henry gets front position, takes the mark just behind centre wing broadcast side. Wants to play on. Caught napping was his opponent, Borlace. He kicks around him up to right half forward. Jordan Butts takes the intercept mark. He's a man in demand. Dogs and the Roos after him.
So well read. Like Cameron had him done, and if the Geelong player had played on just a little bit quicker, they would have got going there. Well read by Butts.
Butts took back towards the benches. He's looking for Neil-Bullen, but well scouted by Blitzarves, and off hands it rolls over.
Well done by Ugsley Bullen, actually, just to split the contest there and get it over the boundary line. Lockie McAndrew comes back on.
Jackie and Maitland on the text line, loving the insights of Lauren Arnell. Calm and collected, full of confidence and clarity, Loz.
A lot of season K's in amongst all of that.
See you on Yorks and over the weekend. Long weekend.
De Koning won the hit out. Ball's in dispute on the logo. Pile of players diving in there. At the bottom is Patrick Dangerfield, where he loves to live. And we'll have another ball up. Umpire wastes no time. McAndrew down. A little bit too much on that for Dawson and Berry. The umpire's in the way there. No one wants a fine. Atkins dispossessed by Berry. 2 tackling beasts. And that's a handball towards Rochelle. And it's hit him on the legs and gone out of bounds. It's a tough rule, this last possession, when it's a situation like that. But the Cats will bring it back in. So Myers kicks around his body. We know he likes to kick like that, but that was really off the side of his boot and a turnover. So Dawson brings it in. He puts way too much height on that and put Rochelle in a tough spot. Front on contact, free against Myers. So the crowd getting a bit frustrated, but probably just a poor kick there from Dawson forced Rochelle to give away a free kick. Geelong lead by 5 points. O'Sullivan's got it on centre wing.
And 12 marks last week. A couple already tonight. Gets it from Myers, then gives it to Bruin. They're moving it through the half-back line, the Cats, pretty methodically. Tom Atkins is going to direct traffic. He's at the defensive edge. Eventually plays on, sends it down the line. Broadcast wing. Cats currently up by 5. Hits the deck, coming through. Dangerfield back towards the 50. Crows are set up, had the outnumber. Jordan Butts gets the intercept. Short pass back. Gets the crowd a little restless. Worrell takes the mark defensive goal square, then gives it to Rochelle. He'll head to right half back, tracking it well. Bowes cutting across, but good mark taken. Strong at right half back by Taylor. He looks to the centre square, and Adelaide do have the numbers in the corridor. He's hit it pinpoint. Dawson takes the mark, turns on a dime, up towards the 50. Walker's on the march. Nearly had it knocked away late by O'Sullivan. The crowd is incensed. Whistle has not gone their way in the opening term. Geelong pounce. Ollie Henry gets it to Myers and he bangs it forward.
There's a mongrel ball gathered by Worrell. Crows have the numbers again. Butts gathers, gets it to the skipper in Jordan Dawson. Defensive side of centre wing. At 45 ball to Hall Kahan. He's directing traffic in game number 1.
Both sides are actually looking straight into the middle of the ground to try and test each out rather than go down the line.
He goes long, waiting at the back of the Crows' numbers. Ben Keys could have run that in. He's kicked it off his ankle. Right across the face of goal, out of bounds in front of the scoreboard. Oh, he had so much more time. It's easy from up here, and I know the conditions are tough, Josh Money.
You might not actually be able to tell from up there, but it is raining down here. And it is absolutely streaming. It's been consistent. Not a good night to be a boundary rider at all. And Jammer mentions those lack of tackles. It's probably because there's lack of possessions as well.
Tossed in McAndrew with a double tap down, head over the footy, extracting it as Keys gets it to Berry, and he snaps truly. Goal umpire signals at the northern end it's a major, and Sam Berry on the board early. But what about Ben Keys to win the hard footy at ground level? And the Crows hit the front for the first time tonight. 3-1-19 to the Cats, 2-6-18. Time on opening term. Lauren Arnell, Rod Jamieson with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The Crows look their best when the ball's on the ground, don't they? They've got them out the back. They've got the Cats out the back when they've played fast. And then at stoppage, you mentioned Ben Keys, nice and clean. And Sam Berry started the game well again. He's had the 4 touches so far, but 4 contested possessions of those 4, and that's going to be so important tonight. I mentioned that earlier. It's now 36-24, Geelong leading the way in the contest.
Such a brute.
It's the big freeze and the big wet here at Adelaide Oval. Tough conditions. The Crows lead it by a point late in this first quarter. Handball forward from De Koning was good to Atkins, who almost shrugged the tackle from Rochelle. Got a forward handball going, gathered by Curtin for the Crows. Handballs back to Laird. That was good. Finds Taylor, defensive side of the centre wing. Goes short to Peatling. Goes the 1-2 with Taylor. Still in front of the interchange benches, sells some candy for the moment and then slips over the boundary line. It is tough out there. Had the right idea, did young Taylor. And there'll be a boundary thrown right in front of Geelong's bench, who are trailing by a point. They're 2-6-18. They had a run of 5 behinds for Adelaide. Kicked another goal to Sandberry to give them the lead.
Tossed in. Blitzer dispatches McAndrew, just tosses him aside, knocks it down to Bailey Smith, tackled but got the handball forward. Dangerfield streamlining by, toes it up towards Jack Henry, who knocked it back to the skipper. Dangerfield tries to go back in. Nankervis is there to cut it off and knock it over the boundary line. So Geelong just surge footy, not always clean, but they're getting the territory.
Dangerfield playing as a forward. Laird's on the other side of stoppage as a half-back, so he's come in, but Dangerfield spinning through from the backside of stoppage gives him a clean run.
How's this as well? Averaging a career low 12 touches a game, Dangerfield at 36. He's had 12 in the first term. Tossed in. The Crows get the clearance off the tap. High kick back up to the broadcast wing. O'Sullivan with the double fist. Only found Toby Murray. Tried to fake the handball. Tackled for his trouble. Holmes gets him. Wants to go. Turns. Places it onto the lead of Neil. He spotted Cook coming the other way and didn't commit to the mark. Knocked out towards ball ace. It's tackled and his kick ricochets off Neil over the boundary line. I reckon Shannon could have got that, but he hesitated.
Oh, certainly a good effort from Cook. I know that's something he's likely added to his game recently, and yeah, really good defensive effort for the Crows.
And Rochelle, I think, was in that last centre bounce, and then that tack on Atkins as well, just to hold and get the footy back the other way for Adelaide.
Boundary throw-in, gathered by Jack Martin, handball to Myers, got it on the second attempt, back to Smith, back to Martin, shrugs the tackle, quick kick around the body inside the forward 50, and Cameron was all alone. Cameron dropped the mark. Saligo put some pressure on, sockers it away from him. Michaelani goes in for a second attempt. Saligo again, he started the game well at left half back. Over the top towards Dawson, couldn't quite hit the target, but Zach Guthrie's happy to take that out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in just forward of the Cats bench. They're trailing by a point. 27 and a half minutes gone in this first term for ABC Sport.
Richard from Geelong enjoying the call. Seeing some of the footage of the late great Neil Danaher reminds me about how much better the playing surfaces are these days. Imagine if tonight's rain was falling in 1990. Tossed in on hands and knees. Dangerfield gets the handball out to Atkins, but did sell him into trouble. He's pancaked by two Crows. Ball up to come near the logo.
I played at Princess Park once, where the oval was like the middle of the MCG. The entire oval was like that.
Tap down Cats way. Rolling footy forward from O'Sullivan. Miller is there to cut it off. Thumps it back, looking for a Shelley. Couldn't control it. Zach Guthrie left it behind. Holmes gets it out wide. Trying to flirt with the boundary line is Mullen. Did well to keep it in play down at right half forward. Fist comes in from ball ace on Jack Henry. It is a arm wrestle in the wet. Geelong down a point. Albeit have had a handy 4 more scoring shots than the Crows. Just haven't converted.
Boundary throw in. Neil worked McAndrew under the footy, but Curtin was waiting at the back, so he just pumps it down the line. Walker launches at that one and is able to control that one on the chest. We know he's such a great user. Kicks it inside the forward 50, looking for Keys. He was pushed straight under the ball. Bowes, no free kick. Takes the mark. Switches it out wide to Stewart in the left back pocket. Got Kalarchi for company all night. And he goes the 1-2 with Bowes, and you might be able to hear that rain coming through your radios. It is tumbling down at Adelaide Oval.
Crowd just saw the replay as well. Free kick count is 5-1 Geelong's way. They're pretty restless right now.
Well, I think the rule is if you have two hands in your back.
Is that the rule, is it?
I think that's the rule.
Kick across defensive 50 to Holmes, who marked and then wanted to play on. Taylor Walker gets across, smothers. Holmes asked the question, or maybe he ran in instead of standing the mark, but he played on. So it's a boundary throw-in. 30 out, left forward pocket. Left-hand side of your radio dial. Crows looking for a late one. McAndrew battling with Blitzarves, who won it down for the Cats. Dangerfield tackle, dropped it. Dawson's there. Shot a handball back, looking for Curtin. He's wrestling with Blitzarves. Manages to tow it to 40 out. Bailey Smith's waiting. Gets a handball out to Manor. Tried to loop one out to Dangerfield. Spun in the washing machine. Dawson on top of him. Umpire circles. Ball shoots out like a bar of soap. Bailey Smith misses the handball. Rochelle buffeted off it. He goes again. Tried to get a kick. What is that ricocheted off? Either a hand or his shin, but it's gone backwards and it will be a boundary throw-in.
Might have been Dan Curtin's back, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
So enough time for another entry. It's the Crows by a point. Late stages of the first term.
Good pressure, Adelaide, keeping in their forward half. 16-9 inside 50s.
McAndrew knocks it down, then lays the tackle onto Koning, dropped it in the contest. Play on, says the umpire. Atkins bursts through, gets the handball back to Holmes. That was smothered, that kick towards Walker. Cleverly knocked it down towards Dawson. Rochelle in the pocket. He can smell a goal. He centres the ball instead towards Cook, who marked 40 out directly in front. And this kick will happen after the siren.
We talk about the value of Josh Rochelle. Do you want him in the middle? Do you want him up forward? But just his ability to be able to win the football, get himself in the right spot. And probably a year or 18 months ago, he would have snapped that over his left shoulder and had a shot on goal. Much better decision.
Great call, Jamo. So Cook's kicked 6 goals this season, including the match winner in the showdown. That was just before the final siren. This is an opportunity before the final siren the first term, but he's just pushed it to the left. So quarter time here at Adelaide Oval. A blockbuster clash between the Cats and the Crows. The Crows, the home side, lead at 3-2-20. Geelong 2-6-18.
Goal scorers all individual. So for the Crows, Berry, Taylor and Neil Bullen. For the Cats, Jack Martin on return. Patrick Dangerfield, who against his old side that he played 154 games for at the age of 36, 13 touches in the first term to Patrick Dangerfield. 10 of them contested, 5 clearances and nearly 200 metres gained to go with his goal. It's been a pretty prolific performance from the veteran. Will it last, though, is the question, as Geelong just wasteful in front of goal. 2-6-18 to the Crows, 3-2-20. Shout out to Fran on the text line on 0437 774 774, who says the Crows are like the Pies. Plenty of injuries. Surprised to hear that fans are questioning Matthew Nix's coaching. Sounds like John Olsen was all aboard him in the pre-game. It's great to have him as part of our coverage as well. And Rob says Ben Keys felt contact, but there were no hands in the replay. He went down faster than a Brisbane Lion. So the umpiring questionable at the moment. Lauren Arnell does agree with you though, Rob. The free kick count heavily in Geelong's way, but hasn't quite swayed the match just yet. It is the Crows by 2 at the first change on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Adventure awaits little ears with free audiobooks.
Most intriguing.
Like the 13-story Treehouse.
How do you turn this thing off?
And The Wind in the Willows.
The best stories in the world.
Find free audiobooks for little ears on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ball comes to ground between Zach Taylor and Zach Guthrie. Taylor gathers, gets it on the handball. He's snapping for goal! Straight through the middle. The response Adelaide needed within 30 seconds. Great stuff, Zach Taylor.
Handball out to Neil. Dangerfield 45 out. This will really get the crowd frustrated. He curls it through. Patrick Dangerfield against his old mob. The pantomime villain tonight.
Walker was clean. What a brilliant handball to Alex Neil-Bullen. He can run all the way into an open goal. The class in the conditions from Adelaide's superstars.
Austin McAndrew with a double tap down, head over the footy, extracting it as Keys gets it to Berry, and he snaps truly. Goal umpire signals at the northern end, it's a major, and Sam Berry on the board early. But what about Ben Keys to win the hard footy at ground level? And the Crows hit the front for the first time tonight.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's one of those nights where you've really got to work to earn the win. Felt like Geelong dictated a lot of the quarter, but just couldn't hit the scoreboard. 2-6-18. They trail the Crows 3-2-20. Adelaide by just 2 points at the first change. It is great to have you with us for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you. Not too much dramatic news out of the day. In terms of the team news, though, plenty of superstars back for the weekend. We get to see 2 mid-season draftees picked up and playing. One of them is out there tonight in Hugo Hall-Kahan. No Jack Gunston tomorrow for the Hawks. Cody Waitman back for the Dogs. Hayden Young returns for the Dockers. Finn O'Sullivan injured for the Roos. Hugh McCluggage out for the Lions. Port Adelaide get to welcome back Tommy Cochrane after over a year. Brandon Starchevich playing his first for the Eagles as well. We'll unpack it all at halftime. Rod Jamieson, Lauren Arnell, your premiership playing experts. They are here to unpack the first term on ABC Sport. What do we make of the team?
Yeah, well, I thought Adelaide were a little wasteful in that early part of the first quarter, and Geelong didn't capitalise, did they? 2-6 behinds in that quarter. They looked to control the football, and the marking ability for Geelong would suggest that 27-15 in that first quarter. They were cleaner. I think they felt as if they covered more distance in terms of when they got hold of the football, and they used it well, came through the middle of the ground and missed a couple of easy goals. So Adelaide got better as the quarter went on, Loz, and I think probably escaped the margin to be in front by 2 points, but could have been 2 or 3 behind.
It did feel to me like the Crows dominated those last 6 or 7 minutes, and I like seeing Dan Curtin. He's had 6 contested possessions and leading the Crows' disposal count alongside Jordan Dawson. But for Geelong, you'd be a little bit dirty, I reckon, at quarter time, because they did dominate the inside 50s in time in front half, probably until that last sort of 6-7 minutes in the last... in that first quarter, sorry. So I think if you're looking at it as a forward line for Geelong, you're saying we were wasteful and we had a number of set shots that should have been goals despite the rainy conditions. And I like for the Crows, there's a number of players that stepped up, and I mentioned Dawson, I mentioned Curtin, but I thought Jordan Butts really held his own, whether he's 1v1 or holding that spare position as a defender. He stepped up. And Rochelle, his work around the contest, I think, really made a difference in those last little patch of the first quarter. But one thing I did notice, guys, is Chris Scott, as soon as the siren sounded, now as a senior coach, you don't like to move too quickly. Try and wait up, take a few deep breaths before you speak to your players. But when that siren went, he dashed out onto the field. He was first out there, went straight to Patrick Dangerfield, pointed at the umpires, and Danger went straight to the umpires and gave him a spray from where I'm sitting in level 5. And that looked to be directed by his coach.
Even though they've won the count 5-1.
Yeah. Well, and time in possession too, 46% to 30 in favour of the Cats. So it was pretty much all their way. And, you know, I thought, was it down here, an Adelaide player got caught holding the ball, but it's almost exactly the same up here where Walker on Kolodjasny, and they just said play on. So you do have the 3 umpires through the middle of the ground. They're not always going to see it the same way. But I thought Adelaide got better as that quarter went on, but just the stars of the Cats just stepped up.
It's hard and tough. It's Thursday night footy. The Crows by 2, second term underway. McAndrew down. No one really got there on the bounce except for his opposing ruckman. De Koning reels it in. Check side exit works. Finds its way to Wiltshire. Attacking edge. He'll arc inboard. Low and hard towards the goal square for the Cats. A little bit too much for Neil. It bobbles off a few hands. Martin bounces off the behind post and keeps it in. And his handball is smothered by Worrell over the boundary line.
Centre clearance is 6-1 now in favour of the Cats, and just stoppage clearances, Adelaide are on top. So negating, but as soon as you get out of the middle and get it deep into your 50, it's just the hard work to win the footy back.
Tossed in, Neil entangled with McAndrew. Neither got to the drop. On the bounce, McAndrew gets it. Tackled as he got his handball away. Trying to get it to Rochelle. Bailey Smith cuts him off. Pinballs through a few bodies. Laird tries to thread the needle. His kick bounces off a few shins and rolls over the boundary line. It's now right half back for the Crows. They're kicking to the Riverbank stand end, right-hand side of your radio dial. Dan and Hilton was wondering how that works. That helps you paint it like you're seeing it on TV. So right-hand side of your radio dial is how it would look on the right-hand side of your telly. We do our best to be as descriptive as possible, Dan. Tossed in, McAndrew down, gets it to Dawson, and Laird. Clearing kick, high and hard, up towards the broadcast wing. Double fist from De Koning, does enough to knock it towards the benches. So Crows to the Riverbank stand, your right. Geelong to the Northern Hill on your left.
Bring back the barrel, eh? Laird once again, just the barrel to get it down in this weather conditions.
We've seen it a few times tonight, Gemmo. McAndrew went without it, and De Koning cleared from the ruck contest. Kicks up towards left half forward. Ball Ace is leading in the race. He's pretty keen to get this out over the boundary. He does. We'll have a throw in left half forward for the Cats. They're trailing by 2 points, 2 minutes into this second term for ABC Sport. Tough conditions here at Adelaide Oval. Been raining most of the night. Boundary throw in now. Neil up against McAndrew. Waiting at the back was Miller for Adelaide. Goes straight down the middle of the ground looking for Saligo. He brings it to ground. Neil Bullen works with Archie, who slips and is tackled, and he's going to be pinged. Not really prior opportunity, Jamo. But he was tackled quickly. Geelong with the clearing kick, and they find Max Holmes centre wing.
And the heavens open again. The rain's just been coming and going, but it gets heavier every single time. Jeremy Cameron has it in front of the benches. Sets it up just inside 50. Jack Henry tried to fly, had 3 bodies against him. And off hands, it rolls over the boundary line, 45 out. poor Josh Money. It was a heavy traffic night for some reason in South Australia when there's rain. Nobody can figure out how to work the roads, and it's tricky to get in. He had a TV interview, he had to work for us, and Josh came in with his bags in his hand. He's got 3 layers on.
Has he got his MMD beanie on?
He has. He's been working hard tonight. Tossed in, McAndrew down. Got the tap and then followed it up with a second slap at ground level back towards Dan Curtin, who gets the free kick on Jack Martin at right half back. Bronx cheer from the crowd.
I like the matchup. He's actually on Jeremy Cameron too on the wing again in this second quarter.
So disposal number 10 for Dan Curtin as they move it through defensive 50. Butts to Michael Lanny. Now looking for an exit, but the Cats have zoned off the corridor. Michael Lanny will have to go to the broadcast wing. Bailey Smith gets front spot, prevents Dawson from flying. Umpire calls over the shoulder as Dawson just tried his best to impact the drop. Bailey Smith takes it. Back inside 50 for the Cats. Miller entangled there with Wiltshire. Bobbles off both of them. Cook just can't control it. Eventually thumps it towards the scoreboard in panic. Dempsey's on the chase. Laird's right with him. They try to keep it in. Might have just gone over the other side of the paint. Boundary throw in. 20 out. Right forward pocket for the Cats.
34 goals to Jeremy Cameron. I don't mind him as far away from goals as possible. Keep him on the wing.
As a Crows person, Jamo, I'm assuming that is. Boundary throw in. No goals yet in this second term. McAndrew knocked it down towards Saligo, who's socketed it out. Gained some territory out of defence. Walker playing behind Colin Jasny, who tries to keep it in down the line to Wilshere. And that goes out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in at right half forward for the Cats. 4.5 minutes gone so far in this second term. Dan Curtin been busy tonight, and he's probably part of that group of players that they want to get some continuity, some time and some improvement in this second half of the season. McAndrew keeps winning the hit-outs, knocks it forward, gathered by Dempsey. Saligo knocked it out of his hands, tries to soccer it forward. Holmes will see that out over the boundary line, and may have come off the boot of a Geelong player. It did. So the umpires are conferring here, just working this one out.
Saligo into
Holmes, potentially.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, we know this is very controversial because this happened in the matchup down in Geelong, remember? And it went the way of Geelong.
See, it was into Tom Stewart. He's kicked it into Tom Stewart's legs and then it's gone out of bounds.
I'm so glad they're throwing this in.
That's happened twice in these matchups. It cost the Crows last time.
Tossed in, McAndrew just bullies Neil as he shoves him aside, wins the footy and gets it to Laird. He turns into trouble from Dangerfield. Got a handball out. High tackle. They'll take the advantage. Miller sends it out to the broadcast wing. Needed a kind bounce to tumble its way to Curtin. It wasn't generous. Had to do the hard yards against Cameron. Wins the footy and hands it to Michael Annie. Adelaide up to right half forward. Dawson in front. Copped a late nudge as the pack collapsed. Hits the deck wide left. Neil Bullen knocks it forward. Myers puts his head over it. Got a handball out. Adelaide's hungry though. It's a tough footy for Atkins. Ball up to come. 45 out.
Dan Curtin getting around Jeremy Cameron. He actually went to his right, which then confused him a little.
McAndrew knocks it down, but Smith read it best for the Cats. Quick kick around the body towards Dangerfield. Free kick against Miller for a hold. He loves playing his old team. Patrick Dangerfield loves the Bronx cheers. Kicks it down the line, but Butts, who's having quite the game, marks behind Neil, was asked to play on. He's going to turn it over. Ollie Henry put the pressure on. Fell in the lap of Neil, but his quick kick went straight to Sam Berry for Adelaide. Peatling decides to just get it out of the danger zone. Kicks it up high. Curtin from behind. Punching. Gathering. They've got numbers here, Adelaide. He kicks to a target of Fogarty. Creates the contest. The numbers in favour of the Cats. Colin Jasny out towards Dempsey. Rode the tackle. Ball in dispute left half forward. On his hands and knees is Taylor. Handballs to Cook. He's kicked a great goal from here already this season. Knocks it towards Rochelle. Snapping around the body. That would have been a great team goal, but a man on the line knocked it through. Tommy Stewart with the goal saver.
Gee, it just lingered for eternity. Thought it might get there.
How good has Zach Taylor's quarter and a bit been?
So Geelong with the exiting kick. Josh Worrell with a Superman dive to impact the disposal. Knocks it over the boundary line near the benches as the ball was making its way to Jeremy Cameron. He tossed back into play. And also that Braden Cook tackle as he committed to Dempsey coming the other way. That is the pinpoint example as to how you should not bump players and how you should commit to the tackle. He just navigated it so well. Tossed in. Curtin picks it up. Spun in the tackle by Atkins. Just couldn't get boot to ball. Free kick to Geelong. Atkins, who holds the league record for tackles.
Want to be good.
Gets it central. Kick. Well delivered from Mullen. Gets it up towards the attacking edge. Blitzarves marks and skies it. She's got right under it. This is a high footy. Off hands. Jack Henry fortuitously landed in his lap. Gives it to Jack Martin from 30. And he curls it through for an instant response. Martin's got 2. And Geelong snatch back the lead. 3-6-24 to the Crows. 3-3-21. 8 played in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's what we spoke about a little bit in that first quarter. Geelong very happy to pump the ball in long and high, and that's what they did in round 3 when they beat the Crows. Repeat entries, not pretty, just ugly. Let your tools compete, which they are doing really well. And Jack Henry, such a nice crumb off hands and very, very unselfish to Jack Martin. I reckon Martin might owe him something during the week because there's no reason why he had to give that handball, and he could have finished it himself. So I think great job from Henry and another nice finish from Jack Martin.
Stan Curtin would have that time back again. Just get rid of it the first time. Atkins goes into the middle of the ground and Blitzarves runs off the boundary.
Back in the middle, McAndrew knocks it down. Gathering with Saligo. That's a forward handball if I've ever seen one through centre half forward. Stewart gathered, but he was tackled by Archie in the back, says the umpire. Ooh. Stewart plays on quickly out towards the wing. O'Connor dropped the mark. Keys for company. Did well. Handballs over the top. Finds Mullen to Broon. Running through centre wing, outer side of the ground. He's kicked it over the boundary line. And that's a poor kick. That'll be a turnover. The Crows will get the footy at left half back. And Hall Kahan will take a mark.
He was a little dicey though, and Worrell, geez, been silly there. So he kicked it to Hall Kahan, who thankfully took the mark because he had an opponent coming the other way. And then he's bowled over, just walked straight through Mullen, rather. Very lucky he didn't get it reversed. Josh Worrell just didn't need to do that. Hall Kahan through defensive 50. Gets it to Michael Lanny. Now to right half back. Worrell makes amends with a nice fly as he marks over the top of Jack Henry. Back up towards the broadcast wing. He spots Murray on the march just a little early. May have copped a shove from O'Sullivan. And a very late whistle to pay it.
Yeah.
Non-controlling umpire saw it, but it was definitely there.
Freeze 10-4 now in favour of the Cats.
There's a bit of self-umpiring there. I think everyone stopped and Murray's like, give me the footy.
How did you miss that? Toby Murray takes it just behind centre wing. Sends Adelaide back towards the arc. Stewart commits the body. Fogarty flies in front. Knocked away from him. Unable to be picked up by Mullen. We'll get a boundary throw in. 48 outs. It is Geelong by 3. We've had 2 lead changes across the night. Dewey affair. Rain's come and gone. It's going to be a classic, you feel like, between these 2 finals contenders. Toss back in. McAndrew front spot. Nearly knocked it to Jeremy Cameron, pulled away by Saligo. He keeps fighting for it, the Crow. Ends up shepherding towards Archie. Berry squeezes a kick out central. A little bit too much for Keys, who lost it on the drop. Dempsey for the Cats, rather, gets it out towards Kolajasny. Little fumble right back pocket by O'Sullivan. Decides to hack it across the body. Bounces awkwardly. There's a holding free kick. Pulled out of the drop was Hugo Hall Kahan by Sean Manor, the debutant. Spears a bullet pass back into the 50. Excellent vision. Neil Bullen caught them napping, and everyone gets around young Hugo Hall Kahan as he sets up a shot at goal.
Just really smart, wasn't it? And composed for Hugo Hall Kahan. Again, all the Cats just went back towards the goal square and the boundary to set up for the long ball in. Lowered his eyes.
Hall Kahan, the hyphen, the connector. Gets it to Neil Bullen, who's got another. From 45, he just can't cap it off. Misses all the way left from 45, and it's no score.
That's almost got to be his worst kick ever.
Geelong by 3, 12 played second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Lauren Arnell, your experts.
Short to Mullen wasn't the required journey, so he got on his skates, played on quickly. Big effort out on the outer side of the ground from the Crows, but they were clean. Running forward is Manor over the top towards Martin, who didn't complete the mark, but he gathered cleanly. Off to Jack Bowes, runs inside the forward 50. This is end-to-end stuff for Geelong, but it's going to get out over the boundary line across the face of goal. Couldn't quite hit the target of Blitzarves, and ball ace And at Nankervis do well to get that out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in 20 metres from the Cats' goal. They're leading by 3 points. They've got the only goal of this second term. Almost 13 minutes gone. Wet conditions here at Adelaide Oval. Murray in the ruck contest, down to Saligo, to Laird. Paul Kahan snaps around the body, up towards Fogarty. Flying over the top was Guthrie. Couldn't complete the mark. Clever from Neil Bullen. Gets it up towards Archie, who shrugs a tackle. Handball to Fogarty, who was running in the direction, and he socketed off the ground. It was out of bounds on the full. Direct turnover to Max Holmes and Geelong in front of the interchange gates.
It's coming through like a steam train. He said, have a crack at the brick wall in front of you. Holmes inboard, kicked it towards Guthrie, tried to get it to Martin. A rare fumble. He's been so clean tonight. Gets it back to Stewart. The Cats recover. Kolajasny out to the eastern side where the Cats have some space. Mullen for Geelong. Draws the man in Peatling. Hands it off to Bruin through the logo. Chips his kick over the top. There's an overlap clear for the Cats here. Bowes into the 50. Didn't kick it well to Ollie Henry, who's caught behind. Intercept mark to Worrell, and quickly the rebound for the Crows. This is what the fans have wanted to see. The transition footy. Got it to Neil Bullen. Then Michael Annie. Up to the corridor to Keys. They've got to keep going. Rod Jamison's desperate. Keys into Walker. Dangerfield desperately gets back. The two former teammates, and Danger with the double fist actually got the mark on the way back down. He's been so good tonight. Clearing kick for the Cats. Committing to the slide was Worrell. He couldn't take it. Unable to trap the footy. Bruin gathers tackle. Turnover. Adelaide win it back. Dawson back towards the 50. It's a bouncing ball coming out to meet at Kolajasny. Geelong might win out of this volleyball affair.
That was great defence from Kolajasny. Took the risk and it paid off. Kick up towards Bowes. Ball's in dispute. Paul Kahan does well. Clean to Laird. Goes the 1-2. Steps inside. He takes them on. The Crows fans are loving this. Finds Toby Murray in the middle of the ground. Kicks towards centre half forward. Archie with the gather. Archie with the shrug. Kicks to Walker. Marks 45 out. He's got a teammate in the goal square. He's going to play on. He kicks from 35 metres out and puts the Crows back in front. Classy play from defence from a debutant all the way up the other end to Taylor Walker in game 310. Adelaide have the lead there 4-3-27. Geelong 3-6-24.
Jamo, you'd have to be happy as a Crows supporter if you're watching this and seeing the defensive intent. Geelong should have got out at least twice in that turnover play, but just the ability to stay in the contest and reply from the debutant. You've got to be happy with that, Jamo.
3 disposals in the first. He's now up to 8. He's had 5 in this quarter. Still just under 10 minutes remaining. But Worrell, to your point, lies around the defensive work. Butts is doing a tremendous job. Laird, Dan Curtin just really holding up. And again, the way that they are moving the football back through the middle of the ground and opening Geelong up.
Bit of smoke and mirrors with Matty Nix about not changing the game plan. They've found some ball movement and the kids are all right. Tossed down, volley off the deck by Martin. Out towards the eastern side. Myers caught behind Nankervis. Adelaide wins out. Laird to Dawson. Back to Nankervis, who turns through the logo. Bashir stand. Kick is poor. Shallow drop. Blitzarves comes out to meet it. Gets it for Geelong out wide to Bailey Smith. Sends a worm burner up to the 50. Ball ace traps it well. Got it to Laird. Crunched through his troubles. He gives it away. Benny Hill footy. Can Geelong finally break through? Myers to Manor. Inside 50. Cameron pushes off Michael Annie, but drops it late. Mark not paid. He's clattered into. Play continues. Jack Henry gets the turnover as he picks the pocket and kicks truly from 5. Jack Henry gets one as he snatches it from Josh Worrell and puts Geelong back in front. 3 lead changes in a matter of minutes. 4 for the night, and it's Geelong up 4-6-30 to 4-3-27. 14 played second term. Catch your breath.
Got to love the quick reply from the Cats, and Brian Myers is probably a bit of an unsung hero so far. He's doing a lot of work really high up the ground as a half forward and super clean in that passage of play again just to get the ball out to the runners. And we have mentioned Dan Curtin and his impact on the game so far. He's the leading disposal winner for the Crows. He's been on a wing against Jeremy Cameron. Cameron's now gone forward. That's clearly not working for Geelong. But the move forward, Tom, for Jeremy Cameron, he should have been paid a mark in that situation. I think it will benefit them now that he's gone deeper.
Time in possession, 44% this quarter, Adelaide to 32. But the turnovers is what's killing Adelaide.
You can hear the crowd. Dangerfield drop the footy. The Crows turn it over. Get it to Cook, running it right half forward, looking for Fogarty, your target. Oh, somehow got all the way through to his opponent. That is magic. It somehow beat him and got between to Guthrie. I really don't know how that happened, but Guthrie's going to want that back again. He was probably in as much shock as us because he's kicked it straight to Jordan Dawson. It's centre half forward. He'll kick from 50 for the instant reply.
It was a good read from Dawson. Dangerfield standing still at the top of 50, demanding the footy. If you're going to get it through there, you actually have to be on the move. And Dawson, very intelligent play. Good kick. Expect him to finish this one.
Such a booming kick, Jordan Dawson. Kicked some great goals this season. Captain v captain here at the top of the 50. In comes Jordan on that left boot. He smashed it. He has smashed that straight through the middle, and he turns to the crowd and says, "Look at me." Jordan Dawson stepping up in the big moments, putting the Crows back in front. They're 5-3-33, Geelong 4-6-30. Almost 19 gone in this second term for ABC Sport.
Well, when Chris Scott says to Zach, "Why did you kick it there?" Well, Patrick Dangerfield called for it. I'm just going to kick it to him.
And he's had 15 on the night, and he's your skipper, so you probably have to do it, right?
So he shouldn't be calling for it.
That'd be my get out.
Yeah.
Well, this is also, so we were hyping up Hugo Hawker-Hahn. First gamer against Patrick Dangerfield right now. He's out there playing 369. So Hawker-Hahn has had 8 touches, 7 kicks at 100%. Dangerfield 15 touches, but 9 kicks at 22. Who would you rather, Jamo?
Well, I think that's always been a bit of his knock-on with Patrick Dangerfield, like his kicking. I mean, his ball-winning ability is just insane.
Crows by 3, tap down, Bailey Smith, clearing kick. Flying out of the 50 was Ollie Henry, and he's actually got it on landing. Just fell on top of his chest. Pops up, bit surprised. Kicks towards the scoreboard. Cameron's got 2 to beat. Dawson gets across to knock it over the boundary line. Gee, it is blow for blow right now. An absolute shootout at the Adelaide Oval. Leads changed hands 4 times in this term alone. Just we go 3-3-3, back to back to back.
Well,
currently the Crows up.
To answer your question, if Hawker-Hahn plays 369 games...
We'll take him.
We'll go with him.
Tossed in, Toby Murray down. Pack just collapses as everyone's fighting for the footy. About 4 or 5 over the top of it, throw a blanket over them, and Atkins isn't happy with Jordan Dawson as they come up 25 out from the Cat's goal. Dangerfield will hand it to the official. We go again. Jack Henry flies, taps it down to his skipper, tackled, but got boot to ball. Across the body, he rolls it. Can't quite work the angle, and it will be tossed in right next to the right hand behind post.
So Dawson, as Chris Scott mentioned earlier in the week, he's doing it up forward. He's doing it in the middle. Now he's worked his way down back. He is a superstar of the competition. In the ruck contest, Jack Henry grabbed it out, gathered by Hawker-Hahn. Just a clearing kick out of defence. In dispute now. Important ball between Broon and Taylor. Taylor just wrapped him up. It was Blitzarves, in fact. And takes him to ground. We'll have a ball up left half forward for the Cats. Rain still tumbling down here at Adelaide Oval. No respite. Clearing handball towards Peatling.
Oh, clean.
And what a pick up there from Archie. Handballs to Hawker-Hahn, but Neil Bullen, he slipped over at the important moment. Zach Guthrie pumps it inside the forward 50. Dangerfield dropped the chest mark. He's got a handball option, but he went the goal option. Almost got run down, flicked it back towards Blitzarves, snaps around the body, and that's touched on the line by a Geelong teammate, Ollie Henry. Minor score, 4-7-31. Adelaide 5-3-33. I think Danger was a bit hungry there, Jamo.
Yes, there are other options available.
Has one for the night, 17 touches as well, Patrick Dangerfield. He leads everybody else out there for touches.
Still a half to go, but I reckon this is Zach Taylor's best game I've seen him play. Conversely, I think Archie, let's see what happens here.
Miller goes long and it clears the pack. Archie scouted it well, hands it out to Toby Murray, who had a paddock. Kick was no good. His toe caught the turf, but it works. Coming out, Walker knocked it to Rochelle, who blazes away 45 out. Missed to the right, but it's going to come back anyway. Walker deemed to have thrown it.
What? He's saying he handballed it, isn't he? I thought it was a handball.
He was clean.
Yep.
Is it a classic Crow throw? We'll have a look at the replay. So on the half volley, he has rugby past that out. Gee.
That's State of Origin stuff.
The Texas bluff is no good.
How good was that last week?
Geelong free kick. Kola Jasny gets it back to Bruin. He heads from the right-hand side of the defensive goal face back out to Bailey Smith. Left back pocket. It is the Crows by 2. time on second term.
Kicked up towards the logo. What a fly, Ollie Henry! In these conditions, what a grab. Plays on quickly, kicks forward and finds the chest of Neil. He wants to roll around on his right boot from the 50.
I want to see a barrel, Tom.
He was practicing them pre-game, Jamo.
He will drop this at the top of the goalpost if he nails it. He was kicking him from there, Loz, in the warm-up.
I'm still finding words for Henry's mark. That was incredible.
Wasn't it?
In these conditions.
Launched. So, Shannon Neal, will he go the big talk? Holding it like a drop pump, but he'll kick it from 55, drifting away to the right. Had the journey. Minus score. So 4-8, 32 Geelong, 5-3, 33 Adelaide. A 1-point game at Adelaide Oval. 23.5 gone.
Crows play on quickly. Miller uses Hawker-Hahn. Michael Annie out to Laird, then back up to the broadcast wing. Murray had to edge Zach Guthrie out of it. Ball came back to O'Sullivan, clattered into. They take the advantage of the Cats. Smith over the top to Holmes. Spots a gap. Kick looked awkward, but it was precise. Straight to Shannon Neal, who drops low and takes it 30 from home.
Kalamarchi is just sort of, the bounce hasn't gone right. He's taken it clean. He's got it on, or he's been tackled hard. He's just having a tough night. But the other way, we just saw the Ollie Henry mark on the replay once again. But then when you have a look at Max Holmes, how clean he was with that kick.
So Jack Martin got 2 chances to kick his first. Shannon Neal's trying to do the same. Close to the man on the mark. It's going to be line ball, and it hits the post. On the left-hand side, minus score for Geelong. Their inaccuracy plaguing them. Scores level, but they're 4-9-33. Adelaide's 5-3-33.
Worrell short to Berry from the kick-in. He's going to go straight down the hay, diddle up towards Walker, who's in front. It's brought to ground, rode by Saligo. Quick hands to Taylor. Your man Jamo, handballs to Keys. Rides the tackle of Stewart, tries to get rid of it quickly. Only ended up in the hands of Myers. Now Atkins. He was clean to Wiltshire, who marks right half forward. So game number 7, kicks inside the forward 50. Flying at that was Neal. Brought it to ground though, and Berry rose for Adelaide. Kicks out of defence and is perfect to Miller at left half back. Trying to move it quickly as they have all night. Goes to Keys now, centre wing. He starts the run, goes on the left boot, down the line. And he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. Hasn't been his best kicking night, has it, for Ben Keys? They are tough conditions though. Scores are level. 33 apiece, 25.5 gone in this second term.
How good was Dan Curtin in that last contest too? There were 2 Geelong players ready to take a mark, and he just came around the back and was able to get a fist to it.
Rod Jamieson there with Lauren Arnell tonight. Down the line go the Cats. Dempsey was the target, knocked away. And Curvis clean in traffic. Just swept through 4, got it back towards Saligo. And Curvis retreats to Laird, who kicks down the line. Early fly from Keys, knocked away by O'Sullivan, who follows up with a thumping kick forward. Atkins commits the body on Laird, keeps tracking the footy, trying to reel it in on hands and knees was Nankervis. He powdered it forward and it might just work. Saligo gets there and is collared. Umpire sees it this time. Free kick to the Crows, left half back, bit of afters as well. Myers and Dawson, and Atkins and Saligo. He's looking back to his best, Jake Saligo, recently. The heart surgery in the pre-season, the rolled ankle, but last couple of weeks have been solid, averaging 18. He kicks down the line. Berry brings it to ground. Big 6 on 6 there. Bailey Smith toes it out. Nankervis is there, though. Hands it to Laird for the Crows. Running out of room, but Cook tight walks the boundary line, sends it towards the 50, and Murray would have taken it, but Taylor came the other way and clattered into him. Ball shoots out. Holmes says thank you very much and gets the Cats out of dodge. Bailey Smith down the line. Atkins forced to spoil from behind. Gee, there's an apology as Zach Taylor turns to Toby Murray and says, my bad.
Cannot be getting in the way of a leading tall forward.
They've actually been their own worst enemy on occasions when they have gone forward. You know, like Toby Murray with his kick to Taylor Walker. Just needed to lace him out. The simple things that have allowed Geelong to win the footy in the back half.
Blitzov won the hit out, but Cook wins the clearance. Kicks it up towards centre half forward. A high ball. Rochelle's in there. Another 1%er from Taylor. Knocks it forward, but Martin did well to bump Rochelle off it. Handballing forward now, the Cats. A soccering ball from Holmes. Tries to gather in front of the interchange gates. Shrugged the tackle of Curtin. Handball towards Wiltshire. Curtin in his back. Play on, says the umpire. Berry did well to Nankervis. There's a lot of Cats players here, but the Crows win out. Curtin kicks forward. Crows have the numbers, but Stewart did great. 1-on-3. Handballs to O'Sullivan, to Holmes, on the logo, to O'Connor. He's mowed down by Peatling with a spear tackle. Nankervis wins it back for the Crows. Miller at Curtin, centre wing. We can't take a breath here. Kicks forward. Walker gets the spoil. Archie knocks it forward to Rochelle. Rides the tackle. Handballs over the top to Peatling. He's at the 50. The Crows can raffle this. McAndrew handballs a tough one to Keys. He rushed it, but he kicked it, and the Crows reclaim the lead. What a big effort from both teams, but the Crows win out. Keys on the end of it. 6-3-39, Geelong 4-9-33 late in the second term.
You've got to give credit to the Crows. They've stood up in the contest tonight, and Geelong again, you watch them most weeks, they should have been out on the wing there, and the Crows stand up. Dan Curtin involved again in the scoring chain, and just interesting with Geelong, like in these conditions, their backs really leverage up high, Jamo.
Yeah.
Like they really roll the dice to force numbers to the contest. They've allowed forwards, especially Taylor Walker, out the back too many times tonight, and the Crows know they've just got to get it forward, and just love the contest that the Crows are bringing to stay in this.
Yeah, just 1 minute remaining in this second quarter, but just you're right, Miller off the half-back line clean. Spoke about Archie, Curtin being able to do it. Worrell with that led in this second quarter. Zach Taylor has gone to the bench with a bit of a concern.
Out of the middle to Koning, tumbles it towards the Geelong 50. Myers was looking at Miller, I couldn't get the footy. Peatling gets it out of there, knocked it towards Keys, the desperate dive as he tries to slap it to an advantage. Dangerfield cuts it off, dump for his troubles, drops the footy. Cook sends it forward, strong mark from O'Sullivan. This kid can really play. Was in the mix for the Rising Star last year. Murphy Reid too hard to top. Down the line he goes. Neil flies. Did enough to knock it down to Martin, who tries to brush off Nankervis, but he would not relent. Just held on for all eternity and forces the free kick.
These are the types of moments, if you're a Crows supporter in the crowd or listening in, you just got to be really pleased with what they're bringing, particularly that one from Nankervis.
Nankervis up to left half forward looking for Walker. Did he get a fingertip to it? Yes, as it rolls over the boundary line. Josh Money downstairs.
Just looks like a small knock to the inside of the right knee for Zach Taylor, quite possibly from when he collided with Toby Murray, but has just given the physio the thumbs up after a quick run through.
So an enthralling quarter of footy. Crows 3 goals to 2. And that's the margin. 1 solitary goal. Boundary throw in. McAndrew and Blitzarves, and you can hear the siren there. A tough contest at Adelaide Oval. It's tough conditions for the Big Freeze. It's been tumbling down all night, but the Crows, the home side, who desperately need a top 8 scalp, they lead at half-time. They're 6-3-39. Geelong have been a bit wasteful, 4-9-33.
Goal scorers all individual for the night, or at least for the Crows. So Keys, Berry, Dawson, Walker, Taylor and Neil Bullen. There is 2 to Martin for the Cats on return, and that is a clear-cut example of why the Geelong's management plan is so good. So 12 players they've rested through the year so far out of the last 9 weeks, and Jack Martin looks absolutely fresh tonight. Singles to Dangerfield and Jack Henry as well. As Tom said, it is the Crows by 6 at the major break. A little fun task on the text line tonight as well, because we share our text line with Melbourne Local Radio, who are currently on digital tonight, and whatever they're talking about must be related to your favourite cat, because we're getting a lot of Cats texts that aren't about the Geelong Cats, but we've sifted our way through. Richard from Geelong is loving how his team is playing. Thinks that Geelong are missing Lawson Humphreys, though. Rolled ankle, was a chance to play but didn't train during the week, so I don't think you'll miss him too long, Richard, but you're right, he's so silky off half-back. And Rob is loving Lauren Arnell's insights, says it's about time that Brian Myers was recognised for his work. Hasn't been caught, his disposal's been excellent. It's amazing he's playing on a partially torn ACL, Brian Myers. Hasn't kicked a goal this year, but is averaging 22 touches, a career high. So he's almost, role has changed, he's doing it hampered, and he's still finding a way to be damaging. So he's doing a terrific job out there tonight. I might segue that over to you, Lauren Arnell, and what you thought about the first half and Brian Myers as well.
Yeah, he's got to do the little things well, and that's why, particularly in these conditions, being clean is so important. And we saw, I thought, for most of the first quarter, Geelong was far cleaner, and then now we've seen the Crows just really front up for the contest, and it's making such a difference for them. And I think when you want to just compete and stay in the contest, that little one, I probably didn't explain it as well as I would have liked. The last little contest there from Nankervis, like Jack Martin has been one of the more impactful players on the ground so far, and he looked like he was out on a wing, and there was probably 6 or 7 players hit the deck, and Nankervis just hung on by his fingernails. And it's those little moments that make a difference when you want to win a game of footy, and playing like a team who know that it's do or die tonight and it's season defining. But for Myers, I'm glad someone's appreciating what we're seeing. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough role. He's got to work really high up the ground. He's got to be clean when he gets anywhere near it. And yeah, for a guy who's got a partially ruptured ACL, it's wild to me that he can perform at this level. It's incredible.
Jamo, what do you take away from that first half?
Oh, I thought Adelaide's efficiency with the football was probably better. Well, and the numbers do suggest that in that second quarter, 62% to 57 in terms of kicking, but the overall disposal efficiency is 71% to 64 in favour of Adelaide. So whilst a couple of the Geelong players have been really clean off the halfback line, Loz highlighted too just how much room they do come forward, and they can allow you to get over the back at times. And if they don't win the footy, it really opens up. So I guess the ability to be able to move the football forward, and if you can get it over the top of that. But that just sort of shorter kick in the middle of the ground to go short, to force them back, and you keep leading up, you can open them up. Collingwood do something similar as well with their defence. So, but you just have to use the football, but they want you to kick it down the line and kick long. So I thought in that first half, you know, again, Hall Kahan, he's in that quarter, he's had 8 disposals. Dan Curtin's ability to win the football on the wing, but also do the work back, and how clean he's been. Josh Worrell once again. I think Peatling's done a tremendous job. Sam Berry also butts, and then Michael Annie bobbed up in that second quarter to be able to do it. Rochelle hasn't done much. But then you go the other way. Jeremy Cameron's only had 5, and he only had 1 in that second quarter too, and he went forward, but he's fumbled.
Yeah, and I think Dan Curtin did an exceptional job head-to-head with him on a wing, and that wing roll's really suiting Curtin tonight. One interesting stat for mine, guys, is the mark count. So Geelong have had 98 marks in a half on a wet night, and the Crows 65. We talked a fair bit in the pre-game about do the Crows play less chip mark style, and they've certainly adapted to the conditions really well, especially in that second quarter, playing a lot more direct footy, leveraging off how high those Geelong backs come up, and it's allowed them to get fast out the back a couple of times. So I wonder if you're in the Geelong huddle now at half-time and you're talking about some tweaks you can make. I think if you look at 98 marks at half-time on a very wet night, you're probably talking about a bit of an adjustment there and a bit more direct.
I think the pressure from Adelaide too, just 39 to 24 tackles in that half. So yet they're contested, they're out by 14, uncontested in front. The clearance work 22 to 20 in favour of Adelaide. So they're actually starting to chip away at some of the real strengths where Geelong play really good football. So, yes, both sides can improve, but I think Matty Nix would be pretty happy. Chris Scott would be asking a bit more from some of his players.
I haven't been as clean with my note-taking tonight, but usually I kind of write down how goals are kicked. And
no one would know that.
But the point I'm trying to make is that I have a feeling off the top of my head that 7 of the 10 have been at like ground ball get goals rather than set shot goals. So if you're playing very tall, and as Loz said, you're playing a marking style game where you're trying to get it to Cameron at height, or you're trying to get it to your Henrys at height, it might not be the night for it, because it feels like the smalls are the ones doing the damage.
Well, Shannon Neal's up there too, and he's only had 2 shots. He's been really quiet also. But they chose to leave Brad Close out, so that option, and you have the ability with the emergencies, and the weather conditions. It's been raining since 4 o'clock here, and bucketing down the last 3 days, so I'm unsure as to that decision.
I think the other side to the coin for the Cats as well is they've had 4 more scoring shots than the Crows, and have definitely been inefficient and just missed opportunities that you'd expect them to kick. So there's probably an element also at half-time of let's trust the process. We're getting reasonable looks, we just haven't converted just yet.
Still anyone's ball game as well. It's a 1-goal margin. Adelaide by 6 after leading by 2 at quarter time, 6-3-39 to 4-9-33. We're about to take a quick break, and we'll give you all the team news, some big ins and outs, most recently in the round 13 sides. And I've got a big question for Lauren Arnell, who we'll touch base with after the ABC News, because we've got a fun text in from Pete as well. You can get in touch, 0437 774 774. It's great to have your company for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We'll see you in 5. It's time for the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Noni Edwards. The Reserve Bank has weighed into the escalating scandal facing accounting firm KPMG. Under questioning from Greens Senator Barbara Pocock, Governor Michelle Bullock says the central bank uses KPMG's audit and whistleblower hotline services. Ms Bullock says the Australian National Audit Service has the final say over the auditing of the bank's financial statements. But given the consulting company's reported mistreatment of a whistleblower, Ms Bullock says she doesn't expect that contract to be continued. A federal police officer has told a Melbourne court that a woman facing slavery charges would pose an unacceptable risk if she was released on bail. James Oaten reports from the Melbourne Magistrates Court.
The court heard Zainab Ahmed moved to Syria in 2015 with her family to support Islamic State. It heard her father, Mohammed Ahmed, purchased a Yazidi slave for $10,000 to be raped and do house duties. Federal police officer Mark Clendenning told the court Zainab Ahmed mistreated the teenager very badly but didn't hurt her. Under questioning from defence, Mark Clendenning admitted all women, including the accused, had severe restrictions on them while living under ISIS. The bail hearing continues tomorrow.
New South Wales Premier Chris Minns says the cannabis driving reforms are a common-sense approach that balances safety concerns. Today, the state government is introducing laws that would allow prescribed cannabis users to drive with a small amount of the drug in their system without being impaired. Mr Minns says drivers will have to register their cannabis prescription and also complete an online educational course.
Medicinal cannabis users in New South Wales are not criminals. This is a legal substance. They've gone to a doctor to get a prescription because they've got an ailment or a pain that they need help with. And we don't think the legal system's kept pace with that change in New South Wales.
It's understood Bondi hero Ahmed Al Ahmed has been charged with allegedly assaulting and stalking his father in Sydney's West. Police say the alleged incident happened in a Bankstown home in March. The 44-year-old was charged yesterday with domestic violence-related assault and stalking. Two of Mr Al Ahmed's brothers have previously been ordered to stay away from him after they were charged with threatening him over the phone. Internationally, the US Secretary of State has confirmed a multi-million-dollar support package for Ukraine is on its way. Marco Rubio has been answering questions about the $560 million in Congress-approved funding in front of a Senate subcommittee. Violence between Ukraine and Russia has escalated this week, with Russian strikes killing at least 23 Ukrainians and Ukraine firing back at St. Petersburg. When pressed on why the money is yet to be delivered to Ukraine, Mr. Rubio says there have been some hold-ups.
It's just going through the interagency process, and there were a couple of stops along the way that unfortunately got tied up a little bit. But I've seen it not as Secretary of State. I've seen the interagency as National Security Advisor, and it's something that I think we'll have news on fairly soon.
China is warning those who cross the line on Taiwan will pay the price. The comments follow Beijing banning 4 New Zealand politicians from entering the mainland, Hong Kong or Macau for a year after they visited Taiwan last month. China claims the self-governed island of Taiwan as its territory and has tried to restrict the island's foreign engagements. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning says it's a clear breach of the One China policy.
Recently, certain New Zealand lawmakers, disregarding China's grave concerns and firm opposition, insisted on visiting China's Taiwan region, violating the One China principle and interfering in China's internal affairs.
Concerns are being raised about the presence of foreign spies on a popular social media platform for professionals. Australia and its partners in the Five Eyes Alliance have issued a warning about Chinese spies flooding job platforms like LinkedIn to lure recruits with access to sensitive information. Security expert from Southern Cross University, Brendan Walker-Munro, says it's not a new approach, but the amount of foreign activity is worrying.
LinkedIn's always been a source of these types of approaches from espionage and foreign interference agents. What we're seeing and what this warning is really saying is that we're seeing a much bigger scale and scope of these types of approaches to military, defence and government employees.
I'm Noni Edwards. That's the latest ABC News. There's more news at any time on ABC Listen.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Blitzarves marks and skies it. She's got right under it. This is a high footy. Off hands. Jack Henry fortuitously landed in his lap. Gives it to Jack Martin from 30 and he curls it through for an instant response. Martin's got 2 and Geelong snatched back the lead.
Finds Toby Murray in the middle of the ground, kicks towards centre half forward. Archie with the gather, Archie with the shrug, kicks to Walker, marks 45 out. He's got a teammate in the goal square. He's going to play on. He kicks from 35 metres out and puts the Crows back in front. Classy play from defence from a debutant. All the way up the other end to Taylor Walker in game 310.
Myers to Manor, inside 50. Cameron pushes off Michaelani, but drops it late. Mark not paid. He's clattered into. Play continues. Jack Henry gets the turnover as he picks the pocket and kicks truly from 5. Jack Henry gets one as he snatches it from Josh Worrell and puts Geelong back in front.
Handballs over the top to Peatling. He's at the 50. The Crows can raffle this. McAndrew, handball's a tough one to Keys. He rushed it, but he kicked it, and the Crows reclaim the lead. What a big effort from both teams, but the Crows win out.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It is a wet weather slugfest to start round 13 here at the Adelaide Oval, and it's, I guess, a bit ironic in the sense we've got the SA Freeze on tonight. We're seeing some of the local celebrities go down the slide in honour of Neil Danaher and Fighting MND, the big freeze beanies out and about here in South Australia, as they will be on Monday for the King's birthday clash. It's a chilly affair for those playing, for those in the crowd, and for those who are under the ice tonight as well. Great to have your company for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It is the Crows by 6 at the major break. Has been neck and neck throughout the night. Geelong would feel like they were on top for probably more than Adelaide, but they've been inaccurate, and the Crows, certainly in the second term, look like they got some ascendancy. Lead changed hands 4 times in the space of 10 minutes, but Adelaide's up 6-3-39 to the Cats 4-9-33. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you tonight alongside Premiership players Rod Jamieson and Lauren Arnell. The big news heading towards the weekend is a lot of the injury news and the team changes, because we've seen a fair few swaps as we build towards some big games across the weekend. So tomorrow night you'll be able to hear our call of Hawthorn and the Western Bulldogs from the MCG from 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. No Jack Gunston for the Hawks. That foot injury lingering a little too long, so he is out. Cody Waitman back for the Western Bulldogs for the first time in nearly 2 years, so massive to see him out there for the Dogs. Turning to Saturday, where we've got 3 games as part of this shortened bye period. Fremantle will get Hayden Young back, but no Matthew Johnson with his hamstring and Brendan Cox's knee causing some concern, so he's out. Finn O'Sullivan won't be there for the Roos with concussion either. Brisbane have lost Hugh McCluggage and Kadeen Coleman, so a calf injury that's going to force scans for Hugh McCluggage, who has been underperforming the last few weeks and is now set to see a specialist and figure out what's going on there. So 2 big stars out for the Lions ahead of the Q Clash, where Gold Coast have a debutant in Jai Murray, the former first rounder for the Gold Coast Suns. Port Adelaide get to welcome back Tommy Cochran after a fractured navicular, so he returns from 14 months out. Kane Farrell with an adductor injury will miss, and the Eagles get to unveil their new recruit Brandon Starcevich finally after his knee and concussion concerns. Josh Lindsay is the man who's been omitted as a result, though. Extended squads for Sunday, but the Swans have named Callum Mills and Brodie Grundy. The Saints have named Nasai Wanganeen-Millerer. The Bombers have Mason Redmond and Sam Durham coming back, but no Darcy Parish for them. And the Blues look to be potentially unchanged. Maybe Zach Williams to come in, but otherwise no outs for them currently in that doubleheader tomorrow. So plenty of sport coming your way. We'll have the Hawks and the Dogs from 6:30 Eastern. If you're a follower of the other codes, the Super Rugby Pacifics, it's finals time there. So the qualifying final between the Hurricanes and the Brumbies from 5. You can hear that on ABC Listen. And in the NRL, we've got a double header tomorrow in round 14 that all starts at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Text line tonight, 0437 774 774. Had a cheeky one in from Pete before the break from Ballarat. Lauren Arnell, would you like to throw your hat in for the Carlton job?
Oh, boy. No, thank you. That's very, very kind. And
What about the
wow.
Essendon job?
Apparently no one else wants to do that one either. He said dirty. Nah, look, I'm very happy spending great time with my family and doing a whole range of other things outside of coaching at the moment. Thank you, though. That's very kind.
And we like having Loz at ABC Sports, so please stop giving your alternative options. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch. Not too much news floating around today, but John Raff has been reporting for Fox Footy tonight that in terms of Lachie Neale's future, WA is unlikely to be his destination, and there is a growing belief that the Crows could get him, which is a funny follow-up because we had Chairman John Olsen in the pre-game. There are reports that Zach Bailey's leaving Brisbane on a 7-year deal worth $10 million. It sounds like it's more likely than unlikely now, heading to Adelaide. When we asked John about the length of contracts these days, he said, I wouldn't go as far as 5. But the reported offer is 7, so someone might need to tell John that they're about to pay a pretty hefty load for a couple of stars.
Who's reporting that one?
That's been numerous, but Cal Toomey's been leading the charge, and he often gets these things right.
Yep.
So my question to him, I was unaware of that, and then your follow-up question was around that. I had no idea.
Well, usually we don't like to ask clubs about players because they'll give you a nothing answer. So I thought I'll cheekily ask him, what do you think about 10 mil over 7 years? And he said you didn't really like it.
Right on, Aaron.
Someone might need to tell him that's what the offer apparently is for the guy coming in.
Oh, sometimes I wonder how much is smoke and mirrors. Like Cal Toomey is pretty well on the money most of the time, as you said, but sometimes you just wonder, is there a manager throwing an extra couple of years on to get something else happening and a bit more cash if it is a 5-year deal here at the Crows? But wow, it's getting pretty outrageous now,
big
isn't
numbers,
it?
Yeah.
Huge.
I was reading here in the Footy Record, they're talking about where will they be in 2027. So they're saying Zach Butters, Western Bulldogs. However, the big offer potentially from Richmond, 8 years for $18 million, possibly. Lachie Neale, it says he might, and I heard this yesterday, go to Collingwood.
Yeah, there was some rumblings about that as well.
Yeah, so on a 3-year deal.
That's it now for your veterans, isn't it? They want the longevity.
Well, I think it's always been, and that's been and maybe sort of some stars of the game, but, he's certainly got some challenges off-field, but there was some talk that might even remedy itself and come together and he's going to stay there. But why would Collingwood, in their current position, go for a player of that age?
Second half about to start, but I want to throw a quick one at you, Jamo. So if the Dogs got Butters, but the Crows got Neale and Bailey, who would you take as your premiership favourite?
Oh, Adelaide.
Yeah? Loz?
Oh, jeez. I think the Crows are down a tall or two, to be fair. So I think adding to the midfield's going to be important. But yeah, I'd be on the Doggies on the back of that.
I like Butters and Sam Darcy back at the Dogs. But I mean, the Crows have been looking for a midfield void, and maybe this is the solution.
Again, Sid Draper, Rankin, speed. Get Bailey in the middle.
Crows by 6. Second half underway at the Adelaide Oval. Here we go.
Dangerfield, handballs to Smith for the Cats. They trail by 6 points going inside the forward 50. Brought to ground. Going with the second effort there is Cameron against Curtin. Sockers it off the deck, gathered by Worrell. Almost intercepted by Holmes. He blocks the handball from Miller. Miller goes again. Clearing kick out in front of his teammate in Laird. Got time to raffle it with Cook. He sells the handball once and then handballs the next time to Laird. Goes over the top to Michael and he heard a voice. That was clever. Cook kicks down the wing. Up the line towards Dawson. Up against O'Connor. Trying to get inside that forward 50. Guthrie tackled by Neil Bullen. We'll have a ball up right half forward for the Crows, who lead by 6 points.
That was the voice of Tom Wilson. If you just joined us, Aaron Bryan's with you as well. Lauren Arnell, Rod Jamison here. McAndrew down, looking for Peatling. Berry almost grabbed it. Bailey Smith wins out with a Hollywood handball. Just a hit and hope overhead. Coming the other way. Butts couldn't trap it. Ricochets off his bootlaces out. Dempsey's there for the Cats. Uses Myers. He curls it well. Low and hard. Just the required 15. Here's Patrick Dangerfield. Disposal number 20 as he sends it long to nowhere. Just a bit too much on it. Backtracking, Michael Annie cuts it off. Shoots the short pass to Neil Bullen and then gets it back, running through half. Back wall's closing in. Has to get a kick away. Down the line. Good hands. McAndrew had DeConing all over him. Releases Rochelle. Adelaide's going end to end. Into the 50. Dawson went out in the cage. Knocked it down. He's going to get the free. Walker almost blazed away on the crumb. But Jordan Dawson starting in the goal square. Gets it up against O'Connor. Wins the free kick.
Just the luxury, hey, to be able to do that. The middle has stepped up. Michael Annie in this quarter repelled on a couple of occasions. And for the Cats, Jeremy Cameron back onto the wing.
Jordan Dawson will start his set shot approach. 45 out. Man on the mark. 20 from home. It's a slight angle to the right. The Cats got burned by the Blues skipper last week. This will be big for the Crows. Dawson runs in, drills it hard, and gets it into the hill. 2 for the night for Jordan Dawson, and Adelaide finally breaks the deadlock. It is a game-high 12-point margin. We've been single digits all night, and now the Crows have a bit of breathing room. 7-3-45, plays 4-9-33, 2 minutes into the third term on ABC Sport.
Dangerfield remains in the middle of the ground for Geelong, and his turnover is really what caused that for the Crows. I love the quick reply from Adelaide, and if I'm Mark O'Connor, I'm probably holding Jordan Dawson every single time I'm caught 1v1. He's such a fantastic player, and really, if there's a game where he's shown his true versatility, it's got to be tonight. He has been everywhere.
Lockie McAndrew in that first half and up in the early part of this, 23 hit-outs, and that mark in the middle there, just clean hit-outs to advantage. He's been extremely good as he goes once again.
Smith's going to get the clearance again for Geelong up towards centre-half forward. Ball in dispute. Ollie Henry tries to lay a tackle on ball ace. He's dropped it. Oh, should have been holding the ball. Play on, says the umpire. De Koning. Handball to Myers. He's mowed down by Laird. Ends up with Miller at centre-half back. Clean hands from Rochelle to Neil Bullen. Back to Rochelle. Up to Archie. Marks forward of centre wing. He's got Cook as a runner. Runs to right half forward. Kicks it long inside the forward 50. Dawson's got the sit. That was a tough contest. There's 2 Cats players down. Dawson not looking good either. He's got some company with some teammates. This is an ugly contest. Player going back with the flight of the ball.
Connor O'Sullivan.
So O'Sullivan went underneath. O'Connor went over the top.
Yeah. Walker pushed O'Sullivan into that contest. So he's actually hurt his teammate by shoving the opponent in.
He did too.
Got like a sore hip, Jordan Dawson, struggling to actually... Look at those 2 blokes trying to... You'd think they're both 60, by the way, one standing the mark and the other going back to try and have a kick.
The crowd's not happy, but the call is right. The push was there from Walker into O'Sullivan.
So O'Sullivan gets the free kick and just quickly releases a long ball out to left half back. I reckon it's off hands. There was 4 players on the boundary line trying to keep it in. Crowd's getting a little bit frustrated again. First quarter wasn't exactly going their way.
O'Sullivan is going to have to come for a head injury assessment here. He's had a doctor go out to him, waved him off, but I'll be surprised if he doesn't have to come to the bench here.
Tossed in McAndrew straight down the throat of Cook, who kicks inside 50 for the Crows. Again, Dawson battling with O'Connor, who gets the fist in. The Cat hits the deck. Dawson trying to follow up. It's knocked over by O'Sullivan. Boundary throw in. Crowd's riding the momentum right now. When they're up, they're pretty quiet. When they're down, they're certainly a bit more vocal, but it's a pretty close game at the moment. Crows by 12. Tossed in left forward pocket. Adelaide's 50. Bit shallow for both rucks. De Koning gets a little underarm tap, trying to get it to Guthrie. Bailey Smith got it out. Handball was a bit errant. Holmes becomes the tackler on Neil Bullen with 30 from home. Ball up to come.
McAndrew knocks it down. Neil Bullen gathers with the one hand, kicks towards goal. Oh, it hit the base of the post. That would have been something from nothing. Lucky for the Cats. Adelaide 7-4-46, Geelong 4-9-33. 5 minutes 40 gone in this third term. And they bring it out of defence. Ping up towards the logo, outer side. Martin flies Worrell fists out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. Defensive side of centre wing for the Cats, who are now trailing by 13 points in this third quarter. Margin was 6 points at half-time in favour of the home side. Adelaide, they're desperate to get a scalp this season. They haven't got one. Haven't beaten a team above them on the ladder, leading by 13 points. De Koning knocks it down. Miller gathers, takes on the tackle of Smith, got away from him. Kicks inside the forward 50, looking for Archie. Handballs it off to Cook, lowers the eyes to Rochelle on the chest. Not 15. Handballs to Fogarty in the goal square, and he dribbles it through. Goal umpire unsure.
Did look like it could have dribbled into a Geelong leg on the way through. I think that's what they'll check.
Crows players are going back to set up.
Might have been the post too, is he asking?
Soft call to check if it's hitting the post.
Did you see? Yeah, it's hit the post.
Just touching there.
Just sometimes wonder, Loz, like why as players do we 5 metres out? Like you've actually taken a mark and you've then played on.
Rochelle.
Yeah. So minus score in the end. It's gone against the post. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, the Geelong doctors have just been reviewing that vision with Connor O'Sullivan. They are parading the boundary now. You get the feeling he'll be coming off for a head assessment.
Holmes plays on, blazes away, got a rush of blood, just kicked it straight towards ball ace. Back into the 50 for the Crows. Pack collapses with a couple of fists. Holmes tries to keep it in and Archie will walk him over. And we get a boundary thrown in the same spot we were 5 minutes ago.
That'll be significant for the Cats. If O'Sullivan has to come off, he's taken Walker so far all night, and obviously losing Humphries off the back of last week. If they're missing both of those players for the second half, it's going to be significant.
Crows by 14. Inside 50. It's tossed in McAndrew. Beautiful tap to Peatling rather, who put his head over it but didn't come away with the footy. Atkins dives in. He's spun in the tackle. Ball up. We are 25 out.
Inside 50s already in this quarter, 5-1, and it's staying in the forward area as the Cats now clear it.
McAndrew looked for Peatling again, but again he just ran too wide of the footy. So Geelong, as Jamo said, get the exit. Ollie Henry trying to gather the footy, too much momentum, fell into it. Cook's kick smothered. Atkins can't control it. Diving in. Peatling again, trying to win the footy. Can't extract it cleanly. Bailey Smith's got to deal with Cook. Ball shoots out to Berry. The Crows might get a chance here. Dawson tried to tow it, but was pulled away. Kolajasny puts his head over it, flung the ball out in the tackle. Wasn't really more of a throw, but just kind of hooked it and then shot out. And the ball ends up shooting back out towards the benches, and it will be last touch to the Crows. Wayne Miller wants to go back towards the direction of Walker. Didn't quite get the angle on the run. And O'Sullivan, with some fly, takes the mark. Cuts it off through defensive 50 and looks to switch towards the light tower, rather. Clear and kick comes from O'Connor.
Kicks down the line. Contest there between Butts and Mullen. And Mullen really didn't have his eyes on the footy, so Butts wins the free kick on the logo, out of sight of the ground.
It's been really good, Jordan Butts, just really playing a role. Stats might not match it, but key defender just showing up in the aerial contest.
Having a great year, Lauren. Kicks down the line towards Walker, goes out over the boundary line. Right half forward for the Crows, Josh Money.
Yeah, interestingly, O'Sullivan's still out on the ground. The doctors were walking up the boundary line to try get his attention, but still out there and taking marks, so that's one to watch.
Boundary throw in. De Koning works McAndrew under the footy, takes it out himself, handballs towards Smith, who tried to soccer it forward. Salego gathers and pushed out over the boundary line by Atkins, and we'll have another throw in a little bit further away from Adelaide's goal, about 80 metres. They're up 14 points.
Saw this in Adelaide's last game against the Hawks with Nick Watson, who was a bit hesitant to come off, eventually did and was finally cleared at half time, but took a bit of time. Tossed in. De Koning tried to take it out of the ruck, couldn't control the footy. McAndrew grabs it, thumps it, spirals it, and O'Connor takes the intercept mark off the bodywork of Stewart and kept Rochelle out of it. Geelong switch to the broadcast side. Martin's the target, front on with Miller. Fist comes in, knocked out towards Wiltshire though. Neal gets it with the link up. 1-2. Geelong inside 50. Flying is Ollie Henry. Coming late was Ball Ace. Knocks it down. Cameron wants to keep it in. Shot the handball across. Couldn't quite get to Ollie Henry, and Ball Ace will walk it over. So the push in, so Walker's pushed O'Sullivan in and clattered into Dawson. Dylan Shield got a one-match suspension last year for doing so against Geelong, but he pushed Mark O'Connor into his teammate, which caused Aluaman Lawal to land on his head. So he got a concussion for hurting an opposition player. Could Walker potentially face at least some look from the MRO? Tossed in, Neal couldn't take it. Cleared quickly by the Crows. Big head on the drop as Walker charges into Kolajasny. Pops up okay. Out the back, O'Sullivan buffeted off his kick, but it's headed the right way. Dawson, out the back of the pack, has managed to intercept it.
Big grab too. O'Shea Mullen's now gone to Dawson around stoppage, so to take that mark as knowing he's got a tag, really important for him.
So his kick towards Miller was just touched by Holmes, but Miller did well, gets it back to Worrell, goes short to McAndrew, the ruckman, left half back. Working hard is Dawson, and it's a perfectly placed kick from the ruck to his skipper. So he's got a defensive side of centre wing. Having quite the game is Jordan Dawson. So he plays on now, long towards Walker. Fists it away. Wiltshire with the handball. Straight to Nankervis. Turnover. Peatling. Archie. 2-on-2 up forward. Going deep inside the forward 50. Rochelle works hard. Tries to soccer it off the deck. Taking on the tackler. No Pryor. Good strong tackle there from Keys on O'Connor. We'll have a ball up. 35 from Adelaide's goal.
Just going to say that kick to Taylor Walker, Tom, was actually pretty good. Rather than going long and high, he actually put it out in front to Walker's advantage.
Crows by 14. The Cats haven't scored in this term. Tap down, Bailey Smith gets the exit. Bounces its way towards Myers. He's spun the full 360 by Laird. Ball up to come, attacking edge for the Crows.
You mentioned Butt's dominance in that back half. Jeremy Cameron's now gone forward again off a wing.
Voice of Lauren Arnell, the former Port Adelaide women's coach. Rod Jamison's here, the head of footy at Glenelg. Tap down. Peatling gets it back towards Laird off a step. High ball into the 50. Rochelle gets in front, nearly got a second bite at it. Hits the deck. Berry becomes the tackler. They fall into the footy, 45 out. First win last week for the Glenelg girls, Jamo?
Yes, it's a step forward, Aaron.
Toby Murray gets the tap, but well scouted by Manor. Running the wrong way, kills it back in board. Caught behind was Cameron. Ricochets off the shins of Braden Cook, and we'll get a boundary throw in just wide of the benches. So the Crows have dominated this term. All three scoring shots, just a goal and 2 points to show for it.
What about their tackling? 17-5 in this quarter alone.
Number one pressure team in the comp, Jamo. Showing it so far this evening. Blitzarves gets it out the back towards Myers. His handball's dangerous towards Bruin, who's met by Fogarty. That was socket off the deck, and it hit Archie in the chest, 35 out. It was just slingshot out of there. Was it Keys?
I think Bruin, didn't he, turned and tried to do it, and it might have been Keys has come through from the tackle of Darcy Fogarty, and Archie's got an easy one for a change.
He has hit him on the chest. Oh, this would really hurt. Margin's already to game high, 14 points for Adelaide. Archie from inside the paint of 50 starts it right, bends it straight through the middle. Cal Archie played most of the night on Jeremy Cameron, on Tom Stewart, I should say. Correct myself there. And he's hurt him with a goal. Extends that margin to 20 points, 8-5-53. Geelong 4-9-33, halfway through this third term.
I hope our listeners can hear his goal song too. It's a ripper. Don't look back in anger. Oasis, not a bad one, but good from the Crows. They've been dominant in this quarter, as you guys have mentioned, and O'Sheed and Mullen has again gone inside, and expecting he goes to Dawson at this centre bounce, but Geelong have to fire back. They haven't really fired a shot this quarter, Jemo.
And their kicking is poor. Adelaide's going at 74% to Geelong's 45%. So the pressure around the ground, finding a teammate, the target, the way Geelong defend, they're going to have to get a little closer to shut down.
Crows by 20 and the Cats are being tested. McAndrew down. Murray rather, who knocks it outwards to Berry. He slaps it up to half forward. Committing the body was Hawker Hahn. Knocked it out. Curtin becomes the tackler on Dangerfield. Trying to rip it out of there is Bailey Smith. Dawson brings him down. Picked up by Dan Curtin again. Helicopter down the broadcast wing. Walker well held. And he lets his opponent know all about it. O'Sullivan, the offender, he hands it to Curtin. Looping handball was a hospital one. Berry had to try and make it work, getting it back to him, but crunched for his troubles and handballs over the boundary line. Wasn't the right move there from Dan Curtin.
It's just another turnover. Again, I understand acknowledging the run, but you have to use the football smarter.
Here's the Cats using the run of their own. O'Sullivan linking up, working with O'Connor. Tumbler kick was miserable, but Ollie Henry made it work. Got it to Dangerfield, into the 50. Blitzarves the target. Spoiled down. Manor couldn't gather. Picked up by Myers, though. Gives it to the Wirrabee product. Centering kick didn't work for Blitzarves. Toby Murray did very well to not only get it out, but hit a target. High hit and hope, and Worrell's got it left half back.
Crows up by 20 points. Kicked the last 4 goals of the match. Walker flies, couldn't complete the mark. Out the back is Archie, the goal kicker. Guthrie for company did well. Gets it to Bruin. Throws it on the left boot up towards right half forward. Blitzarves flies. Roving is Laird at the bottom of the pack. Did he dive on it? The umpire says no, we'll have a ball up.
That's the move for the Cats now. Blitzarves gone forward just to provide more of an aerial presence. We've spoken about the Adelaide defenders cutting everything off. Blitzarves now a bit on his shoulders forward of the ball.
Murray with the hit out down to Saligo, slung around and got the handball to Berry. Contest between Walker and Guthrie brings it to ground. He's got some support in Keys to Neil Bullen. He's just waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Flicks it back to Fogarty. Looks for Archie. Got the fist in there when it looked like Stewart would take the mark. He's got time to pick it up before the boundary line to Kolajasny to Bowes. Underground ball down the line towards Holmes. Cook can keep it in. Goes back to Hall Kahan. Steps one and he's mowed down from behind by Wiltshire. Free kick Geelong. Defensive side, centre wing, members side of the ground.
Just a little lesson for the debutant there.
Won't hurt.
He'll learn from it. Down the line go the Cats. Looking for a score this term, and Neil clunks a good contested grab. That'll give them a chance, and this will certainly give them an even better one. Toby Murray, committed to the marking contest, hits the deck, comes up, and running by Braden Cook has got into the protected area because Murray hadn't really stood yet.
Just a little bit lazy, lost focus there, Cook.
He's not really that close either. This is one of those that makes the rule look so pathetic because there's not really any threat to a handball received there, but rule's the rule, 15 metres.
I don't know if he could have gone that much further right.
You have to run outside the boundary line.
Correct.
The Cats need it though, and they'll take it. Shannon Neal kicks from 30 and smashes it through the big sticks into the Riverbank stands. He roars towards his teammates to almost settle him down. Hey, mate, this is our first one and we've still got a while to go. It is Adelaide by 14 points, but Geelong get a gift to re-enter the contest. 5-9-39. They trail the Crows 8-5-53. 18 minutes played. Third term on ABC Sport with Lauren Arnell and Rod Jamieson.
Well, it was a super mark from Shannon Neal, and it set them up for that easy goal after the 50-metre penalty, and Neal's gone to the bench now, and De Koning back in the ruck after Neal had taken a couple of centre bounces for them. Could be a tide turner here, guys. I think the Crows have just dominated this third quarter so far, and crucial for Adelaide to respond now.
I just think regardless of what team you follow, the umpiring impacting and making a decision like that.
Not good. Back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew down towards Dawson on his hands and knees. The handball went backwards and was gathered by Holmes. Blitzarves did well, gets it to Myers. Goes to De Koning. Dangerfield kicks inside the 50. Dempsey, one-hander. Snatched it and then pulled it into his chest, 40 out at a 45-degree angle.
That is almost rude. Wow. What a mark.
That's just talent.
Potential. I think the Adelaide fans think it might have been a significant push in the back to Cook as well, who has been on the wrong end of a couple umpire calls in the last 30 seconds.
Get him off. He's cost Adelaide 2 goals.
So Dempsey's still got to kick it. What a talent he is.
Absolute talent.
Goal a game this season. Kicks from 45. The silence is deafening. Dempsey makes it back-to-back goals for the Cats. They're back within 8 points just like that. 6-9-45. The Crows 8-5-53. We're into time on third term.
He kicked the goal like a little chip shot onto the green, didn't he? He just popped it up and floated through just over the goal line, and no one actually competed for it. It's almost the perfect kick. But such an important stage of the game now, guys. I think the Crows fans know it.
You can just sense the nervous anticipation about what's going to happen. Adelaide have had a few close losses this year, and it's a funny old stat. Like, to be a Crows fan would be one of the worst things in the world, because when it comes to close games, they're always in them. 31% of their last 125 games have been decided by 10 or less. Can you not, Jamo?
That was so quick.
He's just bloody... And you're wondering why I give him grief for his bald head. De Koning out of the middle, hands it to Atkins. Geelong regrouping. Dempsey.
Has anyone got HR's number?
Sure. 25 years, you get a bit of leeway. Atkins up to left half forward. Jack Henry forced to spoil as he's battling with ball ace, and it rolls over the boundary line. So my point was, Crows fans are so used to close games. It's just, this is just a repeat deja vu.
Oh, look, I think against Geelong, you just can't. It doesn't matter. Like 3 or 4 goals is not enough anyway to sort of sit on your laurels and work the way forward. But they just find ways. They will themselves, and they've got the players that are capable of turning a game.
Atkins wheeled himself into the contest and kicked inside the forward 50. Dribbles out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in 35 from goal. I think HR actually calling us.
The good thing is, hey, Dom, we
probably got the
recorded that,
pre-game.
didn't we?
Yeah, Fletcher's got it all. We've got 4 cameras in here, all the audio that you could ever need.
All right, I'm dropping the mic. I'm leaving.
Tossed in, Cats 50. Tap down, Wiltshire gets it to Myers. Atkins pushes off Dawson, hands it back towards Dangerfield. Bang!
Oh.
He's smashed into front on contact. Wasn't as hard as a car crash. Laird just turned towards the ball drop and Dangerfield ran straight into him. Oh no, there you go.
Yeah.
You know what? He has got him high.
Right in front of the umpire.
Right in front of me.
His right arm over the shoulder of
Just a
Patrick
stray arm,
Dangerfield,
wasn't it?
too?
Unneeded.
Clumsy.
Well, this could go a couple of ways here. Patrick
Surely.
Dangerfield will put this straight over the top of the umpire, or he'll put it out in the full.
Public enemy number 1. Patrick Dangerfield in his old state misses to the left. The crowd will love that. It is the Crows by 7. 22 played, third term on ABC Sport.
Looked good most of the way. It was a tough angle. So Miller brings it back in. Goes to Michael and he puts Miller under huge pressure. Play on, says the umpire. No, there was an umpire right along the boundary line. The fence that's calling that holding the ball. Josh Money in the boundary.
Yeah, Tom, O'Sullivan has come off the ground and spent some time on the Cats bench. Just quick word with the doctor, but they seem satisfied at least that his head is okay, which is good news for him and Taylor Walker as well.
So Bowes wins the free kick. Strong tackle right up against the boundary line, right half forward. The spot you practice when you're going off the ground. In game 150, Jack Bowes kicks a drop punt, starts it right. It's straightening. It's straight through the middle from the milestone man. That is an epic goal. What a kick from Jack. And they are back, the Cats. 7-10-52. Adelaide 8-5-53. 24 gone third term.
Wowee, the Cats. Some very strong responses, and if you do your scouting report against the Crows, you know the man they want with the footy in his hands in their D50, and that's Wayne Miller. And 2 Geelong players corralling him. Bo's the beneficiary, and what a finish from the boundary. We have a ripping angle of that, don't we? Right behind it.
We
It
are
was
privileged.
a beautiful kick.
It's a great kick there up that end. But again, it's just the inability of Adelaide to sort of assess the situation too. It's the balance of go fast when you need to, but Geelong anticipated that. They had 3 players shut down on him, and they knew he was going to handball. They didn't need to try and get the footy on that quick.
3 unanswered for the Cats, 1 point game. McAndrew out of the middle, hands it to Berry, shoots it to the eastern side. Cook fumbled and he's set upon. There are 5 Cats around him and he's got the footy out of there. Neil Bullen had a fresh airy. Bruin gathers, had an arm pinned but gets a kick straight up and down. McAndrew commits, towed forward by the Cats. Picked it up with his butts and put his head through the tackle. Gets the handball out. Paul Kahan trying to get it to Neil Bullen. Blitzarms with the fist towards De Koning. Got a handball out. Myers gave it away though. Back to Laird. The Crows have some time. Right half back. Ball ace. Up towards Archie. Entangled with Zach Guthrie. Coming the other way. Tom Stewart tackled. Shot the handball out. Jamison doesn't think he did so cleanly. It'll work for the Crows anyway. Archie tried to scrub a kick forward. Little wide for Dawson. Rochelle keeps going though. 3 behind him. He knocked it to Fogarty. He gave it back to Dawson. Tumbling kick. Just couldn't get the angle under pressure. And it rolls over the boundary line near the scoreboard. It is a cracking contest. Adelaide by a point. Close to 3/4 time.
It's just more so if you get tackled and you don't dispose of the football, it's
holding the ball. McAndrew knocks it forward into a dangerous spot, but De Koning did well to gather. Not sure how that was got rid of by Holmes, but he got it to Bruin. Quick kick out of defence. Over the top of Izet and Manor. Wrapped up by Butts. Ball ace has the footy. Was sharked though by Myers. He steps inside to the running man of Blitzarves. He is the running man. Good pressure from behind. Neil Bullen put a lot of pressure on that kick. Oh, Martin fumbles. Falls in the lap of Zach Taylor, who kicks the centre half forward, and Fogarty marks just outside the paint of 50. We know he's got this in him.
Oh boy, Jack Martin. The easiest of ground balls. Although it's wet conditions, he's been clean in the first half and relatively uncontested, and really, really poor fumble has cost this one for Geelong.
He was looking to handball it before he had it in his hands, didn't he?
Yeah, the official stat says no pressure error. So Darcy Fogarty, it'll take a kick from 55. Unloads, probably just got a little bit underneath that one and away to the right. So a minus score for Fogarty, second of this term. So it goes to a 2-point margin, 8-6-54, Geelong 7-10, 52. And from the kick-in, working well on the outer side of the ground, I should say, was McAndrew. Getting across and getting that over the boundary. Will have a throw in near the scoreboard.
It's been good, hasn't he?
Yep.
Big man.
So Adelaide to get another chance. Margin's just 2. McAndrew and De Koning battling for position. The ladder wins it down for the Cats. Trying to break through a couple. And unable to get through his Mullen.
De Koning has actually been better in the ruck than Lips has. McAndrew's jumped all over him and De Koning's used his strength.
De Koning does win it down. Holmes gets it to Bailey Smith. Tackled as he kicked it off balance. It works. Up to Jack Henry, but not a lot ahead. Has to slow things down at the Odie stand. Jack Henry will go right back on his mark and finally hit it hard. Down the line to his brother, and Ollie comes out to meet it. Henry to Henry. It's a royal affair at the Adelaide Oval. Ollie up towards the 50, looking for Zach Guthrie. Late bump from Archie. Prevented him from taking it. Spills out.
Is this a free kick?
There's a free kick
down the field.
Left half back at the moment for the Crows, and they've won it. Right half forward for the Crows. Yeah.
100 metres away.
So wrestling on the ground, James Peatling and Bailey Smith. That was off the kick that Smith sent down the eastern wing. So that was a minute ago. They stayed wrestling on the deck, and finally the umpires pinged Bailey. So what would have been a Geelong entry, and it looked like a dangerous one, is headed straight back the other way. Man on the mark, 51 out. Peatling will set it up top of the goal square. Couple of flyers. Dawson nearly clunked it. Tackles late on the ball drop. It'll be tossed up, 15 out straight in front. Chris Scott will be ropeable.
So Stewart and Fogarty were wrestling. Smith and Peatling.
Tossed up, McAndrew. Gets the tap. De Koning, though, gets the handball out. Almost gave it to Berry. Went straight through his legs. Nutmegged. Goes the second bite, but just can't break free from Blitzarves. We're now 20 from home.
2 minutes remaining.
Crows in front. McAndrew knocks it towards the goal square. Martin's there, clean this time. Gets it onto the left boot and finds Ollie Henry on the lead. Bailout kick hits the chest of a teammate, and they're going to take it on. Up towards Mullen, turns around, Cook for company on the logo outer side. Fakes the handball to Bowes, goes inside to Myers. He's got nothing up forward, so flicks it back to Bowes. Handball's inside to Broome. The cavalry's arriving for the Cats. He looks forward, up towards Dangerfield. It's the advantage of Hall Kahan, who gets the spoil. Down at Ankervis, the Crows can run through Curtin. Left half back, he's got a chaser in Wiltshire. Kicks longer towards Dawson, who flies, couldn't mark. At the back, O'Sullivan for the Cats. Handballs to Smith, centre wing.
Gets his kick under the tackle, but turned it over. The pressure too much, and Dan Curtin gets across. They've got enough time here, minute on the clock. Curtin plays on and breaks the ankles as he darts his way around Wiltshire. Kicks down the line. Couple of flyers, and Walker slides in to score it over. Gee, Hall Kahan has slotted right into this mix.
Well, just his composure. Picking the right option at the right time. Timed his run then to smother.
2-point game, three-quarter time, a moment away. Tossed in left half forward for the Crows. Murray tries to win it down. Blitzarves gets the better. Peatling collapses into the footy with Bailey Smith behind him. Crowd wanted to push in the back. He was pretty generous as he escorted him down. We go again. Toby Murray knocks it forward, keeps following. Martin gets there first. He bowls him over. Toby gets the footy. He wins it hard. Hands it to Berry. Kick was about 2 metres, but it's knocked back to Peatling. His kick smothered. Curtin got it out. Shoots the handball. Hall Kahan back to Peatling. Tackled as he kicked it. Put too much on it. It rolls towards the scoreboard. Still 30 seconds on the clock. Adelaide with one last stoppage perhaps.
Dangerfield's rolling from deepest forward for the Cats, just inside this stoppage, try and congest the numbers.
Zach Taylor just come through the contest, or Berry, an Adelaide player, just needs to hit it hard.
Murray and Blitzarves. There's Taylor. Handballs to the big ruckman in Murray. Gets it to Berry. Tackled immediately. Bowes works his way through traffic for the Cats. Kicks up towards the wing. Ball in dispute. Nankervis Got past one tackle. Handball towards Cook. There's still time. Great effort. Myers got the smother in. Bose is running forward. Sweeping handball to a contest. 2-on-1. Favouring the Crows, but the Geelong Cats win out towards Ollie Henry. Siren sounds. What a game of footy we've got here at Adelaide Oval. It was a 6-point margin at half-time. The Crows kicked the first 2 of the quarter, but the Cats responded with the next 3, bringing it back to a 2-point margin. They trailed their 7-10-52. Adelaide 8-6-54.
It's had a bit of everything, and it feels like it's going to have the thrilling finish as the cherry on top. Goal scorers at the final change. 2 to Dawson, singles to Keys, Berry, Archie, Walker, Taylor and Neil Bullen. For the Cats, Dangerfield, Henry, Neil, Dempsey and Jack Martin has 2 to his name. 8-6-54 plays 7-10-52. Feels like it's going to be a fun finish. Shout out on the text line to Dan in Kununurra, who charged his phone just to send us a text saying that he's enjoying the call. Bloody ripper, go Crows. Thank you, Dan, because, this has been a fun one. Make sure you keep your phone charged for the fallout as well. And Beansy in Victoria, wondering what Josh Money's nickname is. Better that he can... it's very good that he works for the beloved ABC 8 Cents. Pretty sure it's J Money, isn't it, Tom?
Money Man.
Money Man.
He sometimes gets called Cash Money. But probably Money Man,
We're not very creative, are we, in the media industry?
He might have a few...
he's just yelled out legend, if you didn't hear that. But there you go, Beansy. There's the nicknames
among others
that Josh Money has. Adelaide by 2 at 3-quarter time. It is going to be a ripping finish. Don't go anywhere. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
A young man vanishes, and something about it doesn't sit right.
It made no sense.
I'm Rob Bergen. Join me for What Became of Jack, the new season of Unravel.
You know where my son is.
Search for the Unravel podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Adelaide's going end-to-end into the 50. Dawson, one out of the cage, knocks it down. He's going to get the free. Walker almost blazed away on the crumb. But Jordan Dawson, starting in the goal square, gets it up against O'Connor, wins the free kick. Dawson runs in, drills it hard, and gets it into the hill. 2 for the night for Jordan Dawson. And Adelaide finally breaks the deadlock. It is a game-high 12-point margin. We've been single digits all night, and now the Crows have a bit of breathing room.
Goes to DeConing. Dangerfield kicks inside the 50. Dempsey, one-hander. Snatched it and then pulled it into his chest, 40 out at a 45-degree angle.
That is almost rude.
Dempsey makes it back-to-back goals for the Cats. They're back within 8 points, just like that. So Bose wins the free kick. Strong tackle right up against the boundary line. Right half forward. It's what you practice when you're going off the ground. In game 150, Jack Bose kicks a drop punt, starts it right. It's straightening. It's straight through the middle from the milestone man. That is an epic goal. What a kick from Jack. And they are back, the Cats.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's living up to the hype as your Thursday night blockbuster. Adelaide and Geelong to kickstart round 13, and just 2 points separate these two finals hopefuls. It is the Crows leading by that margin, 8-6-54 to 7-10-52. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you for the call, alongside premiership players Rod Jamieson and Lauren Arnell. Plenty at stake in terms of optics, statements, ladder positioning. Geelong would not want to drop 2 in a row after their shock loss to the Blues, but are off a 5-day break and are trying to keep their legs with them on this run home. Adelaide had the bye, 14 days to try and regroup. If they win tonight, they jump up towards 6th, currently on the live ladder, but there is still a whole weekend of footy to play out. And don't forget, Geelong are one of the best final quarter teams in the league. They only lost their second last week against the Blues in the 4th term. They're 10-2 for the year. Should shout out as well, there was a little incident before half-time where Tom Stewart bumped Callum Archie. We had a quick look at it. Rod Jamieson, it looks like he got him in the chest, so I don't think there's anything to worry about there. Oh, you disagree? I thought you were with me on that.
No, I think it's, well, one, this is the challenge, isn't it? Like, it's where the shoulder hits. Like, if the shoulder, you've hit him in the front and it's high, regardless if it's high on the chest or high neck or his chin. I think that's the challenge. So I'm a massive fan of Tom Stewart, by the way. I love the way he plays his footy. So, but things have changed and things are a bit different. So they'll certainly have a look at it.
Yeah, the other one to keep an eye out for the MRO tomorrow, Taylor Walker pushing Connor O'Sullivan into a marking contest. He clattered into Jordan Dawson. O'Sullivan needed a HIA, but is okay. Just one to watch, given that Dylan Shield got suspended for a similar incident last year. Lauren, how is this final quarter going to go? Because it feels like we've had these runs of momentum either way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be nice and close, that's for sure. I loved the way that the Crows started that third quarter. They made a massive statement, and then Geelong, as we all should expect, hit back really hard, and to shape now into a 2-point difference going into this last quarter. I think both teams need to stick to the recipe of fast footy. The balance is how you hold your spare defender and how much damage they can do on the rebound. I think that Geelong are very lucky that Connor O'Sullivan's still out there because they need him out there for Taylor Walker. And the midfield battle, I think Adelaide had it mostly done in that third, particularly around the ground stoppage. Cats experience for me, the Adelaide home crowd, it's going to be a ripper.
I think the Peatling Bailey Smith one. So Bailey's had 28. He had 10 in that quarter. Peatling had 6 in that quarter. He's had 16. I mean, he's had a few, but I don't think he's had the impact on the game that potentially what we know he's like.
Agreed. And for me, if you want to read Chris Scott's mind, I'll just go, where's Blitzarves?
On the wing.
He's gone on a wing to Curtin. And he did play a bit forward in that third quarter when the response was needed. That squared up the tall defenders from the Crows. Now Blitzarves is on a wing. I think that's going to make I'd love to see him go wing v wing around the ground stoppage because Curtin's had a lot of time and space. See what they do.
And in that third quarter, McAndrew again 12 hit-outs. A first possession, Bailey Smith 5 to Conning 4, and he's gone to Conning in the ruck again.
Anybody's ball game. It's the Crows by 2. Tapped down, Berry tackled as he got his boot away. Kicked it up to the eastern side, and there's high contact going the Crows' way. Neil Bullen wins it, has a runner, riding shotgun. Rory Laird, full stride into the 50 and pulled down before the ball drop was Zach Taylor. Couple of flyers as well. Tom Stewart collapses into the footy, so no free kick, ball up to come.
If I watch that again, I think he's actually swung him out of the contest.
Quickly tossed up, McAndrew down to Dawson, had an arm pin before it got there by O'Connor. Spills out, Berry lays the tackle. That was Mullen, by the way, who looks like he's running with Jordan Dawson. So the Crows skipper has his work cut out for him in the final term. McAndrew down, only found Zach Guthrie, little scorpion heel kick. Only got it to Neil Bullen. He gave it away to Bailey Smith. Tackled, dropped it to Koning, picks it up, gave it to Zach Guthrie. Squeezes a kick, rolling its way towards the Rashudo stand, and Dempsey walks it over. So the umpire's just hanging back at the start of this final term. It's Adelaide by 2.
Letting them play. Such an important last quarter, especially for the Crows. Chasing that scalp. Their first one for the season. Over the top blitz, de Koning, I should say, down towards Smith. Gathered by Keys. Clever from Neil Bullen, who got it back to Keys. He kicks it check side through the goals. Special stuff from Benny Keys for his second, and Adelaide get the first of the last. They're 9-6-60. Geelong 7-10-52, and a minute and a half gone for ABC Sport.
Jamo, they teach it pretty young. That's that movement through stoppage, and Keys with his movement was able to create a little bit of chaos. Chaos. Neil Bullen, I'll say I meant that, hey. Neil Bullen, clean hands, and Keys, that left foot check, he loves it, doesn't he? Nice finish.
Well, I think that's his best option. He can't find a kick it straight, and he probably kicks better on his right, so he goes the banana. But probably this year, he hasn't been as damaging in what he has done last year again. Just his ability to work up the ground, work back. He's actually probably the defenders have focused on him a little bit more with the work rate that he has.
So 1 goal in his first 4 games. He's now had 14 in his last 8. Feels like after a month of footy, he was back to his best. McAndrew down. Saligo tries to gather. Bailey Smith right behind him, breathing down his neck. Tackles. Waits. Saligo ends up winning the free. Shoots the handball out. Braden Cook running by. Bullet pass. Walker just slipped out of his mitts. Taylor comes with the assist. He draws 2, which frees up the Texan. He'll spin through Blitzarves. May have been caught high on the stray arm. He looks to the umpire. Everybody stops. And the free kick will be paid. 40 from home.
Just a small note for Crows fans. Josh Rochelli's centre out and spitting out very offensively. I think he was open in that. And not a bad choice for Cook to go to Walker either.
Braden Cook just took on the bounce as well in the wet conditions. Laced him out. at the haircut that Taylor Walker's rocking right now. It's almost like a Dusty Martin.
Little mullet fade. Taylor Walker from the paint of 50. What a kick! The Texan is dead-eye. 2 for the night. Adelaide up by 14 points as they go bang, bang in the space of 3 minutes. 10-6-66, plays 7-10-52. 3:41 on the clock. Plenty of footy to go on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson, Lauren Arnell, your experts.
Oh, he's just one of the most immaculate kicks. He laces it out. He doesn't have a lot of effort. Outstanding. Whether it's left or right, to be fair. But you don't want to poke a bear in the quarters. 2 goals, 3 goals. That's how tight the game is. It's gone either way. And to be 14 points up in the early stages, 17, 18 minutes remaining in this last quarter, there is still plenty of football.
Big response from Tex. He did get overlooked in that game against Hawthorn. Goes back to the sandful and kicks 5 goals and got 2 important ones tonight. Back out of the middle of the ground, surging forward to Geelong. Mullen laying the tackle. We'll have a ball up close to centre-half forward. Umpire throws it up. Knocking it forward was De Koning towards centre-half forward. Knocking it back was Worrell. Finds Neil Bullen. Runs and takes on his opponent out towards Cook on Dempsey. Chucked him to the ground. The umpire saw it. Free kick to Dempsey was there. So he plays on quickly. Out wide to O'Connor. To Bailey Smith. Working it by hand to Holmes. He kicks a high ball inside the forward 50. Kneels underneath it. Falls out the back of the pack. Curtin read it best. Dangerous handball to Miller. Hot on him with the tackle was Martin, but he got it to Taylor. He wanted to play on, was asked to play on by the umpire. He's got some support in Michaelani. He steps back inside, steps towards the boundary line, tries to find Walker. Geelong has the numbers with Stewart.
Hands it off. Tighten traffic. O'Sullivan gets it wide. Put Blitzarves in a bit of a tight spot. Spun in the phone box over the boundary line. Game 305 tonight for Mark Blitzarves, the 35-year-old. He now ties Jimmy Bartell and Mitch Duncan for 5th overall at the Cats. The ultimate utility, just keep finding ways to get involved. He's rucking right now. It's De Koning, rather, who edges out McAndrew, takes it out, kicks towards the 50, bouncing a little short of Jeremy Cameron. Michael Lanny knocks it over. It is the Crows by 14. They've had the only 2 goals of the final term.
Dan Curtin in his 5th game for the season after coming off that knee injury in pre-season. This would have to be his best game as well. Consistent across the first 3 quarters, and his defensive work, very impressive.
From the boundary thrown, Peatling taken to the ground by Martin, but Sligo did well. Kicked around the body. It's De Koning in front, gets the handball to Brune, puts his teammate Myers under pressure, and the handball goes straight to Fogarty. Inside to Saligo, to Dawson. They got some runners through the middle of the ground in Laird. He's going to kick it up towards centre-half forward. Keys on Blitzarves. Blitzarves couldn't quite complete the mark. He tried to complete it with his knees. Knocks it out of the contest. He's got support with Holmes. Now to Brune. Further wide to Martin, centre wing. Dempsey's running along the side. Handballs to him at right half forward. Lowers the eyes looking for Cameron. Through the hands. Ball in dispute. Butts is happy to get this to the boundary line if he can. And right at the back there was Worrell. His handball was blocked for the time being. Goes to Miller at the top of the goal square. Pressure's on. Quick kick out of defence looking for Taylor. Over the top was Guthrie. The 2 Zacks go at it. Taylor keeps it in play. He's using it with his feet. Underground handball from Ollie Henry was clever. To Wiltshire, to Myers. Just the 15 metres. And he marks just inside the paint of the 50. Left half forward.
Barely 15 metres there, but a good grab. One-hander from Graham Myers.
Right. We know his kicking method is a little unorthodox. So he's naturally going to go to that right side.
So we mentioned no goals this season. Could it be his first from 50? Runs around to the right. He's bringing it back. Won't have the journey. Hands on it. Ball ace gets it out over the goal line. Minus score. That'll be the first of the quarter for the Cats. 8 minutes in. They're 7-11-53. The Crows are 10-6-66.
Wayne Miller to bring it in. Kicks up to right half back. Curtin, one-on-one, battling with Myers. Flyers got a fingertip to it. Umpire believes in boundary throwing to come. Left half forward right now for the Cats. Malin Achuka on the text line saying Bailey Smith wears his heart on his sleeve. He's had hot patches tonight. Plenty of different players running with him, but 30 for the night. Bailey Smith continuing his prolific year. Tossed in. McAndrew with the fist. Stumps it towards the benches. Dawson caught behind. He's battling with Mullen, who tries to keep it in. Mullen commits the body. And if it was a proper bump, he would have been in a bit of trouble bouncing off Peatling, but ended up just being a little bit of an awkward incident. He's running onto the ball. Did ricochet out, though, last touch Geelong. So Adelaide get the footy, and Dawson's given it straight back. Long kick down the line. Cleared the pack. Intercept taken by Jasny. As he arcs around and kicks back to the broadcast wing.
Bit of kick-to-kick here, potentially, because McAndrew flies over the top. He's having some game tonight. Handballs it to Hall Kahan in his first game. Looking for Peatling. That was a half volley. The umpires made it. That was right in front of me. Sold it beautifully. Would have been going to the third umpire. The other sport that we play at this great ground. Inside the forward 50 for the Crows. Ball comes to ground. Socket out towards Holmes and Berry. Head first was Berry. Mullen tackled by Dawson. Myers gets the quick kick out of defence. Waiting there is Nankervis. He takes on the tackle. That's holding the ball. Risky in the middle of the ground. Wiltshire with another holding the ball free going his way.
So Geelong in the centre square. Wiltshire waits for the run of Bruin. Checks his kick. Bailey Smith. Disposal 31 as he marks and breaks away from Dan Curtin. Drives it into the 50 for the Cats. 3 fly and they all knock it away from each other. Miller up. Bounces on the drop. Kicks it to Dan Curtin. And a casual exit for the Crows. Really could have moved it faster. The crowd's a bit restless. Darcy Fogarty
down there.
Far from home. Eventually sends it long. The Cats have backtracked. Dawson 2 to beat and he's got it. Stuck it in the middle of the sandwich. Jordan Dawson, all sauce. Arcs around from 50 for an enormous goal. The skipper stands and delivers for his third. And they roar at the Adelaide Oval. Crows by 19. 11-6-72, plays 7-11-53. 10 played, final term on ABC Sport.
Wow. What a mark. The crowd was restless, as you mentioned, because Fogarty had held up. Dawson was 1v2 down the line. Jasny was the spare. And he ended up, Fogarty, having to kick it to Dawson 1v2 anyway. And wow, what a player. He's had an incredible game tonight. And that finish just about would have Geelong put away.
190 centimetre and his arms up at either end of the ground. He does it effortlessly. And then the same, we spoke about Taylor Walker's kicking. Shannon Neal's kicking at the other end for the Cats, but just that left has got just such penetration.
Back in the middle of the ground, Neal into the ruck. Neal pumps it long inside the forward 50. 2-on-2 back there. Keeping his feet was Ollie Henry. Gets the sit, takes his time, chucks it on the left boot. Instant response. Important one for the Cats. His brother's got a goal tonight. He jumps on the scoreboard as well. Geelong 8-11-59. Crows 11-6-72. 12 minutes gone. Josh Money.
Yeah, and Tom, all of a sudden a bit of carnage on the Crows bench. So Callum Archie, who we know had a sore thumb against the Hawks, he's got the jacket on at the moment. It is cold, but that's an ominous sign. And then Jordan Butts, who we know has missed time already this year, has gone down to the room shaking his head.
It's a tricky position to be for the Crows. And it just takes 30 seconds. You go from elation to a little bit of worry.
I love that centre bounce craft from Shannon Neal just then too. Just win the tap down to yourself, follow up the contest, get it forward. Excellent rock work.
Adelaide by 13. Lauren Arnell, Rod Jamieson, your experts tonight.
Toby Murray in there and Shannon Neal once again over the top.
He won it one more time down to Dangerfield, who was tackled illegally by Dawson. Just mounted him on the way down. Patrick Dangerfield called to play on as he steps off his line. Has to rush a high, searching kick. Worrell could have taken it in the end, went for the double fist. It didn't quite get the connection. Falling down, Curtin brushes off 2. Gets it out of there. Walker sliding in. Bounces off his knee and over the boundary line. It'll be tossed into play at the Odie stand. Josh Money downstairs.
Just a third possible injury to add to it. Looks like Sam Berry has an issue with his groin, currently at full forward, but given the rotation confusion with the two guys hurt, he is currently still on the ground.
So Murray knocks it down from behind towards Peatling. Good shepherd there from Curtin. Allowed him to get a quick kick down the line, and too strong was Walker. Marks on the chest. Logo outer side of the ground. Kicks up towards centre half forward. In front was Rochelle. Strong. Important grab just inside the paint of 50 on a slight angle to the left.
Just loved the way he did the work early in that contest. Taylor Walker knew he could go to him. And he had Zach Guthrie just caught out. He's pushed him into the chest early and just to give him that separation to take an easy mark.
We had a career game last time he played against the Cats in a loss. Such a big moment here for Josh Rochelle in what could be a momentous win. Coming to the paint of 50, unloads, drop punt away to the left. Never looked like it. Adelaide 11-7, 73. Geelong 8-11, 59. 14 gone in the last term. Josh Money.
So it's not the hand for Archie, it is yet another hamstring. He's been ruled out of the game. So that is a recurring issue for him and the Crows this season.
Third of the campaign. It is devastating for Callum Archie. Geelong move it slickly out of defensive 50. Bruin down the line, 3-on-3. The fist comes in, forces a boundary throw in. They would be infuriated, the Crows. Ever since State of Origin, he's been plagued by it. Signed a massive deal. He's at 28 years old. He's signed till 2031. And his first year at the Crows, he's barely got a chance to play. Tossed in. Adelaide by 14. Blitzarf's committed to the drop. Toby Murray tries to get it to Dawson. Tackled but got a kick away. Tumbles towards the benches. Peatling couldn't quite get it on the backspin. Tackles Blitzarfs. He reckons he handballed it into Saligo, or at least it was touched on the way through.
Definitely
But
touched.
the umpire's saying no, it wasn't. So they were going to give it to Jake Saligo, and now we're going to confer, and it just keeps happening between these two sides.
Well, I think Jake Saligo wanted it.
Bit cheeky from Peatling too. He was right there.
Credit to them. They've made a quick decision, and it was touched right in front of Josh Money, actually. What did you see, Josh?
I was looking at the bench, I must be honest, and Jordan Butt's got ice on the calf now, so potentially another soft tissue issue as well.
2 down for the Crows. Toss back in, shoveling handball out by Saligo, trying to get it forward. The Cats had numbers. Dangerfield pinpoint as he shot it out to a running Wiltshire who is blazing towards the 50, up towards Martin, clattered into by 2, picked up by Worrell for the Crows. Gets it to Cook, exiting kick, is coming back towards a serious injury right now. They're going to have to stop play because down behind is Hugo Hall-Kahan on debut. Josh Money, what's happening down there?
So it was a head clash between he and Toby Murray. Toby Murray looks to be the better of the two, although he has blood streaming from his head. Hall-Kahan, the debutant, still on the ground in the hands of the doctors. Just incredible carnage on the Crows bench. I've never seen anything quite like it. Berry's having work done on his groin, so that is a total of 5 players currently in strife. Incredible.
Glad he's okay, so I can say it's carnage, but Hugo Hall making his way off the ground with the blood nose.
Be interesting to see what they do with the head injury assessments here, because there's only 10 minutes left of game time.
Adelaide 3 down.
They're both opened up too, so they're going to be either glued or stitched very quickly.
Leads 14, 10 to go, final term.
Up towards centre half forward for Adelaide. Keys got a quick kick in there. He tried to do it again. Got it forward enough towards Rochelle, who lays a strong tackle with McAndrew, and will have a ball up 40 out from Adelaide's home. So 2 players off with the blood rule, Hall-Kahan and Toby Murray. McAndrew in the ruck, in the forward line, out towards Peatling. Tried to get a handball to Walker, intercepted there by Wiltshire. He was pulled off the footy by Saligo. Cats have the numbers, and goes through the hands of O'Sullivan. Will have a boundary throw in 80 from goal. Jordan Butts looks like he's got a calf injury, and Callum Archie with a hamstring injury. Sam Berry with a groin injury. So that's 5 players on the Crows bench that potentially might not make it back out on the ground tonight. Over the top to Koning from the boundary throw in. Crows trying to hold it in. Atkins handballs to a teammate in Myers, who's tackled by Cook. Will have another ball up. Just forward of centre wing for Adelaide. Umpires wasting no time. McAndrew down to Rochelle. Tackled by 2 Cats. Ball remains in dispute. Holmes was clean. Got it quickly to Myers. His quick kick went through the hands of Laird. Handballs it off to Dangerfield. Up forward over the top, Jack Henry. In the back there of Worrell. Doing well at ground level was ball ace to Laird to Worrell. His quick kick goes up towards Saligo. He was taken high. Got in the right position, was tough and earned the free kick. It pushed Atkins out the way on the mark. The Crows will take the free. Defensive side of centre wing, they lead by 14 points, 18.5 gone final term.
Feels like a war of attrition at the moment. The Cats can smell blood and they're going hard with every single tackle and hit. Crows don't have a rotation at the moment and there's 9 minutes to go.
Berry back on.
Laird up to right half forward. Fogarty, front position knocked away. Rolls over the boundary line, so that's good. That gives them 1, Jamo.
Well, you're just under 9 minutes till here, so both sides, I mean, Adelaide still need to win. Geelong need 3 scores at the moment, so they'll be all out ready to go. They'll be energised and want to just get it forward. Adelaide still need to put the game away. It is not done yet.
Tossed in, cleared both rucks. Manor shoots the handball out. Wiltshire puts on the Jets. Up to half forward. Pinpoint to Dangerfield. He's got to wait a second. Backtracks into the centre square. 3-on-3 now awaits him. Jeremy Cameron's there. Dempsey as well. And the fist comes in from Michael Annie, but didn't get enough on it. Dempsey was the only one who kept following. Gathers, hands it, and the check side tumbler from Bowes was terrible. He was in space 35 out and went for something special and has missed. Adelaide by 13.
All the runs with Geelong now. 1 rotation for the Crows with 9 minutes is too. That's too many of them to run the game out. Geelong should be coming over the top now.
Jack Henry takes the intercept mark from the kick in, pumps it back inside the forward 50. Flying was a young Cat there, but missed it completely. Nankervis tackled off the ball. Michael Annie dived in on that. No free kick. We'll have a ball up 35 from the Cats home. Jeremy Cameron, a very quiet night tonight. 7 touches so far. No goals. Could it be his moment? Knocked down towards Atkins in the ruck contest. Ollie Henry picks it up off the ground, tackled by Berry and Rochelle. We'll do it all again.
I think you just got to scrap it out. They've got to get it out of the fence here, Adelaide, but
Manor, quick kick around the body. Had enough on it, but away to the right. Another minus score. Geelong bring the margin back to 12 points. 8-13-61 Adelaide, 11-7-73 Josh Money.
Jordan Dawson has now slipped back into defence, probably to help with that height they've lost in Jordan Butts.
Worrell sends it long. Flying is De Koning and he wants to go quick. Took the mark, handed it to Manor from 48. Mind your manners. Geelong's got it down to 6. The Crows are running out of bodies and the Cats are running home hard. It is a 6-point game. 11-7-73. Plays 9-13-67. There's still 7 minutes to go and the Cats are feasting.
So 1 goal in it. Am I right? 1 goal in it. Yep. Cats have all the run. 7.5 minutes to go. I feel for the Crows. They've thrown their absolute heart and soul into this game, but with only 1 rotation from the bench now, and that being a small and another mid, and you're losing your tools. I just can't see how the Crows can hold on now. The Cats are full of run.
And De Koning has just been monumental in this second half in the ruck, and he was on the bench for a while being assessed, but has come back on and taken an incredibly strong mark and a quick hand back in the middle.
Berry gets the clearance up towards Keys at centre half forward. The Crows just need to find something. They need to dig deep. Neil Bullen tackled to the ground. We'll have a ball up at centre half forward.
Josh mentioned Dawson spare behind the ball, just trying to shore up things for the Crows.
McAndrew out of the ruck contest. Squib kick forward. Fogarty gets a handball out towards Peatling. Diving over the top of that ball is Dempsey. No prior opportunity. We'll have a ball up quickly to Josh.
So both Toby Murray and Hugo Hawker-Hahn have emerged from the room. So that's good news for the Crows, whether their heads need to be assessed any further.
Quick kick from Curtin out towards goal. Was dribbling in that direction. O'Sullivan read it best and goes to O'Connor.
Brave kick too.
Left back pocket. Short to Tommy Stewart. Left half back. Geelong with the last 2 goals up towards Bowes. Millerer. Tough contest from both. Millerer goes in, out towards Cook, who's handballed it straight to O'Sullivan. He's trying to ride the tackle of Rochelle, and Rochelle rode him. Holding the ball Rochelli's got it forward of centre wing. Crows leading by 6, 23 gone, final term.
Rochelli sends it into the right forward pocket. Fogarty's there, a little bit long as he's edged under it. And it will carry over the back, over the boundary line. It'll be tossed in, 20 out. One kick game. Adelaide leads at the moment. 4 injuries, all in the last quarter. It is sheer willpower now as they try to keep their top 4 hopes alive. Tossed in. De Koning got it out. Rochelli's clattered into off the ball. Wiltshire gets it out towards Atkins. Looping handball to Holmes. Crunched into by Laird, but gets the handball out to Atkins. Back to De Koning. Fumbled and flicked it straight into the arms of Peatling. Miller checks his kick. Was it 15? They paid it earlier. Doesn't matter. Nick Andrew gives it to Cook, who screws the kick centrally. Walker, the shake and bake. The snap from 30. The Texan misses. Huge moment on the home stretch. It's Adelaide by 7 and Geelong want to go.
Cook, great kick.
Stewart brings it out of defence up towards the wing. Waiting out the back of the pack is Myers. Gets the handball away to Bowes. The Cats have the numbers. Ollie Henry marks. He streams inside the forward 50. Goes for home. Misses. A golden opportunity from Ollie Henry. Goes begging. Cats 9-14-68, Adelaide 11-8-74.
Oh, the Cats trying to play at a breakneck pace. Henry had absolutely burnt Wayne Miller going back the other way after Miller had been involved in the score involvement at the other end.
5.5 minutes remaining.
He had the title on the 50, just could have taken his time in the open real estate. Clearing kick, De Koning knocks it down. Bowes, though, gets the footy through traffic, just hits it forward short, bounces. Henry can't get there and it's knocked away by Michael Annie. Boundary throw in, 35 out. Gee, he looks shattered, Ollie Henry.
Lockie McAndrew is out on his feet, but he's doing a monumental amount of work. He's now gone to this contest. Shannon Neal's doing that. De Koning's a kick behind the footy.
Tossed in, Neal wins it down. Peatling tracks, but buffeted away. Ollie Henry gives it to Bailey Smith, who breaks through 2. Max Holmes tried to get a kick. He's got a tackle late, but managed to find Atkins. Gives it wide. Jack Bowes puts a bow on the comeback. Scores level at the Adelaide Oval. Geelong pull it all the way back from 19 down. Bowes has 2 in his milestone, and we are headed towards a grandstand finish. 10-14-74 the Cats, 11-8-74 the Crows. 5 to go. Josh Money, what's happening down there?
Some small respite for the Crows. So Hugo Hawker-Hahn back on the ground after having his nose patched up. Toby Murray has had his head patched up, but still the doctors are reviewing that vision and not satisfied that he can come back onto the ground. So 2 rotations at this stage for Adelaide, who are underseed.
Yeah, they have no one else to go on the ruck, Adelaide. Lockie McAndrew's just going to have to do the work. The clearance in the middle of the ground, the Cats have dominated.
He's had 45 hit-outs, make it 46, Jamo. Down towards Saligo, who soccers it towards Curtin. Ball in dispute in the middle of the ground. Dawson caught one high, some friendly fire. Bursting from the contest is Curtin. Runs onto his left foot. Kicks up towards Fogarty. Marks out in front of the eyes. 50 from home, right half forward.
Well, he's had a quiet night, Darcy Fogarty. He's been managed to get some space on his immediate opponent. He's kicked 2 behinds in the third quarter. He's got all the distance. We know his ability to kick straight, but he's had an off night.
Interrupted season with injury. Missed 6 straight weeks. The bulging disc. Big Darcy Fogarty. Can he put the Crows on his back late in this term? From 50, he hits it hard. And he's hit it through! We had to wait to the very last millisecond, but he's got it. The Crows back in front, 12-8-80. Geelong, 10-14-74. 27.5 gone. Final term, ABC Sport.
What a game, Rod. We spoke in the pre-game just about how the Crows last year were able to manage scenarios really well. We saw in the showdown how effectively they produced that win, and now again, just pulling a rabbit out of the hat when they have no right to with these injuries.
They've had 4 single-digit losses this year to finals contenders. Can Adelaide finally get the job done? Up by 6, undermanned. No Butts, no Archie, no Murray. They keep finding a way. They're up by 2 at quarter time, 6 at the half, got as high as 20, down back to 2 at three-quarter time, back up to 19, and now it's just a goal.
Look at the Cats in the midfield. Dangerfield's come in there. DeConning's in the ruck. Bailey Smith, Tom Atkins. That's almost their number one go-to.
Are they checking this, or is this the broadcaster taking their time?
They're checking.
So Darcy Fogarty's goal is under a bit of scrutiny right now, and they will riot if it gets overturned and it costs them.
They're owed one. The Ben Keys goal against Sydney a couple of years ago, they're owed one.
Both coaches look distraught and lost. This is a big call, and it's going to be a behind. It has hit the post on the way through. There is the faintest of noises on edge. Adelaide by a point.
Wow.
It's the right call.
That is the right call. That's the thing, isn't it, too? You don't mind if it takes a little bit of time, but as long as you get it right, critical call, but the right call.
It's just interesting that if it gets called a goal, you're able to check it, where last week Dempsey's was called a behind and they couldn't check it.
Yeah.
So the footy gods maybe with a bit of karma to Geelong. They get another crack. Stewart to the eastern side. Blitzarves nearly stuck the mark. Knocked away late. Hawker Hahn tackled for the Crows. Got it to Saligo. Bang! Blitzarves absolutely punishes him.
So that was the Geelong trick play. Blitzarves came from the other side of the ground and tried to get outspared. Jordan Dawson with the elite read off half-back made the contest.
Stoppage left half forward for the Crows. Voice of Lauren Arnell, Rod Jamieson. Adelaide by a point, dying stages. McAndrew down, head over the footy. Berry towed out of there by Holmes for the Cats. Neil Bullen gets back, but he's pulled away from the footy on the logo illegally. Free kick, Adelaide.
It's just a matter of just, again, easy to say, but just maintain possession, turn down the clock. You got 3 and a bit minutes.
It feels so manic, but 3 minutes is such a long time.
Totally.
Neil Bullen sets it up towards Walker. Getting in front is Guthrie. Knocked it towards Bailey Smith. Geelong back up the eastern wing. Jack Henry with a couple of bites. Couldn't stick it. Dangerfield charges in the bulldozer. Didn't come out with the footy. Handball comes out from Worrell. Gets its way towards Neil Bullen. Coming back though. Rory Laird, caught high by Patrick Dangerfield.
Well, they swapped. Laird got Dangerfield high earlier. Well done, Worrell. Get the handball out.
Adelaide at left half back. 1 point the lead.
Still so much time. Kicks down the line to a contest. Ball in dispute. Geelong win out, go the underground handball, but Neil Bullen does well to gather and just Rugby tries it over the line out on the outer side of the ground. We'll have a boundary throw in. So 31 minutes gone in this final term. I can assure you, listening at home, in your cars and in the stands, there's plenty of time.
2.5 minutes remaining of actual play.
De Koning and McAndrew. McAndrew pushes De Koning out of that one. Play on, says the umpire. And the umpire says, let's do it all again.
We've got Connor O'Sullivan, I think it is, just on his own. Zach Taylor working the way back.
Atkins bursts through the tackle, handballs it off to Colin Jasny. Picks a very high ball down the wing. Dempsey pushed Neil Bullen under the footy. No free! 2 hands square in the back. Dempsey goes inside the forward 50 for the Cats. Can they pull off the great escape? Out towards the boundary line in the contest. You can hear the boos. A boundary throw in front of the scoreboard. The Cats trail by a point.
What a game to kickstart round 13. Great to have you with us for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. What's left in the tank? Adelaide under man, Geelong on the charge. McAndrew wins it down.
Great
Dawson
contest.
falls into the footy, throwing his body on the line. Miller comes in to lay the tackle on Martin. Will get a ball up.
Curtin down behind the play on his own.
Dawson's grabbed his AC joint as well. He's in pain. He's had to backtrack out of the stoppage. Tap down Geelong's way. Cameron toes it to O'Connor. Shovels it back to O'Sullivan. Desperate smother from Keys. Gets another crack, the Irishman. Out towards Blitzarves. Spun in the tackle, holding the ball. Adelaide are desperate. They know what this win would mean. They win the footy in D50. The time is ticking away. They're up by a point.
They've got to come out wide. Curtin was on his own out here.
Paul Kahan with that big tackle, maybe a game saver. Kicks long towards De Koning, not paid the mark. Underground handball from Walker. Running back onto it is Atkins. Bailey Smith's in there. So too Manor, Holmes, Smith. Their stars are trying to combine. Intercepted from the handball was Walker, and he grabs it and he's tackled. Left half forward for Adelaide.
Such smart play from Taylor Walker, just trying to keep the ball alive, but in congestion. Geelong just trying to keep the ball, continue to just try and get it forward, but the Crows doing better.
De Koning knocked it down. It went straight to Keys, to Walker, to Saligo, and Dawson and Rochelle. They knocked it out of each other's hands. It's going to be a ball up left half forward. We're into the final minute at Adelaide Oval. The Crows have led for most of the night. They're holding on by a solitary point at the moment.
Game on the line, 42,000 on edge.
52 seconds.
McAndrew down, just past Berry, head over the footy. Mullen gets a kick out to Dangerfield. Here come the Cats. Max Holmes puts on the Jets, up to half forward. His kick is too much. Rush of blood, too long. Gets it to Worrell. He can short pass to Miller. They've just got to control the footy now, the Crows. It is game-saving mode. Miller short to Taylor, right half back. Clock runs down. Adelaide by a point. Taylor to the broadcast wing. Couple of flyers. Mark not paid. As O'Sullivan gets his arms around it. And a ball up to come. Right bang in front of the benches.
Tom Stewart working his way forward along the boundary.
Final roll of the dice. McAndrew spun in the tackle. Handball goes over the boundary line. Last disposal, free kick. Clock running down. Bailey Smith. Last roll of the dice towards the 50. Couple of flyers. On the outside is Stewart. Fumbled. Siren! Adelaide finally gets the statement win they've been begging for as they hold on in a thriller. A catastrophe for Geelong. A thrilling victory for the Crows. They win by a point at the Adelaide Oval.
Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows.
Undermanned, underestimated, running out of legs. The Crows all heart get across the finish line. They led by 2 at quarter time, 6 at the half, got it as high as 20. Margin came down to a draw with just 3 minutes to go. And in the end, Darcy Fogarty's behind could have been a goal, becomes the match-winning point. There are no goal heartbreaks tonight. Adelaide get the job done by a point for Thursday night footy.
Yes, the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows.
40 of the last 126 games now for the Crows, decided by 10 points or less. But finally, they're on the right side of the ledger. They get the job done. Geelong with back-to-back losses, move to 8-5. And the Crows' second half surge might have just kick-started with a huge win over a premiership favourite. There might be some costs to it, which we'll unpack in the postscript. Injuries to Butts, Archie and Murray. But Matthew Nix's men for now will just be thankful they got the job done. Rod Jamieson, Lauren Arnell to unpack it all for you on ABC Sport.
Oh, just incredible by the Cats. They're such a good team. 4 points last week, 1 point this week. You just know how they play. But well done, Adelaide, just to be able to guts it out. And you're right, Aaron, just to be able to do what they need to do. They've got 3 players on the bench that just could not go a yard after that, or are restricted to get back on the ground. Limited rotation. Lockie McAndrew, outstanding defensively. Adelaide just found ways to do it. But what a game. That is one of the better games I've seen for quite some time.
Where do you think it rates for a win under Matthew Nix, considering all of those things going on with their injuries this year. Hadn't beaten a top 8 side. You talked about the players on the bench. Butts and Archie could be out for significant time. Toby Murray couldn't come back on. There was no one to help McAndrew in the ruck. I mean, considering coming into the game, the pressure that was on them and to fight it out in the end, where does that sit?
If I reflect, we played a game in Sydney where I think Matty Robran broke his leg, Mark Visca was injured, Rodney Maynard was injured. Like, we had no rotations, and Sydney were able to get over that. It was just a huge turning point. So I think something like that is absolutely significant. Again, the challenge, and Loz probably talk to you through the coach's eyes, like, there's so many parts throughout a game is the reason why you win or you lose a game, and they're the stuff that you need to work on. But you say, how much time do we spend on the last minute of a game to try and win the game or hold on to the game or win the game too? Like, if you do the things through the middle of the game really well, then it might not get to this position. Adelaide's ability, or Geelong's ability to have Adelaide turn the footy over, they turned it over so much and they make it incredibly hard. And then you've got to work twice as hard to win it back and get it back. So I think Adelaide should review it really critically. It's a monumental win for all the reasons that you all spoke pre-game and spoke to John Olsen about, and the impact that it has. I mean, you were asking the win tonight, like, how significant would this be for Matty Nix?
Honestly, if I'm Matthew Nix tonight, you're probably not sleeping because you're so elated at the effort that the players have given. Yeah. And let's not forget that Thilthorpe and Rankin didn't play tonight. Yeah. Like, what a win. And so there should be turnovers because you've got two of your best targets ahead of the ball not out there. Taylor Walker, incredible response to missing in the team the previous game. I just think the Crows have found a way to win, and good teams do that. They should play finals off the back of this win because it's shown what they're capable of, and the heart that they played with in that last quarter especially. Like, I'm so impressed. I don't think they had a right to win the game, to be fair. I think Geelong will be filthy. And if I was the Cats, I'd be more filthy at this loss than I was at the Port Adelaide loss a few weeks ago. They had no right to win the game, the Crows, and those injuries late, and the way that shapes your rotations and what your players have left, and the run that we know Geelong can play with. What an incredible win by the Crows. I'm honestly so impressed. I think Dan Curtin's game, Dawson's probably best on ground. McAndrew was incredible. And then you go, Dan Curtin grew up tonight. Like, we know how good he is. But he was the player they threw spare in red time. And he was the player that took that intercept mark as the spare. And Geelong are far too experienced, I think, to have left that spare there late in the game. And I think it was it Holmes that kicked the ball, running out of defensive stoppage. Yeah, look, every team has their own tactics late in games, but if you're a point down and you know they're going to throw a spare behind the ball, most teams will equalise that. He had to kick the ball where he kicked it. He did have danger a little bit out one-on-one, but why they didn't equalise Curtin, I think they'll look at that certainly during the week, Geelong.
Well, we spoke about Tom Stewart sneaking down, and that was the boundary throw, and he worked his way forward, and he was the player running onto
too late. Too late.
Interesting how they've been able to, the Crows' defence as a team have kept, Jeremy Cameron to 7 touches, I think it was, no goals. And then Hugo Hawker-Hahn, who's wasn't on the list, early last week, comes in off one training session, certainly had an impact early in the game, gets his head busted open, has to go down to the rooms, get all patched up, back out on the ground, and the ball finished in his hands as the siren went. I mean, as dream debuts go, that's certainly up there.
Yeah, he played well. Played really well.
Spoke a bit in the pre-game about the premiership profile and those key metrics that you need to be in the top 6 for. The only one that Adelaide sits in right now is points against, and they've done it again tonight. Like, they've kept Geelong to 74 throughout the season. They've barely had a team pile a big score on them outside of Brisbane. It's the defensive 6 have really held the fort down, Jabbo, when at times they've been undermanned.
Yeah, but again, it's sort of, I guess it's, yes, the ability to be able to do that, and the amount of inside 50s overall tonight. So 50 to Adelaide, 52 to Geelong. Spoke about the firepower up forward and the goals that they've kicked. Adelaide don't have that ability. And then we spoke about Richelli. Does he go in the middle? Does he go forward? He had quite a night, but probably spent, maybe 60-40. I think maybe up forward and then some in the middle of the ground. Thought Taylor Walker was really good. Darcy Fogarty was quieter. I thought probably out of the back half, I thought Connor O'Sullivan, I thought he did a tremendous job tonight, I must admit. But a couple of times they were a little bit loose coming out. But, geez, they take the game on and really take it on. There were times in that last quarter, it was so frenetic. They weren't even looking. They were just handballing it over their heads or getting the football forward that way. And a lot of the time, they just know how they play and it lands and away they go. But Adelaide were able to read it, intercept it and hang on to it. So, yeah, huge win.
We spent a lot of time hyping up what a victory would mean tonight, but it's the way that it played out that adds even more emotion to it, as we've touched on. The injuries in the stretch, the fact that Geelong came home guns blazing, full of talent, and Adelaide held them off. And throw on top of that you have an arc review that could have cost you the game and ultimately doesn't, because you ensure that Geelong don't score again. So just a few little demons that they've been able to dispatch. Obviously, long-term, the injuries will be a concern, and particularly Callum Archie's with another hamstring. But a lot to unpack with you across the next 38 minutes. And you can get in touch on the text line 0437 774 774. Let's head into the rooms. The Crows winners by a point over the Cats. What's it like down there, Josh Money?
Oh, it's pretty raucous scenes down here. A huge round of applause as the Crows re-enter the rooms, and what a gutsy win that was. And you can see it written all over the players' faces. They're exhausted, they're spent, many of them hobbling. Jordan Dawson in tears as he continues what's been a really emotional year for him, and an emotional win as well. They've got their scout, they've got a win over a top 8 side, and it just happens to be their bogey team as well. So this will be a song that will be sung with plenty of gusto. Tex missed out on the trip to Tassie, but he's just taking his place now to join in on. And a huge shower for Hugo Hall-Kahan as well, who managed to finish the game and will celebrate with a win. Plenty of gusto there, and some help as well for Hugo Hall-Kahan, who's still learning the words, of course. I'll be back with some reaction shortly.
Straight in and gets a big victory as a result. There is a new name in town. It is Hugo Hall-Kahan. Excellent performance from him tonight. Kind of joked through the call, Jamo, that with the hyphen in his name, you can call him the connector, but geez, some of his delivery off halfback was terrific. So they've found one there, the Crows, and even though they've had some injuries tonight, there are troops coming back. So Mark Keane in the Sandful this week. Sounds like Isaac Rankin will be good to go next week. You get Riley Thilthorpe back from suspension. Suddenly that game against the Dogs next weekend looks like an absolute ripper.
Yeah, look, and I guess that's the navigation in between games too. Like, it hasn't been as easy. And the carnage tonight, Geelong got through it okay. It doesn't look like anyone is limping or injured, so they'll have a full list to choose from. But to have Archie miss, Jordan Butts, we spoke about for most of the game as to how good he's been in defence and was in defence for most of the night. And Toby Murray also, just he provides that chop out, so we'll find out if he does end up with the concussion, then he's out for another couple of weeks. But when you have a look at Lockie McAndrew's game tonight, he's had to hold off Blitzarves. De Collins come in and Shannon Neal, and we did say Toby Murray was able to chop him out a little bit. Sam De Collins' game was incredible tonight, particularly in that second half. He's ended up with 25. He's had 22 contested, 10 clearances himself. Like, it was almost he got challenged to step up, and he just played an incredible game. So, again, but I have to compliment Lockie McAndrew, just the way that he went about it, and he was out on his feet.
Big night for the skipper Jordan Dawson as well, who really put the club on his back at times. He had 3 goals and 22 touches, tagged in the stretch as well, but just kept finding ways to impact. And there is some vision in the postscript that of Jordan just getting very emotional on the ground. Obviously, it's been such a big year for him, and the win almost has overwhelmed him to a sense that clearly the pain is still very much there for a guy who's putting his heart and soul on the line every single week.
Yeah, it's such a sad story, and the whole footy community's behind him. We saw Patrick Dangerfield, his counterpart, talking to him and hugging him after the game, and that was after the siren. And as he's walked around the ground, his teammates have got around him. It's just something that, you know, is very hard to describe unless you're in his shoes and the pain that he's carrying. I mean, he's got to carry the club out in the field, certainly off the field as well. But it must come to him at times. He never suspects it, and the effort that he's putting in to lead this club, he's trying to keep it together as much as he can. And the way he played tonight, I think we can all agree he's probably best on ground, and to lead in that way. And it's just so hard for all of us that have covered him and are watching him to be going through what he's going through.
An inspirational skipper. Adelaide winners by a point. Let's get some reaction in the rooms with Josh Money.
Thanks very much, Aaron. The last time the Crows won by a point at Adelaide Oval, this man, Braden Cook, was front and centre. Not quite as involved at the end tonight, but just how emotional and stressful was that one, Braden, and how rewarding to get the win?
Yeah, very rewarding. So, obviously means a lot to us, and we have a lot of internal expectations about how we're going to bounce back. And, even though it was a close game, I feel like that's going to do massive things for us.
Well, you say that. It's the first time this year you've won against a top 8 side. Did you feel internally like you needed a bit of a scalp and just something to reinforce the belief amongst the group?
I don't think we really go searching for scalps. I mean, we love being the hunter. We like being the underdogs. But, I think, like I said before, that's going to do big things for us.
The guys were just talking upstairs about the incredible courage of your skipper tonight, probably best on again. Just talk us through how big a factor he is for you all out on the ground.
Yeah, I think you can see it on the TV. He's amazing. I think a lot of what he does goes unseen as well. He's such a leader out there. The way he keeps the group calm, and he's the perfect skipper.
How about the debutante tonight, Hugo Hawker-Hahn? He was working a retail 8 days ago, and he's out there helping you win in his first game of AFL footy.
He definitely helped us win, didn't he? It was amazing.
I'll throw you upstairs.
Braden, Rod Jamieson, huge win, well done. Tell us, how difficult is it, that last sort of 6, 7, 8 minutes, when you have 3 players on the bench that you actually can't rotate?
Yeah, I was a bit gassed in that last quarter. I was supposed to come off at the 8-minute mark and, got sent back out there. So I was a bit frustrated just because, I was blowing. But, we all have to grit and everyone has to stand up, and I feel like we did.
Spoke about how good Lockie McAndrew was tonight. I mean, they threw Blitzard at him and then DeConning and then Shannon Neal, but he had to stand up, particularly again late when Toby Murray couldn't come back on.
Yeah, my big stretch. I love him to bits. He's amazing.
Braden, such a clutch moment that you had in the showdown earlier this year. Some clutch moments from Dan Curtin floating across. What's it like for the young players? I know you're starting to get a little bit older and a bit more experienced, but to be the ones that have stepped up in huge moments this season.
Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that, but I can definitely see where you're coming from with blokes like Danny and the younger boys standing up. He was massive tonight behind the ball, so very courageous and had some big moments.
Did you know that you were, you talked about being gassed after 8 minutes. Did you know that Archie was out for the game, Butts was out for the game, Toby Murray and, Hawker-Hahn had blood rule? Did you know that there was no rotations that you could really get to?
Yeah, I think I obviously got told when I came to the bench, and I'd like to think the message got across to the other boys that we really got to buckle down and grit this one out. But, I knew pretty early.
Great game from yourself, Braden. Obviously, 554 metres gained is a huge return from yourself. Something must have gone right in the bye. How did you spend it?
I actually didn't do a lot. I would have loved to have gotten away, but my partner had horrible timing with her placement. So, she's doing some nursing now, so we didn't really get to go anywhere. But unless I went one out, but I wasn't really keen on that.
Hey, Braden, wanted to ask you about the game plan. Matthew Nicks was pretty emphatic during the week that he wasn't going to make any changes to it, but it did feel like the ball movement was a little slicker and quicker off half-back. Were there any minor tweaks?
I think you saw the minor tweak in Hugo. His spark off half-back was amazing tonight, and maybe that just frees up some of the other boys to or free it up or give them a bit of confidence to do the same, maybe.
John, I was just going to say, when Luke Nankervis come to the club, Braden, it wasn't long on the training track where people just go, this kid's got some serious talent. So when Hugo comes, did you sort of see that straight away when he steps out on the track?
Yeah, I mean, we've given him 2 training sessions and he's obviously made a pretty big impression. So the boys love him in a week. So, can't imagine how it's going to go for the rest of the year.
Tex, Braden, he had a pretty good night, and around that, there's always this question about should he play on, but I feel like if he keeps going the way he is, he might get to dictate his own future.
I think you're right. Sitting in the grandstand watching the sample the other week, you can only just sit back and appreciate it. It's pretty special what he's doing at this age, and love to watch it.
And just a little late one as well. Have you had the chance to see the injured boys, particularly Cal Archie? How was he during the song and walking into the rooms?
Oh, Cal's such a great character. He wouldn't let us know, or you wouldn't be able to see if he was flat or not. But he had a smile on his face. He was pretty stoked with the win. Pretty flat for him, and I'm sure he's pretty frustrated. So we'll wrap our arms around him, and can only imagine how tough it'll be.
Hopefully it's not a significant one. Thank you for the time, Braden. Congratulations on a pretty incredible win over the Cats.
No, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Braden Cook downstairs after Adelaide's 1-point win, and he's right. In the song, Calamachi has kind of taken the ice off, and he's standing in the circle as if he's totally fine and doesn't really want to deflate anybody. So certainly a good leader. Issue is, we've seen so much brilliance on the park when he's out there, but we haven't seen a lot of game time. So hopefully it's not another significant hamstring, because the last one kept him out for over 2 months. If he's had 3 in a year, you wonder if that's pushing you towards finals, if not season.
Such a rough run for him. And you think, like, the strategy of bringing him to Adelaide as well, I'd assume he's been almost what we saw from Jordan Dawson tonight. He was able to do that at Brisbane, like play anywhere we need you. In the big games, in the regular season games that might be round 12, round 13, and then in the grand final, just play a role for us. And it's such a disappointment for him to come and not be able to find any continuity yet. But once he is fit, you've got 2 players on your list at least who can just literally play anywhere. And
to their credit, they've tried to handle it as well as possible. So that the first injury, some may argue he might have come back a little too soon. But the second one, essentially they gave him the time. They took him through the sandful. He played a few weeks there, had the bye, and he's come back and played 2 games basically, and now he's done again. So
I'd be interested to know how much difference in his lean muscle he's put on since he got here from Brisbane. There does look like he's changed shape a fair bit. It looks like he's put on a lot more muscle than what he was carrying at the Lions, and sometimes body comp change that significant. I'm only making assumptions here. That could be part of it, but I'd love to know like how much more lean muscle he's carrying now, just off the one pre-season at the Crows.
And I think the high speed stuff too, to have a look at that, because of the style in which Adelaide play, like, they get at you now, and that reflected tonight in the tackling. 86 tackles to 58, 22 tackles inside forward 50 to 9. So, you can read into that just the hard work and the explosiveness in that to get to players, as well as you then have to defend, and then you've got to actually speed back the other way when you've got the footy. Geelong seemed to get their goals reasonably quickly too, like it wasn't in their forward line for long periods of time, whereas Adelaide really had to grind away at it too. So there could be multiple factors as to why. Not just his case as well.
As I mentioned before, though, I guess you get like for likes in a sense. So if you can go Rankin in for Archie and Mark Keane maybe for Jordan Butts, you don't lose too much in terms of the damage. The Toby Murray one's interesting because he's been such a good chop out for Lockie McAndrew. And
you got Nick Murray to come back too.
They could do something like that. Yep. Finbar Maley's around. But, this is what we've been hyping all season, I guess, Jamo, is when they have the best 22 available and you have a couple that drop out, there is depth. They just haven't had the depth through the year because the injury list has been so long.
And Thilthorpe comes back. So he's probably, it was hard to tell with the Murray one whether he was ruled out with concussion or whether it was just they couldn't control the bleeding enough or they just weren't quite happy enough for him to come. Now that will be probably determined in the next couple of days if he does have a concussion and he is ruled out for the next game. So that is one. But it does speak to the depth that they have, that they've been able to maintain, keep their head above water. They're 7-5 now, and they've got these star players that are coming back, Keane, Rankin, Thilthorpe, which they could all get back next week. But it's so frustrating for them because, again, they're not getting continuity.
You got Riley O'Brien as well, who hasn't played a game this year too.
He played that one game so you're right. So he could play as a second ruck option, but I think he had 35% game time in that match, Rod. So it was probably why I didn't feel like he was out there.
The draw is really tricky coming up, but you feel like they've got the monkey off the back now, and they feel like they can be a premiership contender. Just want to shout out as well, not only just the Adelaide Crows, but the event of tonight, which was the SA Freeze. 3rd straight year they've got involved with the Fight MND campaign. They sold all 5,000 beanies available tonight, which is a total of $125,000. So great job to those involved. Huge thanks to everybody who bought one across the night and just got involved in the event. And it's just the perfect way to bookend what is a big weekend. And we can't wait for the King's Birthday Clash on Monday, where it really unpacks with 90k plus at the MCG. But it's just an awesome effort for a very good cause. So huge thanks to everyone who bought a beanie tonight. All 5,000 sold as well. With you for the next 24 minutes. We're going to try and get some reaction inside the Cats room as well. What does it do for Geelong now? So back-to-back losses. I guess the narrative from their defeats this season is that they do all this good work beating off some absolute blockbuster sides, and then they let one slip that they probably shouldn't. Adelaide are obviously a probably more higher-ranked opponent than Carlton, but you go 2 losses off the back of beating Brisbane and Sydney, and it just deflates everything you've accomplished.
Well, there's still 8 wins, 5 losses. They're going to take on Gold Coast at home, and then they go Fremantle away, Brisbane the week after at home, then GWS away. So, I mean, they've got a tough one ahead of them also. They've got through okay. I think Chris Scott, in his manner and watching him, he'll just sort of acknowledge Adelaide and, yes, we could do things better, and we're still 8 wins and we're going okay.
Interesting that like David King unpacked the vision of the Carlton loss during the week and how Geelong lost it because they were in front and Carlton got a way out, and it was Brad Close who didn't follow his man, and Cripps ends up getting free in the goal square because Blitzards is caught between 2. Then tonight it's the opposite, where Geelong are trying to win the game at the death and fall short. So they've had 2 thrillers at polar opposites where they haven't found a way to win. Does that worry you at all, Lauren?
Not really, to be fair. I think Geelong's biggest issue out of tonight, which they'll reflect on, is the inaccuracy. I think 10 goals, 14. You've generated 24 scoring shots, and there's enough of the 14 behinds that were legitimate. Like, they should just be goals at this level, regardless of whether it's raining or not. So I do think the inaccuracy will be a reflection for them. And then I think in the second half, the biggest thing for Cats was they were continuing to pump the ball in long and relying on that aerial contest, but their smalls were jumping against their talls. So in the first half, it was working for them because the talls were bringing it to ground, the smalls were tidying it up. But I liked Jack Martin's game in many ways, but I found it was almost... Look, you don't know his exact role when we're sitting at level 5, but he just continually jumped against his talls, and they had no presence at ground level, and the Crows were able to rebound off that. So I think there's some things they can tidy up pretty quick in their forward line. Jeremy Cameron's had the quietest game I've ever seen him play. And the inaccuracy is something you'd expect from a good side, and most teams to tidy up pretty quickly.
And ultimately, it's a 1-point loss. So they were right in the hunt across the night and just fall short at the death. Let's find out how they're feeling down in the Geelong rooms. Josh Money's made his way over.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Tom Atkins has been good enough to join us after a really brutal loss. Tom, how did you see that one?
Yeah, it was probably just moments in that last quarter, really. I think it was a pretty tough game all day. I feel like we were probably on top with contested possession and clearances, but maybe just towards the end, a bit of execution and late game stuff.
Could you sense they were under siege at one point? They had no rotations and ended up with 3 players who didn't finish the game. Could you sense that you had the run there and it was there to be taken?
Look, I knew we had the momentum. I wasn't aware of their rotations or anything, but when we have those, we back ourselves to outrun teams late in games. So regardless of rotations, I feel like towards the end of games we should be outrunning teams. So it just felt like a normal last quarter for us.
How keen was the midfield group to respond tonight after last week, and you were beaten in clearance? You mentioned contested possession there in clearance. Did you see that response out there?
Yeah, I thought, we were much better tonight. Obviously, we didn't play well against Carlton, so the only way was up from there. But, I thought we were really good. I thought Sam de Koning was absolutely awesome for us in the ruck, and Paddy was, back to his best back in the midfield. So, look, it's pretty frustrating not being the winners, but, at least we've improved a bit on last week.
Here's Lauren Arnell and Rod Jamison.
Tom, do you keep that nice and simple as a reflection as a team? I'm assuming you have had the chat with the coaches.
No, we haven't chatted to Scotty.
No.
Yeah.
It's probably, from where we sit, we're just chatting around just the inaccuracy and how much that takes the gas out of you throughout the game. There was a number of scoring shots where you just expect those ones to go through, and tonight just didn't go through for you guys.
Look, we always back our forwards to, use their flair and take the shots they feel. I think probably, as a midfield group, we were probably kicking the ball way too skinny for our liking. And early in the game anyway, that was one of our points at halftime, was just hit the hot spot and, try and get in on them from there and lock the ball in. I think we were kicking it there, but we weren't getting in on top of our opposing midfielders. They were able to get ground balls down there and then come out too easily. So, look, our forwards are the best in the comp, I believe. So, it's not on them tonight.
Tom, Rod Jamieson, you still continue to unearth some players. Ollie Wiltshire up forward, tremendous. And I thought Connor O'Sullivan in defence was great.
Yeah, Connor's had an amazing year. He's been one of our best players all year, so nothing new for him. But, it was great to see Ollie in the team and using his speed, backing himself tonight was good.
What about Sam de Koning? Is he best in the middle of the ground? Where do you feel, or where does the club feel he's best at? I mean, his second half was incredible.
Yeah, it's not really for me to judge, to be honest. I think he was amazing when he was in the ruck today, but, he's also one of the better intercepting defenders going around. So, he's a great weapon for us and, credit to him. He's had a great attitude. He'll just play wherever he's needed, and tonight he was able to execute a role change.
Tom, how'd you find the turnaround? So a 5-day break after the Carlton loss, and this is your third time in Adelaide in 14 weeks. You kind of pretty tired of South Australia at this stage. How was the build-up?
I think we had a 6-day this week. We played Friday, I'm pretty sure. We actually play better off short turnarounds, so it wasn't an issue for us.
You don't find any kind of jarring difference when you're playing a team off the bye?
I'd say historically we've struggled off the byes, but it's something we're trying to get on top of. And we had a bye round 3 this year, and I felt we responded in that game. We played pretty well coming off that. So you don't want to look into the past, but I'd say definitely off shorter breaks we play better.
And just wanted to ask about Connor O'Sullivan as well. So ran out the game, but did have that awkward contest with Jordan Dawson where he's kind of shoved into a marking area. Was he kind of all right in the fallout of that, or did he have much to say about how it all played out?
Yeah, he seems fine. I was just with him in the rooms. He's all good.
Oh, good to hear. Tom, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us, and hopefully you can bounce back next week.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Tom Atkins downstairs after a 1-point loss to Adelaide here at the Adelaide Oval, and he did call me out of my mouth. It was, 6-day break. I've bungled that one up. It's a Thursday night footy, not Friday night footy. There you go.
That's okay.
Excellent speaker, though, a premiership play with the Cats, and I think as disappointing as back-to-back losses can be.
Filthy.
Yeah, they clearly understand that they can be better than that.
So you talked to the inaccuracy, and he was quick to, and I think that was extremely valid, because I'm looking through the notes, and the Jack Martin missed one from the top of the goal square essentially at the start of the game. Jack Bowes tried a dribble kick from 30 metres. We saw other players, Ollie Henry running into an open goal, and as the midfield group, he turned it in on themselves. I mean, that speaks to the professionalism of that footy club and why they've been so successful for so long.
I wouldn't mind being a fly on the wall for review, to be honest. Like, I'm looking at an Ollie Dempsey. I was really excited to watch tonight, and the Crows have kept him pretty quiet. So the 14 disposals, I think he averages about 18, and he's able to influence both ends of the ground. And I think what Tom Atkins did say that I picked up on was just that ground level presence from the mids inside 50. And I find that really interesting. It suggests that perhaps the work rate of the Crows was higher when, as Atkins mentioned, you'd expect the Cats to outrun most teams.
So a big night of footy, and it just starts a heavy weekend as well as we kickstart round 13, the King's birthday weekend, the Hawks and the Dogs tomorrow night. But Adelaide winners by a point, as we've touched on their big run to come as they play some of the league heavyweights. So the Dogs next weekend, they've got the D's after that, and the showdown, West Coast in Perth, no easy beats either. And Geelong have the Suns of the Dockers to come before their bye to get their reset, which I think Adelaide would say getting round 12 as the bye is probably the dream, because that is smack bang in the middle of the season. Geelong get the opening round bye, I guess, but they have to wait a little bit longer. What would you prefer, Loss?
Oh, no doubt last week. Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't, I think Geelong have probably copped the rough end of the stick there, and then there's still that pre-finals bye, isn't there? So if they have one in a couple of weeks and then make finals, which you expect them to, then they're copping another one. You kind of lack a bit of continuity. So, I mean, if there's a team that can manage it, you'd expect it's Geelong. But yeah, you'd much rather be in Adelaide's shoes with the placement of the bye.
Marcus had a fun text as well on 0437 774 774 saying that because Geelong has won, Fremantle now have a chance to go 4 games clear of them at top spot.
Wow.
And Sydney would be 3 if they can win as well. So suddenly the top 2 starts to look a little bit more concrete if they win. We've still got the games to play, but it's a bit of a backstep for Geelong, who probably would have felt like they could have really tested those teams. If that gap gets as big as 4, it's hard to really rein that in.
For top 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about that. How excited do you get as a original West Australian with Freo just sitting
Having
pretty?
spoken to many Dockers fans through the week, I think the narrative is to keep downplaying them. They prefer to not be in the spotlight and just keep chugging away.
I'm loving flag mantle. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
They've got all the pieces.
Yeah.
They built up their game from a defensive base, and then now they've got those attacking pieces. You spent some time at the Dockers, didn't you? You really know
used to work
inside
as
the
a
four
media
walls.
manager back in the day. So, no, they would be elated, as you've touched on. This is the start of a premiership window. Like, they are very young, and so, expectations will be through the roof of 11 straight. But the way that they're tracking, they should be, contending for a fair few years.
Well, I think John Olsen referred to it as a rebuild. Certainly, I've been off the board 3 years now, but we were tracking Freo and Brisbane in terms of how that, and Freo were ahead of the game in terms of where they were going. So,
quick question for you on that. So when the Crows started the rebuild in 2020, did you have a timeline as to when you were expecting to be out of it?
You clearly... Well, I think John touched it. You just got to be patient, as hard as it is, and the frustration of your supporters, because you want to win all the games, but you just have to get games in. I think, to be fair, like Fremantle, we haven't seen much of them, so they sort of go under the guard a little bit too. And Brisbane have just stepped up, and the talent that they've had there, and then being able to acquire further talent. I think to pick up Pete Ling, Neil Bulling, and Cumming, in that 1 year, that's probably one of the better recruiting years. I thought, oh, hang on a sec, here we go. And then for Neil Bullen to come into the leadership group straight away, and you got Rankin to come in, it's starting to...
It's amazing you've been able to do that whilst getting first-round picks. So Rankin, Dawson, and then the 3 that you just spoke about.
Yeah.
They've done a pretty good job, the Crows, to get to this point.
And Brisbane, it took them a long time to actually get the flag. They're being top 4 teams. The heartbreak of the COVID year, and they get bundled out in straight sets in heartbreaking circumstances. And it's the same for Fremantle, because they were so good last year, but they suffered that heartbreak against Gold Coast. And, that's this whole year of hard work to get that, and you lose by a point, and you've got to do all it again, and you've got to front up and do it again.
And that's what I love about the Richmond story under Hardwick. They just stuck with him. Chris Scott, even at Geelong, just broke through at the right time when you probably could have made a move on a coach. And watching Fags, doggies, watching Fags do it at Brisbane, and I was fortunate enough to be living in Brisbane throughout those prelim final losses and working those games on radio. And I was a Brisbane player at the time, and so you believe in them. But some of the storylines around those guys and Fags, and whether the club should stick with them or not, or whether they were chokers, and then I think you just got to hang in there and trust the process just long enough. And there's obviously a long way to go for the Crows, but games like this are ones where you just go, we found a way to win. Geelong should have won that game of footy, but these are the ones where you have to take a lot from. And it might not turn around in a year or 2 years, but it may be in that third year after that, when you've found enough grit and you've put enough experience into the team. And last year's final series, that'll pay off at some point if they stick together.
And it keeps the Wolves at bay. We spoke about it in the pre-game, but there's a portion of the Crows fans who are so vocal online when they lose against other finals contenders that it felt like, Nixie isn't the guy to get them towards a flag, and now you've got to make the call now because you're in the window and it's too late if you let it go another year. But you get a result like tonight, and I think everybody just takes a breath. And you go there. The season's still alive. There's plenty of footy to play out. They're in a good spot. We'll see what plays out from here.
I just find there's an impatience, and people, particularly here from South Australia, the history of the SANFL, 8-team town. I think it's very easy to forget when you've got 2 teams here in Adelaide that it's an 18-team competition. It becomes very easy to forget that, and so the pressure piles on far too quickly. And to the point I'm trying to make, I think you just have to stick together.
Well, if you don't, you end up like Carlton. you know, because you become impatient, you know, and you turn over your coaches. I mean, they've had 10 coaches in 25 years.
Oh, but the proof's in the pudding, right?
Totally. You know, like...
That being said, they might have found the right one now. It took a bit of time to get to.
Oh, well, yeah. It all depends if he wants it.
Well, we know Lauren Arnell doesn't, so he's got one less competitor for that job.
Yeah, I don't want it.
Lauren Arnell, Rod Jamieson, your experts tonight as we unpack Adelaide's 1-point win over Geelong. Who's doing the votes tonight? ABC Sport Footballer of the Year.
I'm ready if you need me.
Yes,
Jamo.
Please, jump in.
I feel like Loz is all over.
One team.
Let's do it. Where'd you land, Lauren?
Oh, well, I think Curtin's the one voter for me. And I might need your help, Damo.
Mm-hmm.
So the two is either Dangerfield or McAndrew.
I think McAndrew's game tonight again, just because of the quality he went up against, and overall he's had 51 hit-outs, 6 to advantage, and then around the ground he's had 8 first possessions. I thought that's
marks,
probably
how
his
many
best
marks?
game. Let's have a look here.
4.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah.
He took a ripper right in front
But
of
you
us.
also add in the extra factor of losing Toby Murray late and having to run out the game solo.
I liked his tackle pressure at ground level. All right, Curtin 1, McAndrew 2, and the very obvious Jordan Dawson 3 votes.
Jordan Dawson 3 votes. And yeah, Patrick Dangerfield at 36 had a pretty terrific night as well. 30 touches.
His first half in particular was exceptional, so apologies, Patrick.
But again, I'm super critical. He's had 30 disposals. He's had 18 kicks and gone at 33%. You know, but he's a superstar. He's got 16 contested, 7 clearances, inside 57 times, and, he's kicked 1 goal. So he's an absolute match winner.
We haven't seen a performance that big out of him this year, I think. So, he showed that he's still got it. And the talk during the week was he's very eager to play on because he wants to push closer to 400. So they'd need to, make finals, play a couple, and then have a, 75% year next season, and he'd probably get there. So,
well, I think Mark Blitzarve deserves a mention again tonight. So he played game 305.
Yep,
so
equal 5th all time.
So Mitch Duncan and Jimmy Bartell are on 305. The next one is going to be probably a little challenging to get to. So Ian Nankervis at 325. So he's the 5th most games played in the role that he has.
Didn't actually mention during the call Rory Laird either. So he's actually outright 6th now, passes Nigel Smart, game 279.
Well, and then Taylor Walker is going to sneak up there too. So by the end of the year, he could be the 3rd most games played at the football club. And you're talking about maybe going around again.
Milestones are plenty. Adelaide winners by a point. Chris Scott's just started his press conference downstairs. We might have a listen in to the Cats coach.
Bruce, how do you assess some of the key moments late?
Which ones, mate?
There was a Cody Martin in the wing. There was a blaze forward from Max Holmes. Just some critical moments late. How do you assess the last 3 or 4 minutes where the game was won and lost?
I don't think it was won and lost in the last few minutes. We had our chances to win it. We were a little bit disappointed with some of our execution late, but high pressure, difficult to communicate in that situation. But it was quite impressive, really, to give ourselves a chance to win the game. And it's disappointing because, especially early in the game, probably for the majority of the game, we felt like we were at least in it, if not, not in control of the game necessarily, but certainly in a lot of key areas we were well on top and weren't able to capitalise. So the fact that we couldn't quite capitalise right at the end was a little bit of a pattern.
And more scoring shots. Felt like at times you went inside 50 and they swept it out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to there? What other parts of the game do you think you didn't capitalise on well enough?
Shots at goal early. That's probably... their defenders were able to relieve the pressure out of their back half pretty well, and there's always 2 sides to that coin. It's difficult to execute that, and they did that well, and we made it a little bit easy for them. Even when they were kicking the ball out of there under pressure, it sort of landed in their lap a little bit. So when we were pretty dominant in other parts of the game, that was a bit frustrating. But we had some. We had some positives. Like, I sort of think
I don't know whether this is the right way to think about it, but a way to think about it is losing to the Crows at the Adelaide Oval is not a game lost to the competition. And most teams are going to struggle in that, in that game. In a way, if we had won it, it would have been a game won to the rest of the competition. And we had some really good performances that I think augur well for what might be later in the season for us. So Dangerfield was as good as he's been all year, looking more like himself. That's as well as I've seen De Koning play sort of through the middle. We brought a couple of guys in who have been dominating the lower levels and they played well, Bowes and Wiltshire. Just not quite good enough to get it done against a good team, but I don't think we should be... I don't think we sort of walk away. It's hard because of the emotional bit. I was going to say we shouldn't walk away devastated. Now I'm thinking to myself, but I am devastated. We feel like the game was there for us to win, and we didn't quite grab it. But that is, to an extent, the competition we're in.
It's the classic Chris Scott charm there. He's just honest and very accountable, and understands that it's disappointing, but ultimately they got close and just fell short by a point there, the Cats coach.
Oh, they always do, and his press conferences are always pretty intriguing to watch at the best of times. But their centre clearance stuff, 16-8. Again, they stepped up in that particular area, but Adelaide took it to them around the ground. The hit-outs too. I mean, Lockie McAndrew was so good, but yet Arata Reedy's hand is still win the footy. And I think all the things that we've all sort of spoken about, they'll reflect on. And, again, all you ask is your team to get into a position where they can win. And there was a time there, I think we were saying one more goal and they're cooked, but they just knew that they were going to come.
Adelaide winners by a point, so they are 7-5 on the year. They were led by as much as 20 in the third quarter. Geelong pipped it back, scores level at the death. Darcy Fogarty gets a set shot. It hits the post on the way through, but only via score review. Crows fans were thinking, gee, it's happening again. Ultimately, they held off the Cats and win by that point. So Geelong now move to 8-5. They've got the Suns to come next week. Plenty of footy coming your way on ABC Sports. So tomorrow night, the Hawks and the Dogs at the MCG from 6:30 Eastern. No Gunston for the Hawks. Cody Waitman back for the Dogs. Can they get him, Loz?
Where's the game?
It is at the G.
At the G? Oh, Hawks for me.
Jamo?
Yeah, Gunston out. I'm going to say the Bullies.
He feels like such a pivotal piece, doesn't he? Which is crazy to say, but he was leading the Coleman, or he is leading the Coleman because Jeremy Cameron didn't kick enough to pass him tonight. So, misses the game this week. Will that hurt them? We'll find out tomorrow night, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time for the Hawks and the Dogs. And then plenty of footy after that with North and Freo, the Q Clash, West Coast and Port on Saturday, and then your Sunday doubleheader of Sydney and the Saints and the Bombers and the Blues. Huge thanks for your work, Jamo.
No, thank you all.
Good to see you as always, Lauren Arnell.
Thank you.
Josh Money down in the rooms, Fletcher Doherty, our socials man, Tom Wilson on the commentary team, Dominic Lombardo, our tech, and back in the studio to Jules Hay. Big night of footy. Gee, it was a fun way to start round 13, and we raised over $100,000 as well here at the Adelaide Oval to kickstart the King's birthday weekend. The Hawks and the Dogs tomorrow night from 6:30. And here it was Adelaide by a point. 11-9, 75 to Geelong's 10-14, 74. We'll see you tomorrow night on ABC Sport.